Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to another day of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. I'm JD, the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland over there. On the right, Coach Ray. We got a couple of VIP coaches here with us this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Hoag, how you doing today?
Doing good. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Looking forward to another interesting and challenging trading day. Looking forward to green across the screen for all of you. Thank you, JD. Always a pleasure. My friend Ray, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, excellent, excellent. Got a good night's rest and raring to go, kind of wanting to see what the markets offer us today.
Excellent, excellent. There was a lot of opportunity overnight. We were talking in the green room. Ray, you had a nice night trading some gold. We're seeing gold on the highs right now.
I did.
Yeah, you want to walk us through what you're seeing real quick before we get into this trade? Do you think we're going to get follow through to the upside?
Ooh, well, right now we're up against a moving average here on the 30-minute chart. So honestly, I'm thinking that we might actually pull back here a little bit. To be honest,
Okay.
that's my current feeling. Even though there's been a lot of overnight longs in this market, I think I have at least have a feeling that maybe it'll pull back, maybe back to this 49.60 level, possibly. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Got it. Sounds good. Sounds good. Again, we're trading right off the overnight highs. High overnight 49.8170. Just pulled back from there a little bit. Hoag. It appeared that sellers were taking over to start the morning or to start the trading day in gold last night. And the buyers just stepped right back in. Looks like we're going to open with a gap to the upside just a little bit. Overnight inventory looked like they were trying to get short, and now they are obviously long. Ray took advantage. So
yeah, I mean, there's
nice piece of that move. But yeah, what do you think?
A couple of things I'm looking at here. I mean, 48.80 was a weekly kickoff low, and the market really struggled to spend much time at all below that yesterday. It is just above our overnight low. We've seen buyers coming in. One thing that I'm going to point out today in gold and in silver is we do have a potential for an island bottom. Is this a clean island bottom? Not necessarily, because we've already ranged in this area where the gap from Monday to yesterday was. Now we're gapping above yesterday, so technically you could say that's an island bottom. That's a reversal pattern. Makes sense down around our weekly kickoff low. The question is, where does the continuation begin? Does it begin on the open? Do we see a pullback? As long as we do not close the gap to the high from yesterday, which is, to be a little bit more precise, let's see here, 49.53 even, then I could see us, keeping this gap and continuing this push to the upside. There are some targets up there. As Ray mentioned, we do have the 200 session simple moving average up here at 49.88.5. That could be a barrier, and that is also the kind of the gap close from Monday to Tuesday. Anything can happen. I like our odds today better than we've seen recently for the opening range trade in gold. So I do like the odds a little bit better today than in recent history.
Sounds good. Island tops and bottoms, very powerful reversal formations. For confirmation, we kind of want to see that runaway gap trade, right? If it is a true island top or an island bottom, we want to see some powerful buying stepping into this market very, very soon.
Yes.
It is 7:20 a.m. Central Time.
Short time frame control here, so ACH, baby, anything can happen.
Yep, you got it. We'll dive into these cheap charts a little deeper in just a few minutes. We're going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range breakout trade in gold. We're going to look at this 1 minute opening candle starting at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We'll look for a confirmation candle after that to maybe get us into a trade here to start the day. I've got a pair of micro gold loaded, and we got a pretty small opening range so far. Only about just less than 30 ticks. Just more than 30 ticks. Dome's a little thin again.
Yeah.
But it is thickening up. You could trade up to a 5 lot on a 50K account.
Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely, the blood is coming back into the market.
Sure is. All right, that opening candle has closed. I got a high in the micro 49.7820 and a low of 49.7480. 38 ticks.
Huh.
30,
It's a little,
34 ticks.
2
34
ticks
ticks.
short of that in the mini in the regular size contract and on the low 49.75 even, but same high for the opening range between
Okay.
the micro and the mini. So we get a close up here. Looks like we're going long.
It looks like we're about to get triggered into a long.
50 tick range so far.
Let's see what
Oof.
happens. Yeah. Ray's looking for a little bit of a pullback. Oop, here we go. We're dropping.
We did see some sellers at the high here, 49.80. It's only 29 contracts, but they all traded on the offer. A little bit of an iceberg up there on the regular trading hour session high.
No trigger. Close that confirmation candle inside the opening range bar. So no trade. If we take out the low of the opening range now, without a signal, this trade will be invalidated. Let's see what it does though. It's been a little choppy for the last couple minutes, just half hour or so. We will keep an eye on it though. All right, guys, what do we have to look forward to today? The economic calendar. We've got some do's and some don'ts, right? So earlier we already had the MBA mortgage applications out. Let's take a look at those results. Prior week over week mortgage applications. Prior was down 0.3%. This week up 2.8%. Nice boost in mortgage applications. The purchase index is down a little bit, 2.7, down 2.7% compared to down 2.4% last week. And refinances are up 7.1% week over week. Last week up 1.2%. This week up 7.1%. So seeing a boost in refinances. And what's up, Hoke?
Did we trigger?
Should we get in this trade?
I think we just invalidated it. It looked above first, and then below it, right back inside of it. To me, it's invalidated now.
Okay, no trade. Invalidated. I'll keep an eye on the.
What we're looking for is the opening range to remain one extreme or the other, either the dead ass high or the dead ass low.
Very true. Very true. That is the purpose of the trade. What else is out this morning? 7:55 a.m. Central Time. Red Book. Industrial production capacity utilization is on the calendar. We'll see if we get it. We've got a 20-year bond auction scheduled for 12 o'clock Central Time, and the minutes from the previous FOMC meeting are scheduled to release at 1 o'clock Central Time. A couple numbers that are on the calendar that we're probably not going to get due to this partial government shutdown. We've got durable goods orders, housing starts and permits, and I think that would be it for today. Keep you updated on that, though. As always, we've got one eye on the ditch. We're looking at the news. We're watching these markets, and we'll keep you apprised of any news that comes out or gets reported. That's it for the economic calendar, though. No trade in gold. I'm looking at the 5-minute, though. See maybe if we get a breakout on a 5-minute chart. All right, Hogue. Did everybody do their homework? Let's quiz everybody.
Yeah, I hope
See
so.
if they went through their checklist this morning.
I hope so. You got to do your daily checklist. You got to start doing what we're doing. Sit down, do your pre-market research. Context, risk management, and patience are everything. Morning checklist. Did you get your walk in? Did you walk the dog? Did you get your coffee? Are you fed? Are you hydrated? Check that morning checklist. Mindset check. Are you in the right frame of mind to trade? Mindset is everything in trading. Your trade entry checklist. Do you have your hypotheses? Do you know why you're going to be taking trades? And if something changes, do you have a secondary or a third or a fourth hypothesis as to what might happen in the markets, and a strategy to attach those to those hypotheses? And then, of course, the post-market checklist. Always do your post-market. Finish your journaling. Review your trades. Review your journal. Watch At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and be prepared for the next trading day. That is your daily checklist. If you have not done it, we're going to put that on your permanent record, and you will not be able to play today. That right, Ray?
Yes.
All absolutely. Of these things go on your permanent record.
Absolutely.
We're going by the social credit system now, everybody. A couple of things I left off of the economic calendar for today. We've got a White House press briefing, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Maybe we could pipe that in. take a closer look, see if maybe we can get a heads up on what they'll be talking about there. And we've also got Talking Fed Bowman is speaking at around 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time too. That is it for the eco calendar. Not too much happening in the way of headlines right now. That's about it. We could share some news real quick, and then we could dive into these charts. What do you say, guys? We ready to move on? All right. Privacy concerns around video.
I think.
Let's do it then. Here we go. Privacy concerns around video surveillance and artificial intelligence. It's a topic getting a lot of attention following a Super Bowl ad for Amazon's Ring doorbell and its search party feature, which uses AI to help find lost dogs. Some say it's a great way to track and locate our furry friends, but others are sounding the alarm on unwanted surveillance. Michael Yoshida joins us to break it all down. Michael.
It's a Super Bowl ad that had some throwing a flag.
I saw it live, and it was one of those, uh-oh moments.
Ring, the Amazon-owned video door company, promoting its search party feature.
One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs.
It should be heartwarming, but a lot of people are reading something very sinister into it.
Ring hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing, but the ad did spark conversations around unwanted surveillance, AI going through and analyzing videos, and how the technology could potentially be used.
There's absolutely
Why is a Ring competitor even putting out this satire video, highlighting privacy worries and public distrust?
We could find literally anyone, but we only use this technology to find lost dogs.
A lot of this is people speculating about how the technology could be used in the future by a bad actor, rather than necessarily bad behavior that's happening right now.
Ring's founder says the company prioritizes customer privacy, and the application's use is limited.
Right now, the search party feature is literally just built for dogs. So it's built to look for dogs, to tell you if the dog is in front of your house, and then you have the decision to, contact the owner or not.
But experts say concerns over what comes next shouldn't be dismissed.
These technologies are getting so advanced and so sophisticated, we can't just ignore the implications and the risk.
These same things that are treated as privacy risks for some people are actually kind of a feature.
What about cats?
Big Brother is watching. Yeah, what about the cats?
What happened to the cats? Why not decline the cats?
It's just for, I'm telling you, it's just for dogs. It's no big deal, guys.
When my
Look
dog
like you
gets
wanna
out,
say
it's only
something, Logan.
happened a couple of times. I can usually tell because I'll hear somebody screaming. She's a 90-pound black German Shepherd, and she is sweet as pie. She wouldn't hurt anybody, but you see a 90-pound black German Shepherd that you don't know running at you, usually that is going to induce some screaming. So I don't need my Ring doorbell to tell me if she's out. I can usually hear it. And luckily, she doesn't get out much anymore. We've got a brand new fence, so everybody's safe.
Yeah, wild dogs and kung fu robots. A couple of terrifying things out in the wild. Did you guys see that kung fu robot video we shared yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, it's scary.
I had a nightmare about it. I'm not joking.
Did you really?
Look at this. Look at this ladder thinning out in gold. We got some movement. We had a minor release at 7:30. Did they release anything at 7:30?
Durable goods actually came out.
Durable goods did come out. Yeah, look at, how about that? It was on my schedule as tentative or delayed, but they released it. Durable goods is out. Actual came out.
Housing starts and permits as well.
How about this? We got some numbers today, guys.
Wow. Yeah, look at that.
Housing starts actual 1.404 million, forecast for 1.3 million. So they're nice little boost in housing starts. Durable goods came in down 1.4%, forecast for minus 2%. And what else was there? Building permits, month over month, 4.3%, forecast for 0.4%. Nice boost in housing building permits also.
Yeah.
Those are strong numbers for the housing market. pretty decent.
Yeah, that's
All right,
good.
guys.
Let's see how that plays out. I was kind of
We
surprised to
shall
see those
see.
actually come out this morning, to be honest with you.
So
So was I.
who's doing these? I thought we were like in a partial shutdown. Who's putting these
We
together?
are, and I'm looking at 3 different economic calendars, and on 2 of them, they say that durable goods and housing starts were scheduled to be delayed today, and they released them. So I won't be using those 2 calendars anymore, at least for the rest of the week.
Time to find a new calendar.
Time to find a new calendar, right? All right, guys, it is 7:31 a.m. in the Central Time. What do you say we dive into some charts? What is happening in the world of
Maybe
gold
we should
and
ask our
silver?
Ring doorbells. Are these numbers
Exactly.
coming out today, or
Track the person, track down the person in charge of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We have questions that need answers. All right, guys, let's get into it. Gold and silver charts. Tell us everything.
all right. Ray, starting with the daily here, we did take a look yesterday down to our weekly kickoff low, 48.80. Got about five points through that. The thing that sticks out to me on the daily chart, we had the big fall off, in the metals. They've been seeking balance ever since. We know that it's been very thin, very illiquid. Don't let the scale on this chart deceive you. These are still some really big ranges and some pretty big opportunities. Of course, you want to make sure that you are managing your risk in these opportunities, because with big opportunities comes big risk. What did we do yesterday as far as open interest is concerned? We lost 400 in open interest. I call that inert. There was no real major change in open interest or positioning. We've been saying since we've been seeking balance here that we are in short time frame control, and that is yet a little bit more evidence of it. What about volume? Well, a little bit better volume than, of course, Monday, which was a holiday, but still, we are way below the average, the moving average of volume, and the volume has really just been crushed with the lack of liquidity and with the lack of longer time frame participants. We're always pitting time frame against time frame here. When the longer time frame participants are in control, they have a tendency to kind of corral the shorter time frame into bad positions, which the shorter time frame may have put themselves into a bad position down there against that weekly kickoff low. So weekly kickoff low support, very low long time participation, and longer time frame participation is unlikely in the coming period of time. We've talked about the idea we're probably going to try and find an area of range where two-sided trade can ensue. The volume will come back, liquidity will come back. It's just going to take some time. Here we are, basically, sort of in the middle of last week's range. Last week's high 51.44.5, last week's low 4900, and we are kind of rotational inside of there. Ray, what does anything kind of look remarkable to you on the daily chart here?
I mean, it was kind of interesting that we actually managed to book a new low, and actually, it's telling me that there's probably some buyers in the midst, because that there was really no follow through in that move to the downside. We had that daily close, and then we followed up with a new day, and now we were developing a bullish candle. So it's kind of leading me to believe that maybe we've created a little bit of a support zone down here around 4,800, 40, I would say 4,880. Seems like we created a little bit of a support zone down at this level, and maybe that's going to be a trigger, maybe some more potential upside moves. Now I'm looking at the volume profile here on the visible range volume profile. We're above it, right? So folks are willing still to pay a premium to be part of this market to the upside. I'm not really overly impressed with what I'm seeing on the DMI. It's really not telling me any direction at this point. As you can see, we've been in this kind of range for the last week or more, right? So daily chart, really all not that impressive. Just the market is in range. Certainly, these ranges are wide enough, as you mentioned, to take advantage of, though.
All right. Yeah, I mean, if we have, found buyers down here on that weekly kickoff low 48.80, so In short time frame control, in a range bound market, we're looking for rotational trade. I'm looking for this market to rotate or continue to rotate higher. Do we have any nuances or indications of that potentially on the 30-minute chart? And I think that we do. Here's Monday's range, here's Friday's range. Well, yesterday's range put a gap between those two ranges, and then we had a range there. We got gaps, we got ranges. We talk, a lot about balances, ranges, consolidations, whatever it is. Yesterday, we really just had a consolidation day that down at in the range from yesterday. I mean, it was a normal day. A normal day doesn't trade outside of the initial balance at all. So we had a normal day. Those are usually days before like holidays, when important news is coming out the following day. But yesterday we put in a normal trading day. Again, the initial balance wasn't looked outside of on either side. So the market really just kind of rotated, didn't see a lot of volume, no change in open interest. The market just kind of sat here waiting for something to happen. Well, when we have the gap from Monday to Tuesday, and then on Wednesday we open with a gap above Tuesday, that creates the possibility of an island bottom, which, as JD mentioned earlier, that can be a very powerful reversal pattern. Is it clean? You could say that this is not a clean island bottom, because we already ranged into that area a couple of days before we created this gap. However, it doesn't change the fact that we do have the gap to the range from yesterday and a gap away from it. It might help if we were to take this and look at regular trading hour session only. So here's Monday, here's yesterday. Where are we trading now? Well, we are trading well above that. It's not going to populate yet because of the regular trading hours on this, but we're trading 49.30. No, 49.83. So we've opened with a gap. We haven't closed that gap. So this remains an island bottom. What are we looking for this market to do? It's traded to an assumed low of value or low of balance. Now we're looking for this market to rotate back to near the high of the area of balance. I'm going to put this back on extended trading hours. Extended trading hours. All right. And what kind of targets are we looking at above if we continue? Now, we've just traded to that 200 session simple moving average that Ray was talking about. If we can take that out, the continuation, there is some pretty decent space above here. We're looking at a naked point of control up here around 50.2720, and possibly another naked point of control volume wise up here around 50.83 on our way up to last week's high, or potentially the weekly kickoff high 52.10. Without any bad news, without any shocks to the market, if we're in short time frame control, that is what the market tends to do. It goes from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart that sticks out to you? My good friend Ray J.
Yeah.
You can call me Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, the most impressive thing I think about this for me is the indicator is really giving me a really strong indication to the upside. I'm seeing that the positive DI here on the bottom here is telling me that there's quite a bit of strength behind this, or quite a bit of buying pressure, I should say, behind this move that we're currently seeing. And I'm seeing that the ADX is also giving me not quite to the levels that we would want to see to identify a strong trend, but it's sloping in the same direction as price here at the moment. And I'm seeing that divergence, right, between the positive and the, it's kind of moving away from each other. So that's an indication that there's a fair amount of momentum in this move to the upside. I've kind of drawn, as you were talking, I was kind of looking at the charts and trying to answer myself the same question you were asking yourself earlier. And I drew a similar zone here around between 5,020 all the way up to 5,036 as a possible destination for this current swing that we're currently in. So on the short term, it feels like it wants to maybe come back to some of these levels. We'll have to see. As I mentioned, we are at this 200 moving average. So I think that's relatively important. If we are able to hold above it, then I would say that 50-25. Otherwise, there's the possibility we could get maybe a little bit of a 3-bar reversal and maybe pull back here a little bit, maybe down to 49.55, 49.56 before we resume maybe the upside move. This is kind of what I'm looking at.
All right, that 49.56 level would not technically close the regular trading hour session gap. So that, we do have overnight inventory that is holding long positions. We did open with a gap, and if we can't close that gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of that gap, because what this gap is telling us is a little bit of a change in the perception of value maybe to the upside. As long as we hold up here, this 200 session simple moving average is going to be a pickle to try and get through, and it's also the low of the gap that creates the island bottom. So very, very critical level for continuation. If we accept above that, we can see this market pulling higher. If not, I like Ray's idea of seeing a little bit of a pullback here, and possibly seeing this box here doesn't really show the session high yesterday. It's actually the initial balance high. So there's the gap close. 49, 44, 70 would be the gap close. So, and that's it's a little bit raised level there. It's a little bit short of that. So I kind of like the idea of maybe seeing better trade location for longs if we can't close the gap. And I know it's frustrating for a lot of people when I say, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. It's very subjective, and it never seems to work the same way, exactly the same way twice. It's a little bit frustrating. The profile yesterday, again, a normal day, rotational, against an important inflection level. We did not see the longer time frame come in and adjust inventory. So I think the assumption would be is we probably ended up with a little bit too many shorts in short time frame. Those shorts are currently underwater, and possibly part of that overnight inventory is some of those shorts getting out. Watch to see if we can close the gap. If we can't close the gap, look for opportunities for continuation. Again, is this a clean island bottom? That remains in question. If the price came down, we didn't trade into this area. Price came down and left this, and then we left that island bottom down there. I would say that would be much cleaner. Do I trust it? Do I trust anything in trading? Can we trust anything in trading? Trust your eyes. Trade what you see. Look for good opportunities. That's what we've got for gold. Do we take a quick look at silver? It's really very similar. Let's go with the daily. So again, we are seeking balance. The silver, we did lose about 1,600 in open interest to the downside yesterday. Long liquidation takes selling power out of the marketplace temporarily. I have not formulated weekly kickoff levels. I've been working on doing that for silver. We'll see if we can get those added sometime in the near future, but short time frame controlled. Look at the volume. Volume has been absolutely crushed. Liquidity has been absolutely crushed. So again, very similar to what we saw in gold. Ray, do you see anything sticking out to you on the daily, or should we run to the 30?
Similar kind of thing. I would say that maybe again, we have this kind of level I see on the daily chart, this 71, 72 level down below here has created a little bit of a demand zone. But again, I'm looking at the DMI, and the DMI is really not giving me any indication as to which direction they're going to take this. We see that our ADX indicator is falling momentum wise, and we have just barely a cross above on the negative. So whatever direction we're in right now is pretty neutral based on the DMI, and we're kind of hovering around this daily support zone, and we with the 200 moving average kind of lurking on a little bit lower than that. So we'll have to see if we are able to hold this level. Maybe it offers us a spot for maybe rotation back higher. If we break this level, then I don't see any reason why we don't come back and retest 58.50, which is a ways down.
All right. Sure. All right, let's take a look at the 30 now. And again, similar situation, potential for the island bottom. Is it clean? Well, I mean, it's maybe a little bit cleaner than gold. This particular range did trade through that, but we did leave the gap from Monday to Tuesday. We've gapped above Tuesday to Wednesday's regular trading hour session, leaving the bottom, leaving an island bottom. So, to me, this is one of the more important nuances. Does it work? Does it work a lot? Sometimes. Is it going to work today? I don't know. Nobody knows. But it is one of the nuances, along with the gap, the inability to close the session gap to the high from yesterday. Those are all nuances to the positive. We're up against that 200 session simple moving average here in the silver as well. But as long as we can't close that gap, I think the market will be showing us that it's accepting of pricing at higher levels. Remember, we are in short time frame control. We're probably not going to have the benefit of any of the longer time frame bigger hands traders that are kind of sitting on the sidelines right now looking for new information. Some of them are licking their wounds. Some of them are replenishing their accounts. I mean, that was a vicious move, man. That was a vicious move. And I'm sure a lot of multiple time frames of speculators as well as institutions got it handed to them. And some of them made a lot of money too, of course. I mean, this is a zero-sum game. So I don't know, Ray, what do you think of the 30-minute chart here, boss?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it looks a lot like what we were saying in the gold. I mean, the one thing is probably a little bit more impressive on the DMI is I'm getting a much stronger reading on the ADX as far as momentum. So if you look at the ADX reading there on the right, you get a ADX reading of 25. We get the same separation that we were seeing on between the positive and the negative DI, right? Really strong to the pressure right now to the upside. What I don't like, and again, you kind of we alluded to this back in the gold. I don't like, I'd like to see price get above that 200 moving average and hold. That's the key for me, because otherwise I feel like that 200 moving average is going to be kind of the that little splinter in our finger that we can't get rid of, right? And it's going to cause the market maybe to potentially rotate here a little bit, right? So the level that I like personally is see if we can get price maybe back down to this 75.40, right? Maybe at the high end of this visible range volume profile. And that would be kind of a logical place where we maybe can better manage our risk. Again, we're an upside trade. Now, if we break below that, we would break below 75, then I think we're destined to come back down and retest 73.50. There's really nothing in here that would stand in the way of that after we break that 75.20 level. That would be kind of the 73.30, 73.40 would be kind of the point of control for this visible range volume profile. And that I think would be kind of our destination for that move.
All right. So that level that you just mentioned at 75.40. All right. So this is a J thing here. That the highest volume bar that occurred here on the 12th of February. This is the box around it, right? So where did we get to afterwards? We got to halfway from that high volume bar from here on the 12th. We looked below it here. We looked below it here. We traded below it with a gap. We're trading back above it with a gap. And to go back to the bottom of that bar is 75.41.5. 75.40. Ray just mentioned that level, looking at something completely different. And that confluence says something to me. So if we do get that opportunity down there, good opportunity to limit risk. We've got for silver. One last thing. It was a neutral trading day yesterday. Again, we lost 1,600 in open interest. So maybe that was some selling power selling some long liquidation. Long liquidation takes selling power away from the market. We got overnight inventory long with a gap. If we can't close that gap, look for opportunities in that direction. Not financial advice. ACH, anything can happen. Just looking at context here, folks. That's what we've got for silver.
Thank you so much, Hogue and Ray. We're going to be taking a look at that opening range breakout trade on crude oil in just a couple of minutes. Guys, real high-level overview of crude oil overnight. Looking at this 15-minute chart, it looks like we're in a textbook bull flag formation right now. We've got our nice flagpole overnight, and then our little pullback here. So we'll be looking at the 1 minute, but right now it's looking like we might see some continuation higher after this pullback. We'll get a little deeper into the weeds on this in just a minute. But let's take a look at what happened overnight. We do have a holiday in Asia, but most indexes were still open. Stock trading in Asia and Australia remained open. China and Hong Kong markets are closed for the Lunar New Year. That said, the Hang Seng Index closed up 0.52%, the Nikkei closed up 1.02%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.26%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. DAX is up 0.74%, the FTSE up 1.01%, and the Stock 600 up 0.83%. The US dollar index up marginally, 97.311 last on the dollar. The VIX is above 20, but still down about 0.5% overnight, 20.15 last on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, US 10-year Treasury note, 4.079%. All right, Hogan, Ray, let's get into those equities before we get into this crude oil chart or this crude oil trade. Take it away, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's take a look-see. Well, balance, 3 months, maybe even longer. Yesterday, before the open, we traded down to the weekly kickoff low, 67.96. Where do we get to down there? What's the low? 67.90, 5 points below weekly kickoff low. That was before the open, I believe. After that, we saw buyers come into this market. We added 22,500 in open interest. That is the estimate. That is buyers. That is new buyers coming in. That is what we look for around the weekly kickoff levels. Were they longer time frame buyers? It's very difficult to know, but an increase of 22,500 seems to be telling us that that's probably a little bit more than just short time frame traders coming off that low and coming in with some buys. A lot of bargain seekers down there below last week's low, weekly kickoff low. A lot of folks looking for bargains down there, and volume is still not great. It did usurp the 20 session moving average of volume yesterday. And to me, that's a good sign. Anytime we move up on higher volume, I don't depend on volume that much on up days, but just the increase in open interest and a little bit higher volume, there was maybe some teeth behind those buyers down there. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this on the. I was kind of drawing this kind of pattern that I'm seeing on the daily, and this looks like an ascending wedge pattern, right? We have that 7,000 level that continues to be an area of resistance. We continue to make, we're higher lows, right? We're kind of following along the line of that bottom line there. So, so it seems like they were getting a little bit of buying pressure into this market, and our DI is really kind of beginning to converge potentially, right? We're seeing a little bit of a flatness in our selling pressure here on the negative DI, and our positive DI is starting to show signs of some life here. Still quite low, still quite low. Not any sort of indication here that we're in any sort of strong momentous trade here on the daily, but it is showing a little bit of life here, right? We got a higher low here, and we haven't managed. There's not really quite a divergence here on this momentum. Momentum's still pretty high here on the negative side. So this area is relatively important. 6,800, I think we called out before, is, I would say, a relatively important level to hold if we are going to maintain any sort of bullish kind of sentiment on this market. So I have 6,800 on the bottom, 7,000 on the top is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Buy above 6,800, look maybe to sell 7,000 is kind of what I'm looking at.
Ray, we need a defibrillator on that DI plus down there. How about we get that? All right, clear. All right, it's beating now. It's beating now again. All right. On the 30-minute chart, what do we have? Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. That long overnight inventory is currently reconciling. 3 things on this chart. We've got the afternoon pullback high from the 12th. We've got a double top at that exact same level here on the 13th. That's Thursday. That's Friday. Monday, Yesterday, we look down to weekly kickoff low, we reject, and we see some pretty good buying coming in. Now, if we were to look at the what's the highest volume was on down bars, but in the middle, we saw some pretty decent sustained volume coming up to buy. And again, looking at where we opened and where we closed, you could say that that is new longs coming into the market against that weekly kickoff low. All right. The exactness up here. 1, 2, 3. Even Dalton talked about this on his weekend thing. He's like, this exactness is weakness. Look for this to be retested. Well, there it is. It just got retested in the overnight. I like to see it get retested in the regular trading hours. But again, we're probably going to have to, we are going to have to take what these markets give us, aren't we? So we did have some numbers come out. The numbers weren't necessarily all that bad. They were actually, depending on how you look at it, they were actually pretty good. So we'll see what the regular trading hour traders, how they view it. But looking for now as though we were going to open above value from yesterday. Okay, if we re-accept value, we could see the market pull back to the downside. Technically, we've already tested this exactness in extended trading hours. I'd rather see it tested in regular trading hours. We saw it tested in extended trading hours. So the question for me becomes, do we re-accept value from yesterday, or do we reject value and continue to look for opportunities at higher pricing? We saw some buying coming in yesterday. There may be some protection if that's longer time frame traders, or if they have more inventory to adjust, either getting out of shorts or getting into new longs. We saw new longs yesterday. What are they going to do about price today? Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, so all that excitement that we got with the rally has kind of been stunted here a little bit in the overnight, right? So we have here a little bit of development here on the resistance side. We have a little supply zone up here around 6,900, and now we're kind of peeking our head into this fixed range volume profile from yesterday. So I'm feeling like if we do manage to close here, I feel like at least we're going to get down to point of control, possibly down to the other side of the low end of value here. Right down as low as maybe 68.26. I look at the DMI. I see that it's converging, so indicating that we are in some sort of range. I see a little bit of selling pressure picking up here, right? So maybe indicates that maybe there's a little bit of momentum behind this. We have a reading of 24, which is relatively strong. So yeah, if we are able to get through some of this interference, I would say this point of control is not going to be easy necessarily to get through, but this point of control could offer us a little bit of a bounce, possibly, right? Right around that 68.60 level. If we get through that, I don't see any reason why we don't get back down to the 68.25 level, back to some of these levels that maybe started the rally to begin with. So right now it feels like maybe we are consolidating a little bit.
At the 200 session simple moving average, right where we are trading. I got on my hot little notes here. That 200 session simple moving average is looking somewhat pivotal to me, especially with its proximity to value high. If we're not open yet, so we still have more market generated information we may be able to use on the open. But to me, like Ray, if we find ourselves back inside value, I could see value low on this platform. It's coming in at 68.12. These are all just kind of loose levels. There's nothing finite or perfect in futures trading as far as levels are concerned. Overnight inventory, was long. It's reconciling. I don't think it's reconciled completely just yet. So we will see if we end up with value acceptance or continued rejection of value to higher pricing. The profile yesterday was a neutral day. It traded both sides. We left the failed downside auction down here yesterday. We looked above. We came back in, became rotational, had a good push to the upside, but it took a lot of energy to get that big push to the upside. And then, of course, we did settle back inside the initial balance. So, neutral days, this market is likely to go looking for new levels to facilitate trade, if not value acceptance. That's our story, and we're sticking to it, JD. What are we seeing here on crude?
Looking at that crude oil chart right now, crude is open for business, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Ding, ding, ding. Opening bell for crude oil. Pretty decent opening range, too. We had a 20-tick wide opening candle. Saw a little dip and a rip. And it looks like we're going to get triggered into a long here.
You like that, don't you? You see that bull flag forming there, right?
I saw that bull flag. I was going to say anything to the short side might be a see money, take money type of scenario. But if we get triggered into a long, I kind of like it better than the short side.
Am
I always right?
To agree with you.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Fair amount of longs in the market right now.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we could, I mean, looking at that 15-minute chart, it looked like we could definitely see some continuation of the upside after this move overnight. But let's stick to that 1 minute for now. I think we're going to get triggered in
the April contract today, folks. April contract.
Yes. Trading April. And we're in 63.90. House count long, a pair of micro crude, 63.90. Put our CYA down here. We're going to risk about $80 on this trade. I'll put it right over, just above overnight VWAP, 63.44 overnight VWAP. We got our CYA, 63.50. Long a pair.
All right.
Sound good?
Do we like
Look
this?
Good?
I don't. We will see.
It's crude oil. You know,
yes.
You know, it's going to bum us out eventually, but I'll keep an eye on it closely today. And I'll let that market generated information let us know when to get out of this trade. But we're in it for a couple ticks right now. So, all right, guys, take it away. Let's take a deeper look into these crude oil charts.
Right. So, you know, horizontally, we're in a range. Even a narrowing range, if you look at this. I mean, we've been expanding this pennant formation just by little bits from time to time. We don't have any really strong multiple touch points on it. So I'm looking at this as more of kind of a horizontal range that may be narrowing. But when it comes to ranges, the short time frame control, what do ranges do? They trade from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high. Are we on the leg to the upside? Are we going to see the upper level of this range? If there's no bad news and anything changes, there's a good probability of that. What did we do yesterday? Overall, we added 9,900 in open interest. We lost 44,000 in the March contract alone, which in future contract months means we added 54,000 contracts in the April, May, June, July, August, and September contracts. So we're looking at the price action yesterday when we pushed this market down near the low end of this area of balance. You might think that we trapped some shorts down there yesterday. The way things are looking now, those traps are under a lot of water here. So if we're going to continue to rotate, it's already been started by the trap shorts. We see some new buying coming in short time frame or any time frame. This could be a very tasty trade if you ask me. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're still early in this day, but I would say that if we manage to maybe close this current candle as bullish as it looks, right? Very little wicks on both ends of this candle. That's an indication of some strength coming into this market, in my humble opinion. We don't know, obviously, how this is going to close the day until the end of the session here, but at the end of the day. But right now, it's looking quite impressive as far as the bullish candle is able to develop here at the moment. Now, I look at the DMI and I get a little disappointed because I'm not really seeing any sort of strength here on either direction. That defibrillator that you were talking about earlier, I think needs to be applied to crude oil as well here, right? But in any case, we got some really neutral readings here on the DMI, on the no real strong indications that we are in any sort of bullish or bearish momentum in either direction, right? So it's in range. I think really the only thing that's really kind of caught my attention is this bullish candle that's developing above the 200, above the 100, above that high end of the visible range volume profile here at 6250. If it manages to do all those things, I guess continue to close in this kind of fashion, maybe it leads to a little bit of a push here, maybe back up to 66 and possibly beyond. I'm not sure, but But right now, I'm looking at that bullish candle, and I will be checking, obviously, that daily candle here at the close of the session to see how it actually closes.
Okay. So just looking, the ATR is about a $2 range, and we're already at today's daily ATR about $2. So that is one thing that might give us a little bit of pushback if we are looking for this market to continue to the upside. On the daily chart, or excuse me, on the 30-minute chart, all right, overnight inventory's long, gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for longs. Here's the kind of area, the range that we've been in, and we've tested to the low. We see buyers coming back in. We've got the overnight high here, it looks like. You said yesterday's overnight high, a little bit in the way here. That overnight high from night before last, yesterday's extended trading hours session high. We're up against it now at 64.06. We'll see if we can bust that out. As far as visual targets above 65.05, a naked point of chill, popular, comfortable place from back here on the 11th could be targeted. Then, of course, the trend line and the weekly kickoff high here. I still like this trade. There was something else I wanted to kind of mention, but it's kind of slipped my mind. But I'll see if it comes back to me. Ray, you're probably going to say what I was thinking anyway. Ray, what do you think of the 30-minute chart?
Well, I see a lot of bullish kind of price action of late. There's obviously a lot of overnight longs in this market. We're up against that level that you mentioned around 64. The DMI is looking quite impressive. My ADX reading is 42 and my positive is 38. And I see that the negative DI is kind of sloping to the downside. So it's indicating to me that there is a fair amount of momentum. The only thing I don't like is the location for a long, right? Where I don't necessarily want to buy in to an area of resistance, right? So if I'm going to look for a long opportunity, I'd like to see the market pull back for me a little bit. And specifically, one of the areas I'm looking at right now is the 6340 level, which is the high end of the visible range volume profile over here on the right hand side. Now, if they are generous, then maybe it comes back down to maybe one of those 6320 levels that you talk about, or the 63 level. If they're overly generous and giving me maybe better opportunity for a long. But I suspect that this area, this value area high on this visible range, is probably going to be a level right around that 6340 level. If we are going to maintain this kind of, I think they need more recruits to break through this level of 64, right? I don't think they have enough recruits at the moment to make that happen.
A little recruiting. We'll do a little recruiting. Yeah, I think my biggest, issue with the long here is we're already at daily ATR, and that high. So far the weekly high from yesterday around 64. We're in this trade right now. It is still a valid trade. ACH, anything can happen. We shall see. Yesterday's normal variation, relative trade. Just seeing on that. Trouncing on, it did check in. This is things that we talk about when we're talking about a market that's in short time frame control. Is the naked point of control from the second here put in the low yesterday. That's when some of the buyers started to come back in. The market just visually targets these levels, and it offers opportunity for exits and sometimes even entries. Anyway, that's our story for crude oil, and we're sticking with it. JD, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. You got me worried about this trade now. I don't like being long anymore. You sold me. You sold me. We'll let it play out, though. We're not taking a huge amount of risk on this trade. Only $80, 40 ticks. We'll give it a little room to breathe. Well,
I still like the trade. It's still valid.
For now. We'll keep an eye on it.
For now.
All right, guys. Before we get into those NASDAQ charts, we got an update on that social media trial that's ongoing right now. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is set to testify Wednesday, today, at a landmark social media addiction case. The plaintiff, a 20-year-old woman, and her mother accuse Meta and YouTube of intentionally designing addictive and harmful features. Zuckerberg has repeatedly gone before Congress to address concerns about his company. Today will be the first time he testifies in front of a jury. Claire Duffy has the latest.
This is absolutely going to be one of the biggest days in this trial. Mark Zuckerberg taking the stand to testify for the first time before a jury about these claims that his platforms have harmed young users. And also in the audience are going to be families, parents who say their children were harmed or died as a result of social media. And what I think is really remarkable is that among the parents that are flying from around the country into LA in hopes of securing a seat in this courtroom are parents who are also in the audience in 2024 on Capitol Hill, in that moment that you'll remember where Mark Zuckerberg turned around to face families and apologize for the harms that they say their children experienced online. Now, we expect that Mark Zuckerberg tomorrow will be asked questions that try to get at the reasonableness of the steps that this company has taken to try to protect teens and children on the platform. These questions that are going to ask what the company knew about the potential risks to young people and whether it did enough. And we know that there are internal Meta documents that have come out in the course of this litigation that suggest, for example, that only a small number of teen users as of around this time last year were actually enrolled in parental oversight tools. So those are the kinds of things that we think that Mark will get asked about during his testimony. I'm also told by legal experts that it's going to be very important how Zuckerberg presents on the stand. Does the jury find him likable and trustworthy? So lots to watch there. And just a reminder of what the stakes are here for both Meta and YouTube, which are the defendants in this case. If the jury sides with the plaintiff here, that could set a precedent for hundreds of other similar cases to be resolved in a similar way and potentially put these companies on the hook for billions of dollars in damages and also require them to make changes to their platforms. Now, this moment is especially critical for Meta, given that at the same time that this LA trial is going on, the company is also standing trial in a separate case in New Mexico, accusing the company of being complicit in child sexual exploitation on its platform. So two really critical trials happening at the same time. Meta has denied the claims in both of them, and with regards to this LA trial, the company says it strongly disagrees with these claims and that it thinks that its record of protecting young users online will speak for itself. Of course, ultimately going to be up to the jury to decide. Back to you.
I mean, if it's all based on whether he's believable and likable, I think that dude's in trouble, right? What a nerd.
Yeah. You
But
trust
anyway,
him. I don't
you
know.
trust him. Yeah. Jump on those class action suits, folks. Coming to a law firm near you. All right, guys, let's get into those NQ charts, if you please. Give the people what they want.
Yeah. Daily. Largely situation of the S&Ps. NASDAQ is a lot further off its all-time highs than the S&Ps. Obviously, 5% off the all-time high coming in here, 25,336. 10% off the all-time high, which we have not seen yet, 24,000. A lot of folks kind of focusing, are we going to see 24,000? A lot of questions about that. But so far, the 200 session simple moving average has been able to support price, including yesterday. We added 4,200 in 4,200 new contracts estimated yesterday. So we did see a degree of some decent buying coming in. Volume actually was higher than the 20 session moving average of volume yesterday. So we did see some pretty decent volume off that low. We saw new buying coming in the form of open interest. Does that new buying continue? Without any bad news, what has a tendency to happen in these markets? Again, I still think we're in short time frame control. Probability states, unless something changes, we're in a rotational market and we just put in a low. Are we going to continue to rotate higher? Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the last set of candles here. So whatever downside momentum obviously has been stalled. We're seeing a lot more wicks in these bodies and candles that we're generating here. So the downside momentum seems to have stalled here, at least temporarily. Does it mean can it pick up again? Certainly. But at least the last 4 days, whatever downside pressure we've been seeing in this market has kind of tapered off here a little bit. I look at the DMI. I see the DMI is kind of flattening pressure-wise. I see, again, the little uptick in my positive, right? but we're still below a lot of these moving averages. So indicate to me that we're still in some bearish structure here in this market. The only thing that's kind of holding this market up, in my humble opinion, is this 200 moving average. If we break below that level, I think 24,000 is definitely in the cards. Maybe I'm looking here to the left side and saying maybe down as low as 24,000 or 23,600 is a possibility based on what I'm looking here on the daily chart. So I would say that holding the 200 moving average is relatively important. We are in some downside structure. Momentum has maybe waned here a bit. We are a little bit extended to the below the volume profile. So it seems like it wants to maybe come back to this balance range, maybe take one other maybe stab at this 26,000 level, maybe before it rotates further at that point. So interesting level right now in the NASDAQ. We'll see if we can manage to hold this 200 moving average.
Yeah, that's very interesting and important thing you just pointed out there. I mean, the last 3 sessions have been all candle or all wick, small body, indecision. A lot of indecision here. That 200 session moving average lending some support yesterday. Let's take a look at the 30-minute, see if there's any more nuances we can kind of look at here. So we didn't get to weekly kickoff low. That 200 session simple moving average, well, on the daily chart was enough for the market to hold. We opened, we broke, we saw buying coming in, new buyers coming in. And that's not short covering, that's new buyers. And if those are longer time frame, that might mean something. Of course, we don't know. Overnight inventory did get a little bit long. We did see some reconciliation of that. The market has kind of come back to the initial balance high from yesterday, 24,815.75, and is kind of trading back inside value on this platform. So if we continue to maintain top price in value, I think there might be more of a probability of price pushing to lower levels to look for more buyers down there. But if we open, maybe there was a chance for a little while we were going to open with a gap. That is now much less probable. We've got the 200 session simple moving average and a 30-minute chart, which was lending a degree of support for a little while. We're back down below that. We're at VWAP. VWAP seems to be, with a tilt to the upside, but starting to kind of level off. My concern is, are we going to stay in value from yesterday, which could bring us down to, on this platform, let's just call it 24,600, or are we going to reject value and accept back above this 200 session simple moving average and look for prices at higher levels? Look for levels. I don't have any naked points of control. There's no weaknesses in structure above for this market to target for quite some time to the upside. I don't know, if that's going to affect, what traders are looking at. There's a lot more to look at below than there is above. Yeah. Within reach of today. Ray, what are you thinking about this NASDAQ?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to what we said about the ES, right? We had price, as you mentioned, we're kind of already kind of closed back inside the value range from yesterday, right? So again, I'm still kind of thinking that maybe there is a little bit of a rotation back to the lows here, down maybe as far as 24,620. We obviously have the point of control that could maybe offer some resistance and maybe offer a little bit of a bounce away from that point of control. Otherwise, I don't see, again, that there's a good, strong possibility that we could actually rotate all the way down to 24,625. I do see a little bit of support here around this 24,715 level. That could offer us maybe a location as well. But the fact that, I mean, looking at the more recent set of candles, I'm maybe in the overnight, there's obviously a fair number of shorts in the market at the moment, right? And the attempts that we made to get higher has been rejected. So I'm feeling like that there is some sellers obviously in this market, and maybe if we are thinking long, we need to locate maybe some better locations to entertain better locations for that possibility, because taking it up at these highs is probably a little bit more risk than we want to take. We don't necessarily want to absorb all this entire range of potential risk in the trade. So we're probably better off. Sure. Yeah, probably better off just waiting to see if we can get down to that level and get the proper reaction, and then we could best manage our reward to risk as a result of that. So right now, I feel like if we're going to go in any direction, it probably is to the downside If we break some structure here up to the upside, if we get above 24,900, then maybe I change my tune. But right now, I would say that we should be looking lower.
Excellent. Profile yesterday was neutral. Market's likely to look for our new facilitate trade stuff, Ray, as always. Appreciate you. JD, back to you.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Ray. We all appreciate the context. All right. I believe the question was, what's happening the rest of the day on Topstep TV, right? Well, someone was about to ask it. I got the answer already for you.
Yes.
Today's schedule. If you are a fan of John Hoagland, if you're a fan of Hogue, you should stick around today. You're going to get a healthy dose of Mr. Hoagland all day long. We got him on air for 5 hours today. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Jack and Coach Jay will be here leading the charge. Hogue's going to jump in, and then Dakota will be here also. That's coming up next in Fast Markets. Hogue will be back for the morning highlights at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. 11:15, I'll be here with Dolby Time and Antonio R., our buddy, for a Power Players episode. 12 o'clock, group coaching, Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. We will put that form in the chat. We'll pin it to the top. Grab that link, fill out the form, submit your question, and these guys will answer it live here on Topstep TV. That's at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Hogue's coming back again at 1 o'clock Central Time with me and James S. for a Trade with Topstep segment. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time. It's the day of the Hogue. Man, you're going to be tired, Hogue. You are going to be tired today. Putting you through the paces.
I will do my best, everybody. I will do my best. Enjoy spending time.
Yes, we are here. All right, speaking of nerds, we got one more piece of news to share. It's one of the last things most people would consider a good investment. But Logan Paul's big bet on a Pokemon card has paid off in world record fashion. Take a look at this. The WWE wrestling star bought a rare Pikachu Illustrator card 5 years ago for more than $5.2 million. On Monday, the card sold at auction for nearly $16.5 million, along with a diamond-encrusted necklace. The card is one of just 39 created for a Pokemon illustration competition in the late 90s. It's believed that Paul will bank more than $8 million after auction fees are paid. Paul called the auction's selling price, quote, absolutely insane. Pokemon is the world's highest grossing media franchise ahead of Disney and Star Wars.
Wow.
What a trade. What a trade.
Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it?
I don't think I've ever even touched a Pokemon card, to tell you the truth.
Neither have I.
I didn't get it.
Anyway. There's nothing to get. Maybe there is something to get. I don't know. Anyway.
Puka what?
I think we're just about ready. I see our Fast Markets counterparts getting ready to go in the background. We're about 5 minutes away from that equity from the New York Open. Are we ready to roll? Let's do it. Hogue, do the thing. Coach Ray, I'll catch up with you later. Let's do the thing.
Ray, thank you very much. JD, thank you very much. And of course, thanks to all of you for being here and trusting us with your time. Top of the chat, Tommy C wins the prize, of course. That prize is only bragging rights that you were here very, very early this morning. John Jones, Shubham, Anastasios, we got Trader Hub, we got Big Country, we got Iowa Futures, no Iowa Futures. We got Andrew Minder, we got Alex Las Palmas, we got Dan Trader, we got Charles Henry, Man Caves, and a host of others. I'm excited today. We have somebody that you've probably seen quite a bit in chat, James S. James Sajor is going to be on today. It's his first trip on Topstep TV. He's somebody I've known for a number of years and had the opportunity and the pleasure of working with for a while. And he's become a very, very good trader. I'm very excited on Topstep TV today. I'm excited for all of you to get to meet him. But as always, make sure you remain humble, creative, grateful, and centered in your trading today. Always pray for peace every day. And let's head into Fast Markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Get ready, draw those wick-offs on your Pikachus because we got some opportunities coming today. Jay's leading the way. Take it away.
All right.
Let's do it, Jack. Honestly, after I saw that auction over the weekend, I have a binder of Pokemon cards somewhere. It's probably in my parents' basement. I gotta go pay them a visit. See if we have any $18 million cards in there. But welcome to Fast Markets, everyone. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Jack. And to our far right, Coach Dakota. Dakota, how are we looking at the markets today? What's going on, man?
I mean, it's already Wednesday. It's already Wednesday, believe that or not. Let's see. We're at interesting. It's always interesting here in these markets. Is this just one of those buy low, sell high? Maybe the markets could come down and retest these 24,600s. We came up, tested 24,900s, which we were there on the 13th, Friday. And so maybe we get some selling pressure. I'd love for us to just rally, go through and break this out. But we have Fed speakers. We have data tomorrow, inflation on Friday as well. So cautious on gold. That's something I've been watching last night during slow markets. I talked about this. We had that nice rally off the lows from yesterday, and we're already pushing maybe 5,000. That's the line in the sand that I'm watching here on gold. So the gold trade's playing out pretty well to the long side. That's it. I'm looking at NASDAQ and the gold.
NASDAQ and gold. Got the NASDAQ trading 24,827.5. Gold trading 49.8240. You were long gold last night, Dakota, for slow markets?
Yeah, I paper handed it though.
It happens, man. It happens. We'll get a good one on today. Jack, what is going on? How are we looking at the S&P trading 68.75 right now? Any areas of interest? I know you like to look at those options levels that develop throughout the trading day. Anything catching your interest right now?
Yeah, I mean, still that 68.50, which is a little bit below the lows from about 8 a.m. this morning there, like 68.66. It's more of the same story. Like the dispersion is crazy between the index and stocks. So a couple things to note today. We have VIX options and futures expiration today, so-called VIXpiration.
Yeah.
And for instance, we're basically flat on the S&P this year. Out of those 500 companies, only 94 of them are up or down less than 5%. Okay, that means 400 plus are up or down more than 5%. So we're flat, but things are flying under the hood.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Is it because of the weighting? Is it the heavier weighted stuff is less than that 5%?
It's just there's crazy rotation everywhere.
Yeah.
There's very high. We're in like the 99th or 100th percentile for skew right now. A lot of protection buying. That means puts are more expensive basically against calls right now. So
Yeah.
we're gonna break out at some point. But yeah, very interesting what the individual components are doing.
You will see. Interesting stuff there, Jack. Thank you for sharing that. Love Jack's insights. We got 10 seconds until the open here. NASDAQ trading 24,814. S&P 68.73.5. We got the house count long 2 micro gold from 63.80. 64.11 last trade here in crude oil. House counts long crude oil. And here we go. We are open.
NASDAQ trying to sell off to start.
A little bit of selling to start across the board. Everything kind of going the same way. The Dow, the Russell, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all selling off here. Okay, here we go. Back at settlement here in the NASDAQ, 24,767.75 is settlement price. Quick trip to settlement here.
Okay, I'm long NASDAQ 781.
Dakota long 781 in the NASDAQ micro.
Yeah, 1 micro, just a small one. Buy settlement.
781 on 1 micro NASDAQ, getting in here early. Got
This
some
could
early
be
selling in here.
a more volatile day than usual because of those VIX expirations. Then we have the stocks monthly options expiration on Friday. So I'm a little hesitant just to pull right off the bat here. But Dakota, I don't hate it.
What is the
Yeah,
VIX trading at right now?
Nvidia's up almost 2%, so I don't mind buying settlement here in NASDAQ.
VIX is back below 20. It's 1974. And what can happen on these days is basically kind of massive repositioning, right? As the underlying that they're hedging with these VIX contracts expires. So there could be some quick moves. Some of those block trades that we see might be more frequent today.
Gotcha. We'll keep an eye out for those block trades, those tape bombs. Dakota long from 781, 40 points of the money right now. Looks scary.
Not too
It always
bad.
looks
Yeah.
scariest at the bottom. Nice bounce off a settlement there. S&P bounce off a settlement as well. 68.60 half settlement price in the S&P, trading about 12 points above that right now. Dow and the Russell both turned around. Saw some early selling in those markets also. Nice turnaround there. See if these buyers sustain here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm watching close. We need to sustain above settlement for a little more than what we're seeing here.
Gold is popping as well. New high day there in gold, 49.89.80. Silver as well, 77.25.
I just scratched that one. I'm plus 44.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. We failed to hold. So far. Nvidia got up to like plus 2.25, and we are starting to sell off that. So
yes, we are.
A little more risk.
Taking a look at the tilt. Tilt is 64% short in the NASDAQ. Average price 24,821. S&P is 50/50. Crude oil 50/50 as well. Again, house count is long crude. New high of the day there, 64.18. Nice trade we got going on there. JD and Hogue will keep us up to date on that trade. Speaking of those block orders, Jack, I just saw one in the S&P, about 1,000 contracts traded in a second. 60% negative delta. Somebody hitting the bid there in the S&P. Dakota, did you have an upside target there in? Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say, if you're someone who's like a real narrow scalper, this might be a day to avoid just because, I wish I knew the overall direction, but we will probably see more of that today.
Yeah. Gold continuing to push here, 49.99.10. Trading right below that 5,000 level. Not a lot on the book up there at 5,000.
Here comes those buyers.
Here we go.
Yeah.
There they are.
Man, Bitcoin's getting really comfortable below 70,000.
It's been there all week, huh?
Trading 67,120 right on the spot. Mixed bag in the mega cap stocks. We got Amazon up 1.3%, Nvidia up 1.7%, Meta down 1.25%. Ten-year yields have rebounded slightly, looking at 4.08 right now. We got damn near 4% Tuesday overnight. I guess Monday overnight.
Well, so far the first 5 minutes have been a little spicy.
Hey, should be back now. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes. You were gone. I thought you were just being strong and quiet.
No, it feels like I'm getting pulled into the matrix right now, Jack.
Everything okay? All right, we'll let Jay get that sorted out. Dakota, what you looking at?
I'm just watching this, see if we could settle down here, looking for longs. Paul says, imagine being a new trader watching Topstep TV, gain knowledge on the market. And Dakota just hops on the chart and starts trading, does a top-down analysis. Sometimes when we come on air, we don't have that luxury of time. I do a lot of analysis beforehand and try to explain the best we can while I'm getting to a trade. You see these markets move extremely fast here. And if
you do want to see top-down analysis before we come on, that whole hour opening call in the morning, Hogue goes through his top-down analysis to get us ready for the day.
Here we go. Traders trade. Shooters shoot.
Indeed. Let's take a look. Starting to see some of these options populate. As I mentioned, we are inching closer to the monthly expiration for February, which is on Friday. Maybe a little resistance up 68.75. Right around VWAP as well.
Yeah, these equities are struggling here. Both directions. Silver's up almost 5.5. Gold's up 2%. We're right there at 5,000. So that was the market I was looking at. Right, looking at gold to 5,000. There we are, 5,002, 5,001. Got those targets from last night. If you're joining me in slow markets, we got those.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I just had to short Verizon stock really quick.
Okay.
I was like YouTube last night. Yeah.
Yeah, just had to short Verizon real quick. 24,765 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dakota, did you get back into that long, or are you flat here?
No, we're not holding up as well right here at settlement. We might end up breaking down, maybe run through some overnight lows. I got the overnight lows here around 24,700. So maybe we take a peek below that.
24,765 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got that 200 moving average on the daily, about 250 points from where we are right now, 24,507. Let's see here. Could this be a sell-off day? Taking a look at that. The tilt was short, 64% short in the NASDAQ. It's now long 54%. Last trade 24,708. Last trade here in the S&P 6870. Oh, I said I was shorting Verizon stock, and now I'm getting a call.
Oh,
we're
rubble.
We're just gonna put that on DND. We're gonna put that on DND. Keep going here.
There's some buyers. There's some buyers trying to step in above 800. Okay, we're getting some buyers into these markets now. Starting to look a little bit better. Nice little 50 points.
Gold back above 5,000 here, Dakota. 5,550 last trade there in gold.
Yeah, we got the targets from last night. Slow markets. Was looking at for 5,000. Got those.
Do you see much of an opportunity right now in gold, or are you focusing on the NASDAQ? Looks like
I'm focusing on
price action
NASDAQ.
there. Gotcha.
5,000 is a big round number. I expect gold to, maybe chop and hover around that level. For a while. But NASDAQ is moving, and the stocks are just mixed. It's non-directional. Look at that. 50 points up, 50 points right back down to settlement.
What are you saying, Jack?
Kind of want to short it. I don't know. Everything looks very jumpy right now.
It is. Pretty thin order book as well. Dolby saying, it kind of reminds me of yesterday's open. Very, very similar. Very similar to yesterday's open. When did we really see direction yesterday? It took a little while, right, for the market to choose a direction. It was an hour and a half of back and forth. And then we finally chose 68.74 last trade here. What's your target to the short side if you do get in, Jack?
Probably see how it reacts down around the 68.50 SPX. Pumping a little bit here, though. Let's
see. Get Hoag's opinion on the opening range. 1 minute opening range is not the high or low. Actually, it is still a little low. 1 minute opening range, still a little low in the S&P here. And in the NASDAQ. Not really leaving that opening range just yet. Still kind of chopping around here. Right? Still early in the trading session.
Crude oil's quietly up 3%.
Yeah. Nice market to trade there. When's the last time you traded crude, Dakota?
over a year ago. That used
Okay.
to be nightly for me, and it's just
Yeah.
gone cold.
Yep.
Did it
But
just
it might be
stop one
starting
day,
to
or
pick up.
was there like a cataclysmic event? Oh, now
No,
it's
no, it
bumping.
just the
Now
volatility
we're
just
pushing.
got sucked out of it, and so it just didn't make sense for me to trade it from a day-to-day perspective.
Here we go. We are starting to push to the upside here. 68.81 last trade in the S&P, 24.815 last trade in the NASDAQ. Crude oil house count long 63.80. Last trade here 64.19.
Right back down.
Right back down.
Now we got the top component in that is up 2.8%. That's Goldman Sachs.
We
We'll
got a
get it
big
done.
stock in
49.8.
NASDAQ. Have earnings tomorrow, right? Walmart. One of the top
I was
10
gonna say, I
stocks
thought that was
today.
next Wednesday.
We'll figure that out. But today we got Carvana earnings after the bell. Hold on to
Ooh.
your butts.
You still have exposure to Carvana, Jack? You still short?
I covered the short. I'm still in a trade, but I'm probably going to cover it before the earnings, because what I don't want to do is get jammed, because I'm short straddles. I definitely don't want to get
Ooh.
jammed long Carvana. That is not
Mm.
my idea of a good time right now.
I'm leaning long here in the NASDAQ for go retest of 900.
Let's push there.
We're starting to find buyers stepping in.
Okay, so now things are starting to look a little more organized in the options. Some of that resistance I was looking at disappeared, but the big guy is still, like it has been, 6,900 SPX, which would be like 69.15 in the futures. If we start, there's a target if you're going long and strong today.
69.15 upside target. Do like potential longs here as well if we can hold up. We are trading right at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute in both the NASDAQ and the S&P. That price 24,849. We can get some volume to trade above that. I like these longs as well here, Dakota.
Things are starting to settle down and buyers starting to buy it up. Nvidia back towards that 2%. We got Amazon up 1.8. And those are the bigger movers that I'm looking at. Things are just starting to settle down. A little wild to start the first 5-10 minutes, but now we're starting to stabilize.
Like that. Past couple of days, man, the first half hour to hour has been pretty crazy, and then it settles down. Remembering last Friday, where we had was a 200 point move to the upside, 350 point move to the downside in the NASDAQ before we eventually just trend up for the rest of the day after that first half an hour or so, or hour and a half. So you don't have to jump into any trades right away. You can let the market settle down, like Dakota's saying. Sometimes it's clear right off the open, but in this case, not very. We see 30-point drop.
Tape bomb.
Jack, you were saying, we might see a bunch of those today, right? A bunch of, high volume spikes. When you see that, do you look at it as an opportunity to trade, or does that tell you to be more patient?
Well, it tells you not to do certain types of trading. Like, I'm a little biased because I used to be part of an auto spreader group where, you're sitting around all day trying to like get filled on one side and get the other. And if you're doing something like that, today would be a suboptimal day, we'll just call it, the trade, because what hurts you on those are those block orders, because, the order book gets ripped and you get filled at a worse price. Just being aware of that, I think for our outright traders here, that might provide some opportunities if you're trying to go a direction and you get those quick rips. But I think the one type, I don't know how many people do this, but you see it occasionally. If people are being, really tight, you're someone who's like taking 10 points out of the NQ or something, like 1-to-1. Today would be a bad day because you're exposing yourself to getting, ripped and slipped, essentially, slippage on these block orders.
Good call. 24.8, just like that, Dakota, right back up.
I know.
Right back
It's
up.
insane. We got Palantir up almost 4.5%. An interesting one.
What'd they do? New drone? They get like a karate drone or something like that?
Did you hear Carp's comments, Jack, on what he would want to do to anyone that was questioning their valuation? I don't even want to repeat what
Probably
he said.
something crazy. Yeah, I could look it up.
Yeah, something with drones and drones and urine was his comment, which I thought was very interesting. I'm like, wow, this guy's pretty crazy comment. Yeah. Dolby says he's nuts. Yeah, I
well,
very
a
interesting
trend
comment
that
there.
a trend that I don't love, that I don't know, I guess approaching middle age, is a lot of these CEOs during earnings, like, I would say you got to believe in your company, but like just absolutely pumping their stock and like taunting shorts on like earning calls and stuff. It's like, bro, you already won. Your stock's up like 1,400% still after this 35%, retracement.
Right.
It just puts yourself in a position to look like a complete asshole if like it does collapse and you're the person just pumping it the entire time and taunting shorts.
Definitely so. Seen a little bit of pullback in crude oil here. Made a high of the day, 64.27, 64.19 last trade there. Again, house count still long 2. Micro crude, 63.80. Nice trade we got going on there.
It's still mixed around. Push back down the settlement.
This is
I
choppy.
want to find. Oh wow. Okay.
Ooh,
here we go.
There's the block.
That's
NASDAQ down about 60 points in the last minute, 24.860 last trade over there, 68.72 last trade here in the S&P. Interesting market.
Joking about how wild it is. How wild this open is.
Not even 18 minutes into the session being open here, and we are already seeing some volatility, high to low range so far in the New York trading session for the NASDAQ, 130 points. And a lot of overlap in these candles, about 27 points in the S&P here. Steve R saying the Dow is bipolar as well. Dow just sold off 49,720 last trade there in the Dow. The Russell probably looks the cleanest if I'm looking at all four. The Russell did just get that pullback as well, but it looks like it is choosing a direction right now. The
Taking
Russell
that long.
up. All right. Talk to us, Dakota. What do you got?
817.
1 micro again?
Yep, 1 micro. Yeah, that's all I want to touch this market with is these small, it's very small size.
Yeah.
Small size and wide stop right now. I might add a second if we start to stabilize above 800.
So since I think we're seeing a really good example of like a VIX expiration market or options monthly or quarterly or whatever market, is something you could adjust, for instance, is just not having your Q position doesn't matter too much if you're especially if you're trading the NQ. And it's unlikely you're not going to get filled at the price because someone else did. I mean, that's more of a thing in bonds. But on a day like today, I don't think it's worth like keeping a limit order in the market, hoping to get like 1 point better. Because the longer you sit in there, the more you expose yourself to like what we saw right there, where it'll just like crash 10 points through it. So if you're not at your computer, sure, but maybe just wait and manually enter the position. Might get a better level.
Yeah.
Either check Dakota
I'm
long.
looking at these micros and the spread's like 1 or 2 ticks, so I'm fine with that. Right?
Nice.
Hoag's 10% rule.
New high of the day there in crude, 64.33 new highs there. We did get a headline in crude oil right before the open. The share of Russian oil in India's January crude oil imports fell to the lowest since October 2022. Little news there in crude oil as that market continues to push higher. House count up about 50 ticks on that trade. JD, send me a message in Slack. Let us know how you're managing that trade. Got to be pretty close to a 2-to-1 here on that crude trade. $24,806. You trade this with a target, Dakota, or you just trade it into strength here in the market?
I'm trading into strength. Yeah. I'm continuing to watch this, and I wouldn't mind I still want to see a retest of those overnight highs.
Gold continuing to push here.
Not enough to build a position with this craziness.
I'm with you there. New highs in gold, 50, 10, 40. New high there in gold, continuing to push higher here. Silver as well. Silver up 5.25% on the day.
There come some buyers.
There we go.
I'm just going to take profit. See profit, take profit right there.
Nice trade there, Dakota. About 30 points in the money. Update that P&L for us when you get a chance, Dakota.
Yes. Plus 79. Just little small base. Very small base hits. Just getting used to this craziness here.
Gold continuing to push higher here. Gold is not done. 50, 13, 40, 15, 13, 90 now. Last trade in gold. Continuing to push higher here. Dakota, nice scalp there in the NASDAQ.
Man, I paper handed the heck out of that gold trade last night.
Next play mode.
I know. It's nice to see a target hit. It's like missed the boat. Tune into Slow Markets, Jay. You're gonna be joining me tonight, and it's always good.
I'm gonna be in the middle of packing for a trip, but yeah, I will definitely join. Volatility is definitely there in the metals in the overnight session. 50.25 is a price I'm looking at in gold. It's 50% of the 3-day sell-off that we had. We've been talking about that price for a little while now. 50.25, 50.30, 240 is the 20-day moving average. But I would be watching that 50.25 price there in gold. The Russell continuing to push higher here now. New highs of the day there. Looks like our leader in the equities. 2678.50.
Solid Trader says, Dakota, you doing small base for every time, bro? I don't get it. Well, look at this market, right? You look at the NASDAQ. Say, where's the opportunity? How much can you pull out of this market? And if you take 30 points out, that's pretty dang good with what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we're just rocking back and forth. What, like nearly 20-point range, like per 5-minute bar in the ES right now? This is interesting.
A lot of overlap, ton of overlap here. There are some clean markets, some clean trends right now. Shout out to anyone trading crude oil, maybe trading the Russell. 64.38 trading gold. There are some trends, but if you're looking at the NASDAQ and the S&P, it's just so far, ton of overlap. Here we go now. Seeing a nice push here, 24,888.
Yep. Google turned green, Apple turned green. Tesla and Netflix are now green. So we're starting to see it.
Taking a quick look at micro Bitcoin, 67,220 over there. Bitcoin is just in a bad way right now. Not looking good at all. Jack, you said that 8,000 number yesterday. If Bitcoin hits $8,000, I will be buying.
8,000. Okay.
I can give you some trading advice there. I would say if you want to buy at 8, buy it at 6, because if that's the target they have to liquidate, it's not going to stay at 8 very long.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
The question is, what are you going to do?
8K, I'll take 2. What are you going to do? I don't know. I mean, maybe watch it go to 0, or watch it go right back up to 100,000. I'm not sure. Not sure. Longs are printing right now. 24,907 last trade here in the NASDAQ. It just took a little bit, right? Maybe maybe kind of straighten out, figure out a direction here, but we are seeing the equities continue to push higher here. 68.9275 last trade here in the S&P, 24.915 last trade in the NASDAQ. Crude continuing to push higher, 64.40 last trade there.
Oh.
Nice trade in the house account. Maybe that's an auto liquidator trade. Just let it work. Looking at the tilt in the S&P, 69% short and 62% short in the NASDAQ.
Man. Long settlement there in the NASDAQ looked pretty good. Just had
It did.
to endure some insane price action.
NASDAQ up 0.6% on the day.
Yeah, we got the
Who's catching this
major-
long here?
I got a small, tiny piece of it. I'm sure chat's trading it up. Chat's always trading it up pretty good.
69% short tilt, 68.76. I'm curious what they're looking for there in the S&P. Just a lot of overlap, a lot of back and forth there. If you are trading it up with us, remember this is Fast Markets. We'll do hashtag Power Hour later in the day. But hashtag Fast Markets, show where your trader wins, your trading buddies, your trading setups, and more over on X at Topstep TV. Make sure you tag us, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll bring those back to you later in the day. My trading buddy is sleeping in his crate right now.
Very nice.
Continuing to push here, 24.925. So Dakota, do you find an opportunity to get back into this trade? What is your ultimate upside target? You know, we got the 25,000 big fat round number level above here. We got 6,900 in the S&P. Is there more room left in this trade, or is it this one's kind of going without us at this point? You took your piece of it.
Yeah, I mean it's going without us at this point, right? The longs were down there, the opportunity in that crazy price action. I just didn't build a position into long that I wanted, right? I was looking for a retest of these session highs, set it. I bought the settlement. I bought it again, took just some base hits. But now here we go. We're off to the races. Nvidia up 2%. A lot of the Mag 7 now turning green, and buyers just continue to step into these equities.
Russell new highs.
Yeah, I read it correctly. Why'd I pull out? It was for safety.
Everyone deserves to be safe.
Yeah.
6,900 here in the S&P. Jack, where are we trading right now in the SPX? Any interesting options levels up here? We got to be close to 6,900 SPX as well, right?
We're 20 points away from that. So that is the big interesting level. Looking at my charts, though, I've seen people notice we're in this big, these are 30-minute candles. That big sell-off on February 12th, you know, in 2 half-hour bars, we're already above that. We're eating into it. If we break above these highs here at like around 6,900 in the futures, I'd still be, I'm interested in maybe seeing if we can catch a reversal around the 6,900 SPX. So 6,915 in the futures.
6,915. Take a look at that price. Make sure you mark those down. Not a trading suggestion. Anything we do here is for entertainment and information purposes only. But anytime Jack puts a level on his charts, I pay attention to it, especially in the SPX, in the S&P.
Oh yeah, it's worth its weight in gold right there. Jack's levels.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Speaking of gold, 50.14 last trade there, continuing to push higher. Look at gold. Look at gold go up 2.2% on the day.
Man. Same with silver. Silver's marching to $78 an ounce. Metals caught a pretty big bid overnight. Here goes NASDAQ session highs. Are we going to break through these overnight highs too? We're bumping up against them here at 960s.
25,000, big fat round number, about 40 points off of where we are.
Palantir's up 5% now. All right.
Take a look what it's doing there. Back up close to 140. Any news or just
S&P trading at 6,900 here, 6,900 evens. 24,956 last trade here in the NASDAQ. That tilt was short in the S&P. I think they might have gotten out of those positions because we're seeing 56% long tilt now as we continue to push higher here. Yes, they are.
Overnight highs, session highs. 25,000. Can we see 25,000 here in the NASDAQ? I'm going to lean towards
it's coming up here quick. It's coming up here quick.
We do have a little bit of resistance we've seen on Friday right there at 24,990s, but yeah, 25,000 seems like it's written in the stars.
See if we got anything up there.
Nothing's guaranteed though.
Not seeing a ton of size on the order book. There's a 55 lot at 24,991. Another 73 up there at 995 and 25,000. We don't have a ton of size up there. As I continue to push higher here, 24,979. The S&P as well, 6903. Everything kind of catching a bid here. Nice read on that trade, Dakota, taking your piece of it.
I know, Jay. I know. Today I'm just full of just regret. I guess.
Fancy way to do FOMO.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't do anything about it. Right? There's nothing to do. You missed a trade. You missed an opportunity. I green on the screen, and you just move on to the next. Move on to the next.
No, absolutely, man. Take your piece of it. We don't know where these markets are going to go, right? So we take our piece, we live with our decisions, and find the next trade opportunity. Gold continuing to push higher here. 50, 20, 30 last trade in gold. New highs of the day.
Feed it into it. Feed it. Feed that FOMO.
Pro FOMO.
Pro FOMO.
At least you didn't short it. We'd say that, right? That's a win.
Yeah. There we go. That's a win in and of itself. Here we go. 980s. 980s. We're going. Nvidia on higher days, up 2.25. So equity still finding buyers.
Easy chat. 43 lot at 25,000 evens in the NASDAQ. 24,983, 6903. What are you laughing at there, Dakota? Something in the catch your eye in the chat? Look at gold.
That's always getting me. They always get me. Yeah, they always. Hey, tune in slow markets, man. We had some great opportunities last night, and the markets are doing really well based off of that. I know you're joining me, Jay.
25.
There's 5,000, 5,000, pushing through 5,000. It's just going, man. This thing's going.
What a rally. Hey, and this is what we were talking about in the
good now.
Yes, it is. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? That first couple of minutes could get a little choppy, could get a little messy. Once the market figures out a direction, we're up 200 points from that opening range, from that 1 minute opening range. The S&P as well. Really nice push here, 6909. 70% long tilt in the S&P now. 61% long in the NASDAQ. That tilt is getting paid 68.86 average price for longs. They are about 25 points in the money. Gold hit that 50-25 we were talking about. Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, tilt gets paid sometimes, and you're seeing it right here. We're up 270, almost 300 points. We didn't even hesitate right at 25,000. We just broke through, and we're at these 20 points higher.
Like it wasn't there, Dakota.
The high beta stuff is flying right now. It's been getting beat down lately, but Palantir's up 5.3, Quantum's up 6 or 7%. We got what else we got here? Silver flying.
Yeah.
Rocket Lab up 7.3%. The risk people are buying the risky stuff right now.
Rocket Labs. NASDAQ not stopping. The only thing that was able to short was probably the VIX. VIX is down. We just broke below 19.
All right, we're getting up to 6,900, about 2 points away in the SPX.
Short squeeze. Short squeeze.
Let's see how we react here.
Get some information on a potential short squeeze in just a little bit here. We are trading right at Jack's level here, 69.15. Lines up with 6,900 in the S&P.
The squeeze is on.
The squeeze is on. Let's bring in the guy, get his opinion on what we've seen so far in the first 36 minutes of the trading day, Mr. John Hoagland. Let's bring him in.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Here we are.
Welcome. There he is. What's up, Hoag? You didn't ring the doorbell. But this is your house, Hoag. You can just walk in. What are we seeing here, Hoag? We just tagged that 69.15 Jack was talking about there. Jack, let us know if you get into a trade. But how are you looking at the market so far, Hoag?
All right. Well, the opening range in the S&P and in the NASDAQ is the dead ass low of the day. This morning on the opening call, the question was, were we going to reject value from yesterday or reaccept it? Well, obviously, we've rejected value. Value high on this platform in the S&P is 68, 69.50, pretty much right in the middle of the opening range. So you couldn't really sell it with the opening range at the dead ass low. They made it hard to buy. Tell you that much. I know Dakota took a couple of longs there and was pretty cautious with it, which is never a bad idea. You're taking profits, you're building a base. One of the levels that we were looking at this morning was the exactness that we come in from the afternoon pullback high from the 12th, the high from the 13th. Those are three exact highs on a 30-minute chart. So that exactness was likely to be revisited. It was revisited last night. Overnight inventory got long. We kind of reconciled that overnight inventory with the opening range at the dead low. We're seeing this market continue the push to the upside. What kind of space do we see up here? We see a lot of space. There's no major weaknesses in structure except for all the single prints from the 12th here. And I could see us getting, if we can get through this level here and Jack's level up here, I could see us getting up to 69.80. I don't know about today, but what we saw yesterday was the market open and broke. We saw buyers come in. We added a whole bunch of new open interest, and this is the estimate. 22,500 new longs came in to the market yesterday, up against the weekly kickoff low. That could, again, I say could, we don't know for sure, could be longer time frame buyers that looked at that level and said, all right, we're adjusting inventory, we're adding to longs in the S&P. Of course, they're going to be, they're always trading against other products, but that buying in the S&P seems to be continuing today. We've got positive 8,300 in Delta. I don't see any reason to sell this thing yet. Don't sell a directional market. As long as we can hold the opening ranges to low, I'm still looking for opportunities for longs. That's a long ways away. But we're starting to see the market reject value from yesterday in the S&Ps. What about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ was a little bit of a tougher trade because we opened inside of range. It took some time. Settlement was tested. We had a lot of time kind of hanging around the 200 session simple moving average. The opening range does remain the dead ass low, so you can't sell it. You got to look for longs, and those longs were kind of hard to come by today. Very good job, Dakota. I thought, just getting into some longs, sensing the fact that the market was going to be looking to the upside, and it certainly is. What are we looking at as far as targeting to the upside? Well, we've got those same single prints from back here on the 12th. That's the only weakness in structure that I can see until we get up to the 5% off the all-time high, which is 25,336. We did see some new buying coming in the NASDAQ yesterday. We saw 4,200 increase in open interest. Again, that's the estimate. It might be close, but it's telling us that we did see some new buying coming in. We never got the test of weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is a lot further off the highs, so it kind of makes sense. And what doesn't happen can sometimes be as important, if not more important, as what does. Look at gold. You guys were talking about gold up at 50.25. You've got a naked point of chill that remains unchecked from back here on the 13th. 50.2720. Visual target, short time frame controlled. The market targeted it, and you started to see some buying back off up there and some selling coming in. Not suggesting that is going to be the high, but it makes sense that coming to this visual target, this naked point of chill, was a great target for longs. If you were long, certainly wanted to lighten up. And if you were looking for shorts, it does offer the opportunity to limit risk. What do we got going on in crude oil? Oh, one last thing about gold as well as silver. We have a island bottom here, folks. Is it a clean island bottom? Debatable. But we gapped open from Monday to Tuesday's regular trading hour session. We gapped higher from Tuesday to today's. That is an island bottom. It is a reversal pattern. And you can see that the market has really grown some legs to the upside and traded to a short time frame visual target. And that is where the market has kind of found maybe some sellers up here, maybe some long liquidation up here. We don't know if that's going to be the high, but it makes sense. These visual levels we've been saying since that big break in the metals, with the lack of volume and the low liquidity, it's short time frame controlled. Short time frame levels are targeted and respected. Bam! There's an excellent example of it. Crude oil. We've before we even opened, we hit the $2 ATR for the session. We did get some news about Russian oil, so we're still holding this. It's still the opening range is the dead ass low. We're still holding this long. If we do see a visual target at 65.05, naked point of control from back here on February 11th. Other than that, I mean, you're going to be looking at a couple of areas here with some potential supply before we even get there. But right now, it looks like a pretty good trade, and it's still valid with the opening range at the dead ass low. That's my story, gentlemen, and I'm sticking to it. Good morning. Good morning, Dakota. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Yo, yo, yo.
Jack, I have to ask.
Yeah. What's up?
Did you take it?
Kind of. Yeah. We flipped
Okay.
it. We're flat. We made $20. What happened was there's a decent. We got what we wanted, right? It turned around exactly at 69.15. The problem was it did it very quickly, so I didn't get great trade location. It went in my favor a little bit and just kind of hung around, and now we're pushing back to what my entry would have been. So still interested to see how we react off this number. Still seems like a tough sledding to get through it.
Yeah, what was that? Off that, and again, we said it right. Jack's levels, they're not suggestions to take trades, just areas where we think the market has the potential to react to. And I would call that a reaction, right? We had a 40-point rally into a level, and it stopped within a couple of ticks. It was good for a 10-point sell-off there. It's a decent trade. But we'll see how the market continues to react here.
Yeah. And
how many did you sell, Jack?
Just two. I mean, like there was if you just did it right at you got like a 10, 11 point pullback if you timed it perfectly, but it just wasn't. Market's very strong right now, but especially when things are moving quickly, like where these levels, they can really put a break on a pretty runaway move here. You see how these are just 5-minute bars too. It's like people are looking for, there's nowhere you want to sell while it's doing this. And then you get to something like this, and some people take profit, they're hedging options. It's good stuff. So we'll see what we do here, but I still don't hate selling this.
Fair enough. Zooming out real quick, we have the White House press briefing, Fed Bowen speaking still, and those FOMC meeting minutes. That's to come out, and it's not the meeting, it's just the minutes from the previous meeting. Typically, it's a non-event, but that could still bring a little bit of volatility in. And of course, Trump signing at the close. I've seen this story before. I've seen this movie before, and it just feels like a zombie rally, to be honest, where it could be very tempting to short it on maybe some type of reversals, and we just keep grinding higher.
Interesting. So if it's a zombie rally, Dakota, how does a trader potentially get into this?
It's like,
if at all.
Yeah, 10, 20-point pullbacks. You just seen it right there, right? Where we had a little bit of a hesitation. And I mean, I don't want to know if you want to call this a hesitation, That was 50-point pullback,
Yes,
and then we're
bullish.
already back up making session highs. So looking for pullbacks to get in. I mean, look at this thing just pushing. Just a moment ago, we were at breaking through 25,000. Here we are at 25,060s. It's very difficult to get into a market like this psychologically.
Brooksy said the only way to get into a zombie rally is to become a zombie.
Ah,
Paul Santos in the chat asking, has there been any good news? Do we need good news for the equities to rally?
Mm-mm.
we just don't need
No.
bad
How about
news.
just no bad news? That's it.
Yeah, exactly. What's that saying?
Yep.
Yeah, you don't need news for the market to go up.
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Yeah.
Continuing to push higher, 69.1850 last trade in the S&P, 25.69 even last trade in the NASDAQ, 64.20 last trade here in crude oil. Hogue, do you know if we did anything with that crude oil trade? Are we still long too?
As far as I know, we're still long too.
That's your 26.90.40 last trade in the Russell, which looks to me like the leader of the equities. Continuing to push here, 50.26 last trade in gold. All right, we are about 45 minutes into the New York session open into fast markets. Let's take a look at our live funded traders and how they are doing. Who's up big so far? Ooh. Sushil up $37,822. We got Korab, $32,367. Jacob S, $19,703. Ajit, $17,970. And Kausar, hopefully I said that name correctly, up $14,199. Those are some live leaders for the day. Big numbers in the real live markets, pulling money out of the real live markets. Most important part is to take most of that home. If you're going to continue to trade, clearly these traders are seeing the markets well, but we want to end the day somewhere near those P&L highs. So really nice job to all those traders. Don't be afraid to lock it up.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're still long 2 MCL, same spot, 90s, 63.90.
2
We got a little
MCL.
pullback to 6,900 in the SPX.
Pull back in the NASDAQ. Is this a pullback to buy? Like that's 30 points.
I will not.
I will not either. Even though we're going to look
Jack
back at
says
this
no,
hindsight
Dakota,
and
no.
say maybe.
Hey, I mean, if it's a zombie rally,
Yeah,
I don't know if 20 points is enough though. I think it's more like a 50 point. If we look at the last real pullback, I'm looking at a 1 minute chart that was more like a 50 point pullback.
Yes.
All right,
I'll
buy
take
it
a
on the
50
turn
point.
here. We're seeing a little
really the
pullback in
the next kind of low volume node below in the NASDAQ where I would start to look to maybe buy it is around 25,010 to 25,000.
25.10. Looking for a little bit more of a pullback there. There's about a 40 point pullback from the highs there in the NASDAQ. Let's see if this sustains. We're back below Jack's 69.15 here in the S&P, 69.13 last trade there. Gold's still holding up pretty well here, 50.27.40 last trade in gold. Is this a buying opportunity? Tilt 50-50.
As of right now, Coach Jay, yes, that was a buyable dip. We're into the 60s again. Yeah, that was the dip to buy.
And I get it, right? The higher this goes, the tougher it's going to be to buy it.
Yeah. But we're talking about it.
Where?
Right? That's the important thing. Where do we get it?
The higher this goes, the tougher it's going to be to buy. What are the components looking like? What's the Mag 7 looking like right now? Still rallying? Are we slowing down there a little bit? NASDAQ's up 1.16% on the day.
Yeah, still
It's
rallying.
rallying. Big winners are Nvidia up 2.6%, Amazon up 2.3%, Meta is barely in the red. 10-year still hanging pat at 4.08. Once again, I just see like I have a lot of stocks that are like I watch that are just kind of proxies for super risky, I would say, or highly valued stocks. They're all doing quite well right now.
Nice. Palantir's
Stuff there,
up
Jack.
5.3. That's the one that mover. Walmart. Where's Walmart at? I got to add that to my tech index or my tech watch list.
Shout out to Wally World. Hogue, 2520 is 50% of that October 10th candle in the NASDAQ. We're holding above that right now. You're talking about 2510s. I like that general area. If we are going to continue to see buying step in here, how close are we to a daily ATR move?
I do see that 2520. I've still got that on there. We were talking about it this morning. We looked at the low of that bar yesterday in the NASDAQ. Didn't quite get there. Or did we?
Not quite. Not quite. We stopped a couple points above it. Yeah, about 50 points away.
Yep.
There,
So we're watching the
there
volume
is-
up here now, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, Hogue, just to see if there's some continuation. As far as daily ATR goes, daily ATR in the NASDAQ, 475 points. If we don't make a new low of the day, if the lows are in, we're at 370 points right now. So if we see an at range day, an at average range day, there's 100 points about still left in the NASDAQ here, which would put us, to the upside potentially. Put us somewhere around 25, 170s, 180s. That's a big if, right? Just trying to put the puzzle pieces together. But if this is a zombie rally, where do we have the potential to rally to is my question.
Jay, let's see this. 25, you just said 25, 170s, 180s. 25, 169.75 closes out the single prints on the double distribution trend day from the 12th of February. How's that?
Let's do it, Og. Is there a way for us to get into a trade there?
Yeah, we can try and find the pullback, the right pullback, right? Easier said than done.
I mean, we did. We got.
It seems stronger than we think because it's not giving me what I'm looking for a pullback. A little low volume node, a little bit lower than this, but it still might.
Yeah, and yeah, Dakota, you caught your piece of it. I mean, again, really nice trade. That first long was a scary trade, right? The market was selling off 80 points.
Man.
I'm gonna be honest. I did not expect you to get into a trade that early. I'm like, okay. He's seeing
like
it. When you see it, you see it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean immediately, right? That's what was saying. Someone was saying in the chat was like, as soon as fast markets start, boom, I'm into a long without any explanation. It's like you gotta be prepared and just execute. And with the hindsight, it's like, wow. If you weren't sitting there through that price action, it might have been easier to hold, right? Because once the candles are printed, it looks easy. But living through that, watching the crazy price action as those candles print, it's difficult, right? And the first thing that should be in the front of your mind is just risk management. I tried it twice, caught some very small pieces, up $79, and here we are, 300 points higher than settlement, which is just here we are getting a little bit of pullback. So there's always going to be more opportunity, and I'm happy with those decisions. That's all we could be.
Absolutely.
I gotta say, the next 20 points, if this was to rally, look horrendous. As far as the options landscape, maybe some of the worst I've seen while we're on Topstep TV. That's only now; it can disappear, or there could be news or stuff like that. But
what does that
I
mean,
don't know.
Jack?
I need a bigger dip to buy.
There's just nothing
This
there.
means that just like a ton of positive gamma from 6,900, 6,920 area there that is going to damper. That's the best way to explain it. Damper any moves to the upside. Like you're gonna need a lot of
Rallies.
buyers.
Got it.
Good stuff there, Jack. I mean, we're seeing that definitely some hesitation up here, right? It's a zone. 69.15 was that price. It's not going to stop exactly at 69.15, but we've seen the market slow down up here at these highs. So there's definitely something to that here. Taking a look at that tilt, still building long in the S&P, 63% long in the S&P, 54% long in the NASDAQ, 25,063 last trade there in the NASDAQ.
Once again,
Rusty still on its highs.
Update
wiggle here
on our crude trade. We've taken the risk off on it. We still have 2 on, but right now it's a little better than a scratch.
All right.
Go. Nice trade there in crude. No trade in the gold this morning for the opening range.
No, we did not. It did not necessarily. It didn't trigger to the long side, and then it took out the bottom of the opening range, which negates the trade. So we did not take it.
And here we go with the NASDAQ. We get in these 30-point
It's a flagging
pullbacks.
pattern here.
Buying it right back up. Maybe Coach J, maybe just break through
Maybe.
new session highs again.
Caveman.
Yeah. So, yep. They say, how do you trade the zombie rally? Become a zombie.
Become a zombie. What does that mean in trading? You just not think?
Caveman, right? Hey, market's going up. Let's go. Let's get with it.
Do have initial balance is going to be set here in about 2 minutes. Hogue, I think we can. Of course, anything can happen, but I do think the initial balance lows are probably in.
Lows are definitely in. Let me get those set up, and we'll take a look.
Some stuff. Take a look at the initial balance. That is the range of the first hour of trade. First hour here, 9:30 to 10:30 Eastern time, 8:30 to 9:30 Central time. The high and low range of that first hour. Initial balance low and high. And we'll get Hogue's updates on what we do with that information once we have it. Dan Emmett says, definitely your famous last words. If we take out that initial balance low here in the NASDAQ, you got it, NASDAQ. Do what you want here. We would need a 300-point sell-off in the next minute. Have we seen it happen? For sure. Do I see that happening today? I'd probably go ahead and say no. But hey, ACH.
Yeah, if they're
always one tweet away.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And they do seem to be perfectly timed tweets. I don't know if that's just coincidence or me with my tinfoil hat on, but news always seems to be perfectly timed at a technical level or something like that. So we'll see. But I think we can say the IB low is in for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. Get those in just a minute.
Pretty safe to say.
Yeah, I think we're good now, Hogue. I think we are good now. So let's take a look, Hogue. What do we have as the IB low in the S&P? And then we'll take a look at that IB high as well.
All right. S&P IB low. Also the low of the 1 minute opening range is 61.5. And we've just put in the IB high, 69.19 even.
$68.19 even.
Yes. And the NASDAQ, relatively large initial balances here. We've got the low, 24,752. Also the low of the opening range, the 1 minute opening range. And we've got the IB high at 25,074 in the NASDAQ.
Thank you for that, Hogue. Now, what do we do with that information? We are seeing potential turn here. The market is that buying is definitely weaker up here. And we've seen, again, we had about 20 minutes of just straight up buying, and we've seen that hesitation. Jack called out that 69.15 level. We're seeing the hesitation up there. You got a bunch of positive gamma above here. we're hearing Jack say that there's going to be a lot of energy to get through this range.
We're getting that pullback in the NASDAQ now. A little bit better.
That's supported by the size of the initial balance. It's going to take a lot of energy to continue this move to the upside. Bigger the opening range, the more energy it takes to extend.
Where do we buy it? Where can we buy this?
Where the sellers fail. Let's take a look. Where do we got a New York session VWAP here in the NASDAQ? I got a New York session VWAP 24,910. I'm kind of looking at what Hogue is saying here. Yeah, but pretty wide initial balance range. We've got an extended from VWAP. Is this the bigger flush that we're looking for, maybe for a better buy opportunity? That flagging pattern I had. What time frame, Hogue?
I think Dakota.
5 minute?
For
NASDAQ?
What time frame?
5 minute NASDAQ.
5 minute.
Yeah, 5 minute NASDAQ. I mean, that's a 3-bar reversal. Technically that's a 3-bar reversal here in the NASDAQ. I would play this if I was looking to short this market. I would look for 25,000. I would do. I mean, that's the trade setup right there. Play down to 25,000. If I'm to chart it out, I would be getting it. Let's just be something like this: 25,000. I'd risk the high of day. Just that's what the trade would look like, right there. Target 25,000 entry.
It's where we fall into low volume.
Okay. Yeah, entries like 35, stop loss at 75, and that would be a nice, maybe a 1-to-1 trade if you could get it. That's all I would see to the short side. So maybe that means there's could be some good long opportunities down there. I don't like to play the short side after all this momentum right now.
I'm with you.
We'll see. We'll just watch and see how it plays out. That's all we can do, right?
Yeah, we don't have to trade, like you say.
Trading's optional. Yep.
69.09 last trade here in the S&P. 25.28 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Tilt 50-50 in the S&P, 64% short in the NASDAQ. Take a look at gold, kind of hovering around these 50-25s. Halfway through that aggressive sell-off that we had, that 3-day sell-off. Gold found its happy place for now.
Found its happy.
Gonna take a lot of energy. Move up. It's a lot of in the back of people's minds, some geopolitical things going on that could happen at some moment.
Yep.
How many times do you go to the well with that trade, Jack? It's a different trade now, I feel like.
It's where I want to risk it now, too. It's like, I mean, the trade worked. I was a wuss. But besides that, it would be like where you put your risk here is like maybe this would be more of a longer, like smaller trade where I give it, I don't know. Let me think for a moment and come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking myself into something here.
Haven't we all been there as traders? Haven't we all been there?
Oh, yeah. If you look, you'll find it.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes you're looking in a terrible place, but that's why we manage our risk, right? Because you never truly know. I think that's the question right now, right? If you do take a short here, what is the risk on this trade? Is it actually playing out? What's the probability of it working out, right? We got to ask all those questions in real time based on data that we've seen, time and time again, right? I think the scariest place to be in as a trader is random results in either direction, right? Random wins or losses, because you don't know how to replicate random wins. So Scary place to
Correct.
be. So
Last night I had that conversation with the chat. Mechanical trading versus intuition, right? Where you don't, like, in my point of view, and this is my opinion, you don't want to be 100% mechanical, and you also don't want to be 100% intuition. I think there's
100%.
a good mix, but the majority needs to be mechanical so you can actually measure it. There's a percentage of intuition and experience that you get, as you've gained experience in these markets. That's something that's a little more difficult to measure. Is a little bit of intuition that you gain through experience.
And all of that comes from experience, which I think is a great tie-in for our Top Step tip of the week. Be prepared to reinvent yourself. The markets are all about change. Markets change people, and people change the markets. Your market niche, if you will likely change over time. And trading is as much of an art as it is a science. That's exactly what Dakota was just talking about there, right? Dakota, there's probably a time in your trading where you tried to be solely discretionary. Probably another time in your trading where you said, hey, this has to be mechanical. What you learn is it's a combination of both. It's a mix of both that ultimately works out in the end for you. Dakota, I think I asked Hogue this yesterday. How many times have you had to reinvent yourself as a trader?
Twice a year, man. Every year, twice a year.
Twice a year.
Not dramatically,
Twice a
though,
year.
right? Not like where I throw everything out and say, okay, I'm now going to use this new strategy and these new indicators. But slightly, right? You're slightly evolving as a trader as these markets change. So I'd say there's a few times a year that I have to make some adjustments in the way I view the markets. And I go through ups and downs as well. Beautiful thing about a prop firm is when I make mistakes in a prop firm, it's pretty dang cheap. If I make mistakes in my own personal, it gets a little expensive.
Never be afraid to reinvent yourself.
How about you, Jay? How many times have you had to reinvent yourself?
How many times? I mean, I can't count. It happens often, and I think why it happens so much is because the market states change. Right? We came from 2025, the second half of 2025, where all the equities did was rally, and now in the last 4 months, all we've seen is consolidation. If you don't reinvent yourself on a day to day, you're going to be trading a market state that is not there anymore. Right, and you're swinging at a pitch that is not there. So it happens all the time. Like you said, twice a year. I hesitate to say every day, but it happens a lot. It happens a lot.
Yeah, I guess you got to define it, right? Because you could look at it and say, hey, every day is a new day, every week's a new week. You got to look at things different. I say just completely take a step back, go back into like a simulated account, go back to the drawing board and say, is this me or the markets? And then have to really, reinvent yourself, or at least rethink your strategy and how you view the markets. But yeah, you could technically say you do it every single week or every day. You got to just
for sure
come back with a blank canvas and take it with a grain of salt.
I mean, we see Jack do it, right? Jack, you talk about it. Your professional trading experience is almost nothing like what we do here, right? As far as the directional trades that we're taking here. What is that process like for you, right? Like this kind of goes against your nature as a trader.
It's a very fun challenge because I don't like, or I have an aversion to trading things that aren't hedged. Like some kind of spread, some kind of pair, some kind of option versus something else. I generally like to hold a little bit longer too. I guess it's a way to stay in, for me, it's just a way to stay in trades longer to maximize sort of like whether your idea works.
Makes sense.
Speaking of being flexible on biases, we are eating into some of the resistance I was talking about above here. There's still a lot of it, but it is decreasing.
New session highs NASDAQ. We just broke through it. There's a dip to buy.
Yep.
This goes Zumo. So yeah, market state changes frequently. It's usually based out of New York. Depending on the day, maybe Utah, maybe Texas.
That's one.
Hey,
That's one. Hogue those 20s in the NASDAQ, man. They held. That's 50% of the October 10th candle.
Yep. Yeah,
They're
it didn't
holding.
quite
Now
get to the 10s or evens, but 20s were good, man. Look at that. Almost to the tick.
Now we're above the
We're
IB.
extending the range now, too.
Yes, we are. So failed downside auction would have to be, or the state of the auction, Hogue, you're going to define it in the next 19 minutes or so, right? At the close of this half an hour, it's either a successful or a failed auction, right? We looked above that initial balance high. Can price and volume sustain above that, or do we just fall back into it?
Correct. Correct. Yeah, we'll be watching this. We did take a couple of ticks look above it in the S&Ps. Be watching the dome as well. But let's give this a little bit of time. There may be some opportunity here, either for continuation or for a failed upside auction. Not feeling good about the failed upside auction, but I don't get to choose that.
Starting to see puzzle pieces coming together. Jack says we're eating into some of this resistance up here that was initially heavy, where we saw that hesitation. Looks a little more fluid now, potentially to the upside, extending the initial balance to the upside. Again, there's no guarantees, but it's our job as traders to put the puzzle pieces together and find out where our trades fit in. Dakota was talking about zombie rally earlier. We got 100 points of ATR left to the upside. It's an interesting puzzle. We'll see what plays out, but an interesting puzzle for sure. Bitcoin catching a little bit of a bid. Gold is definitely slowed down here. Crude oil 64. Go ahead, Dakota.
Just looking at these market overall, there's just lots of buying today.
Across the board.
Yes.
Across the board. Hogue, speaking of that, what is it? You have Delta, S&P and NASDAQ?
Yeah. S&P 9,600 positive, 4,300 positive in the NASDAQ. Congruent with direction.
Those are pretty big numbers, especially for the NASDAQ. 4,300 in the NASDAQ's a lot.
Yes.
Lots of people coming in buying at market.
Keep an eye on that. 9,600 S&P, 46 in the NASDAQ. Thank you for that, Hogue. That delta we are talking about is the difference in volume between market order buys and sells. Right now, congruent with direction, we're seeing more buyers, more aggressive buyers and sellers coming into this market. We don't know why they're buying. They could be buying to cover shorts. They could be buying because the market's going up. But either way, they are getting what they want right now.
Looking around,
so Bitcoin catching a little bit of a bid.
It's kind of a waiting game right now for me. Just waiting to see what we do. We've been hovering around these 25.50s plus or minus 10, 20 points, just kind of consolidating.
An interesting spot. Dolby Time asking the question in the chat. Anyone looking for shorts? It feels like it could go either way, right? Higher time frame is pretty range bound. We're in the middle of that range.
Was that the daily?
The daily day time frame.
Okay.
We've had a really nice rally, but we are stalling out up here. I could see it. I think any trade could play out here. The question is how much are you willing to pay to figure out whether that idea, the market agrees with that idea?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a decent pullback. Yeah, flip a coin. Flip a coin. That's how I feel right now. Let's see how it plays out.
The least exciting option is we get stuck around this 6,900 SPX, which is probably, if I was a betting man, or like I guess the options market is betting, is probably the most likely place we are at expiration on Friday. I had to guess.
Data gang. Data gang coming out.
Data gang will be paid.
Yeah, if we get hourly options here, I'd be looking attractive.
That would be sick.
Fire up the Nadex account.
Flip the old Nadex account.
Mhm.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, that's
Probably have
not
like
hourly
32 cents
option.
left in one of those.
Yep, I'd sell vertical here in the NASDAQ at 25,050.
Well, but just think about the cool. I mean, I don't want to tempt them, but think about the cool things that'll be opened up where, like, instead of a stop loss on like your future, you could, if you were long, buy a put at that level and go long the future, and then just hold the trade. Like, no, your stop is set. I mean, that's interesting.
Man, that's turning. Oh, that's something else, Jack. Now that you say that, huh?
These guys are thinking here now.
Yeah, no,
Thinking
that's
here.
got me really interested. I would love to
And
own
as far
like.
as, oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was gonna say I'd love to. Yeah, if there's hourly options here in the Nasdaq, just buy the Nasdaq outright one and then sell hourly puts going into the club as we rally. That would be insane.
That's the other thing that I'm most interested. What I talked about earlier with spreading is when they open up the single stock options. That's very interesting to me. We talked about. Let me show this real quick. With spreads, this white line. So this is the GLD divided by SLV, and we were watching this, and we were musing back on, I guess, the 14th of January. We were talking about like maybe this is a trade we'd put on.
Yeah.
And what I like about this is it's essentially a short silver trade, right? Because silver was going out of control at that point. But if you want to short silver, it's like that's incredibly dangerous. You're not just shorting silver, you're shorting it's basically like a long dollar position. It's demand for commodities or gold. So if you want to take
Right.
it out, I mean, like, you can go short silver by going long gold, short silver, and take out a lot of that volatility. And as silver's come off, it's reacted as we would think. Same thing with bond spreads. With single stock futures, if we have them, then it becomes very interesting that if you're playing individual stocks, that you can take out, say your NQ risk if you hedge it right.
Yeah, overnight too.
Jack,
Yeah.
that white line on that gold silver chart, was that where you would have put on the trade?
I did put on a trade. It was structured a little bit differently.
Got you. Okay.
Probably
We're
would have made like
continuing
with that chart over there. We probably wouldn't have made that much because it'd be something you kind of fade slowly into.
Yeah, got you. Makes sense. New highs of the day here in the S&P and the NASDAQ. 25,083 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 69,1950 last trade in the S&P. Continuing to grind higher here.
Where do
50-point pullbacks.
Those are we seen it. I've seen this movie before. We've seen it. It's grind higher zombie rally.
Yep.
The crazy thing is when we all sit here talking about it, and it's just still difficult to trade it.
From that previous high we had at was it 73s, we got a 50-point pullback, 52 points. We held those 20s, which was 50% of that October 10th candle, and we're up from there. Yeah, the question is, where do you buy it? Where's the risk? As we get closer to these 25 100s, the more I'd probably hesitate to buy it, especially because of the volume that we're seeing, right? Look at the volume on the way, since the open. The last 40 minutes have all been lower than average volume on a 3-minute. So it's definitely slowed down here. You'd be asking for market participants to continue to step up and buy higher here on lower volume. So that would be the one concern I have buying up here, right? I don't know that I would. We get that question all the time, right? How do you hold on to trades? If I'm buying it up here, that's not a trade I'm holding on to. It's either going to go or it's not. Because we do have the potential to just kind of fill this back in here. Welcome back, Hogue.
I hope so.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Got 10 minutes to confirm this auction.
It's a cheap short up here, man. Question is the high end. There's some liquidity above in the S&Ps. There's 400 on the
Okay.
offer at 69.22, 200 on the offer at 69.23. A couple of hundred lots above that as well. If we're going to go take out that liquidity, we may not be done to the upside.
We're at exactly 6,900 in the SPX right now. We've had good long chance to debate this.
So
Yeah, we
it's a preemptive failed upside auction here.
Okay. Okay.
Take it with smaller size, Hogue? Or do you just wait?
Well, I'd like to get as close to the hourly as I can, and I'm not liking all that liquidity above here in the S&Ps. Maybe we could probably sweep that and then see what we look at after that. Not ready to sell it yet, although it is cheap. I mean, you put in a new high and you're out.
Putting the puzzle pieces together, there is that liquidity up there. Is 386 offered at 69.22, another 196 at 69.23 up there in the S&P. Not really seeing much in the NASDAQ as far as the order book goes. Kind of thin there.
I think it goes back to the pit, Jay. When you have an order to sell 384, you offer 400. It's just easier.
Yeah. So you think that's maybe someone up there with 300 and then
Probably
maybe 350?
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, just by looking at the rest of the dome. Yep.
Jump on for the ride. Speaking of the pit, no, we don't talk about TV shows often, but has anyone seen that show, The Pit?
What's it
Yeah.
about?
Seen the first episode so far.
It's a deep show, man. It's about a emergency room in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Shout out to all of our healthcare workers. That's all I have to say after watching that show.
Interesting.
I feel like I've seen it before, like ER, Grey's Anatomy. My wife's watching it. I watched a few episodes. It's pretty good.
It's good, man. It's good. It's heavy though. It's heavy. Say that.
Yeah,
unlike-
they do get pretty involved in some of the blood and guts of the ER.
Of blood and guts, yeah.
Oh man, that's how the
do you
shorts
see,
are
Dakota?
feeling today in the Nasdaq.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here's why we don't short
They're
it
going
yet.
to the pit. They're taking it to the pit.
Shorts might need an ER here. Hopefully you know where your risk is. Whatever trade you're taking. Again, there's no guarantees. We deal in uncertainty each and every day in the markets. Hopefully you know where your risk is. 25,066 last trade in the NASDAQ. 69.15. We are kind of hovering around here. These 69.15s in the S&P.
Jay, you know that one doctor, Noah Wiley is his real name, but
Okay.
he's
yeah.
going on sabbatical for 3 months, and he's taking a motorcycle trip for 3 months. He's taking it on a 1969 Triumph Bonneville. Not the most comfortable motorcycle to be driving tens of thousands of miles on, but something I did something similar when I was a doctor.
I was going to say, Hogue. Did you document any of that experience, Hogue? Taking pictures and writing about it?
Yeah, I've got pictures. Yep.
Got your own
I got pictures.
motorcycle diary going on?
Yeah. I was 24 years old. I don't know if I could do it now, but maybe trail a motorcycle behind the truck. It was hard work, man. 3 months on the road, sleeping in a tent.
Ooh,
That's a lot.
and there goes session highs.
Session highs continuing to grind higher here. 25.88 last trade in the NASDAQ. Become a zombie. Become a zombie, Dakota. That was the trade.
Did you go to Sturgis?
Did not. I did not go to Sturgis. As a matter of fact, the year I took that trip was the 80th anniversary for Harley Davidson. So we're heading west, and every Harley was heading east to Milwaukee to the big party that they were having. So we were heading the wrong way. Did go to the Black Hills though.
Oh, very
New
nice.
highs. New highs here, NASDAQ and the S&P. Two cats in a man suit says, are we going to talk about gold or silver? Gold is pulling back here just a little bit. We talked about that 50-25 area in gold. Definitely seeing some hesitation up there as well. That is 50% of the 3-day sell-off that we had. Gold right now trading 50.16. Silver, I'll be honest, I'm not going to talk too much about silver. I haven't looked at it to trade much recently, but if you guys have any opinions on that, it is our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 5.46% on the day.
Always our biggest percentage mover, man. Every time I look
Always.
at it, we're up or down 5% plus. It's still insanely volatile. Yeah, metals are still volatile. Like that's what I'm seeing every single day, every night.
Gold is
during slow markets, but gold's stabled a little bit.
Gold's coming
right?
off
Everyone
that,
got that email from
coming off
Topstep
that
last night
-1 in
about.
control.
There we go.
Oh,
Right.
Took out some of
We're
that
getting our
size up
answer
there.
here.
Yes, we are. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We need a 30-minute candle close above 69.19 to confirm the upside auction there, Hogue.
Yes. Yes. And by confirmed, it's a definite maybe.
Yeah, right.
We never really
Not
know.
not the most convincing confirmation here if we close like a point above it, but we'll see what happens here. Top of the hour coming up in about 2 minutes. Been pretty quiet as far as news goes today. Not really seeing many headlines flying around. We do have the Fed minutes coming up later today. New highs here in the NASDAQ. Here are these 100s. What's sitting up here? What's up here? At 100s, 57 contracts on the offer. That is a passive seller, 57 contracts at 25,100 evens.
Let's go fill them.
See if we go take those out.
Still seeing liquidity above price here in the S&Ps. Couple hundred on the offer at 69.23, couple hundred on the offer between 69.24, 75 and 25. Still seeing some offers coming in up here. It's kind of favorable for continuation. I'm watching the dome. I'm looking for a lot of eyeballs on the dome, a lot of orders being placed and canceled, and robust price movement. On a zombie rally, it looks a lot different than when you've got real strong movement coming. The final open interest number for the S&Ps came out just now. And the preliminary said there was an additional 22,000 new contracts created yesterday. Actual 16,800. Still a pretty good jump in open interest, indicating we did see some real buying coming in yesterday. Hence, possible continuation today, which we are currently seeing. Here we go. We are less than a minute away from seeing if we're going to close this 30-minute bar above the IB high. I have a feeling that Jack, you may be absolutely right that we may just get stuck around here. And when we get stuck around an IB high or an IB low, turns into a bit of a chop session. So be careful. Unless we get something definitive up here in either the S&P or the NASDAQ, whether we're going to accept or reject above the initial balance high, be cautious.
And
Thanks, Hogue.
there you go.
All right.
Top of the hour.
Nothing definitive in the S&Ps, but we did leave single prints in the NASDAQ. If we keep those single prints, in other words, we don't return back to 25,074, you want to look to long.
5074. Would
The
a test and
IBI.
rejection of those would a test and rejection of those single prints, Hogue,
Yes.
get you into a trade here? Yeah.
Yes.
Looking at those initial balance highs that we took a look at about a half an hour ago. And now we're seeing how we can use that information for a potential trade. Again, nothing is a guarantee. We're seeing the S&P accept price right now back inside the initial balance, but the NASDAQ is trading above it.
So the S&Ps makes it so difficult with this current situation. with all that liquidity above, I like the longs, but it's hard to take because we closed out and traded back into the IB high. But there's nothing finite. There's, the same thing never happens exactly the same twice, which makes this so fun and challenging.
Just buy the dip, man. This is insane watching this market. We've been saying it all morning. Just where do we buy it? The zombie rally. It's so hard.
Saying Dakota, about an hour ago, you said you've seen this movie, and it's the zombie rally movie. How does it normally end?
Yeah, it ends with shorts trying to keep shorting up here and it getting squeezed. Yep. It's hard. I mean, you look at this on the 5-minute chart, and we got wicks to the upside, wicks to the downside, and we're just drifting higher. And
here we are, stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah. It's where do we get? Where do we do it? What do we do? Hands on butts. Wait, come back. Wait for pullbacks. It's very, very tempting to short up at these levels, but the markets stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. All those sayings come into play. And just watch it.
It's hard to go to. It's hard to go to because the S&Ps are saying sell it, NASDAQ saying buy it.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the NQ. So what I see really is that we just have not, it hasn't really been a zombie rally there, right? We still have not convincingly gotten through that 6,900 SPX. We're just 3 points above it right now.
Interesting spot here. Practicing some patience, letting the market determine what it is going to do. And then we go from there. House count still long. Crude oil, 64.15 last trade over there. Maybe this will get it done. Let's bring in Dr. Volatility himself for some announcements, and we'll come right back to the charts. What do we got, James?
Hey, Jay. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It's me, James, and I'm here to tell you the things that you need to know to stay in the know about all things Topstep and Topstep TV. And today I am talking about Topstep TV on Instagram. That's right, education straight from the crew at your fingertips. If you're not already following Topstep TV on Instagram, what are you waiting for? We got a whole new facelift on there so we can see fresh new posts, new designs, new colors, and new engagement coming your way. Best of, highlight clips, and more await you at the Topstep TV Instagram page. The link is going to be dropping in chat momentarily, and once it's there, go ahead and click on it and then slap that follow button. We love to see you guys engage with us on all social media platforms, but especially Instagram. So go ahead, click on the link, and join in on the conversation today on one of the most popular apps out there. Then, after you're done checking out our Topstep TV Instagram page, it's time to talk about group coaching. Group coaching. The part of the show where we sit down and answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Now, if you're wondering how do I get my question read live on Topstep TV, I'll tell you, we're going to drop another link in the chat, and we're going to pin this one to the top of the chat. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to click on the link, fill out a question, and then be back in your seats for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time. Each day, we are joined by 3 different Topstep TV personalities, and today we are sitting down with Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop for group coaching. That's right. If you watched group coaching yesterday, you saw Anne-Marie there, and now you're getting a double dose of the AM in group coaching. If you have a question for Anne-Marie, a question for Hogue, or a question for Hoop, then you're going to want to go ahead and click on that link that I mentioned earlier. Get your question in. And then again, the time to be back, 12 p.m. Central Time. But what am I talking about? You're not going anywhere because there's tons of bell-to-bell action heading your way. But if you got a friend you know who isn't watching, let them know. Group coaching. It's on at 12 p.m. Central Time. That's what I got for you guys now. Let's head it back to you guys in the charts. Jay, how we looking?
You did it, James. You did it. New highs of the day in the NASDAQ and the S&P, 25,112. New high of the day in the NASDAQ, 69.22. Last trade here in the S&P made a high there of 69.23. Continuing to go. Now, so what I'm looking at here is we are getting closer and closer to that daily ATR move here in the NASDAQ again. 478 points is the daily ATR. That's an average. Doesn't mean it has to stop exactly there, but that was those 170s to 180s we were talking about as a potential target. It's about 60 points off of where we are right now. Can this continue to grind higher?
NASDAQ is winning.
Yes, it is.
Still liquidity above in the S&Ps. The dome looks like there's eyes on it. Again, it's subjective. Zombie rallies look different than strong, although zombie rallies can be strong. But here's the single prints in the NASDAQ. Just gonna point them out here. There's the singles. There they are.
My chart's up here, Hope.
See them there?
What's that price range you're looking at? I think I just mapped them out there.
From the initial balance high, 24,074 up to 25,082.5. Those are those singles. So some would call that a fair value gap, but it's excess below price. It's an imbalance in the market.
You can see it held that imbalance.
That's what tells us. That's what gives us the opportunity to maybe, or probability to see continuation to the upside. If we don't close those single prints out, one of two things is going to happen. It's going to range up there, or it's going to continue to push higher. Right now, it's continuing to push higher. We're still seeing liquidity above here in the S&Ps. There's 200 on the offer at 69.30. There's 100 on the offer at 69.27. There's 100 lots all the way up. There's nothing below as far as liquidity until we get down to 6,900, where there's 300 on that bid. So we're still seeing more liquidity above, eyeballs on the market. Still seeing it here, and that's focusing on the S&Ps. Now the S&Ps did not leave those single prints. They looked into the initial balance. Okay, you can see there's no single prints here. You looked into the initial balance, but it's showing rejection of that price, possibly being led by the NASDAQ, at least for now. Anything can change, of course, but we're still seeing liquidity above here in the S&Ps. I'm looking for this market to continue to move higher. And that goes congruent with the opening range being the low of the day. One time framing higher, every 30-minute bar is at a higher high and a higher low. Seems to be slowing a little bit. And like Jack said, this is a sticky area, but who knows what's going to happen here.
Where do we buy it?
Thank you, Hogue.
Nice work.
A little pullback here. See if those 100s hold in the NASDAQ. That single print area Hogue was talking about, 82s, was that high. See the market's response to that.
Okay, we got a little bit of selling. More selling we've seen so far this morning.
50-point pullbacks.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. We take out those single prints, things change a little bit.
I could see us getting back down to those 050s.
That would put us about 50 points, Dakota. That would be a 50-point pullback from that high.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We just buy it. Was that our opportunity to buy it and we go back up to session high?
Tapped right into that single print high. Hogue, 82s.
Yep.
So far. Of course, that's the first test. Euro close in about 20 minutes. And we continue. Hogue, what's a delta look like right now? Last time we checked, it was about 45 minutes ago. We had positive 9,600 in the S&P, positive 4,600 in the NASDAQ.
8,100 positive in the S&Ps now, and 4,400 positive in the NASDAQ now.
Pulling back just a little bit.
I'm going to do this. Short 1 micro from 31.
Short.
Small size. I'm looking for those 050s. Let's see if we could get Yeah, that's it. One micro, just small size, not risking hardly anything. I'd still be green on the day if this is a loss. So there you go. That's what I'm looking for.
You got
Let's see.
91, Dakota?
I got 90 and 3/4. So
90 and
basically
3/4.
91. Yeah. There you go. I'm looking for a little bit deeper of a pullback. I like that wick and that rejection of those 100s, and the fact that we, bounced up to these 95s, seeing some resistance there.
S&Ps are with you there, Dakota.
I know. Yeah, it's not like one of those setups where I'm like, this is A plus where I'm gonna build a position. This is a decent setup where I'm okay with a 1-to-1 risk reward on a micro after I've already have some profits. But that's it. That's all. That's it. I won't risk more than $100 on this.
I think that's a good call.
So one thing that caught my interest, because I hadn't thought about it this way, but with the AI CapEx stuff, I was talking about how we go through these like quarterly, like AI's done or something like that.
Yeah.
But even if you are a believer, one thing that is probably causing some of the sell-off or just a re-examining of the Mag 7 names, all of them are off pretty much, is that they're not buying back as much stock, right? If you're going to spend $185 billion in cash, that's $185 billion that can't be used to buy your stock back. And if we look at like Apple, for instance, I saw an awesome chart of like Apple is just sitting on the sidelines, right? Amazon's doing 200 billion next year. I think Google's doing like 185, and like Apple's doing like basically nothing. So during this
Okay.
most recent downturn, we've seen a couple of days where like Apple's fared pretty well.
So you saying Apple's holding up, but they're making the least investment in AI right now.
Well, it's something that might be looked, yes, as far as the drawdowns compared to some of the competitors, right?
Makes sense.
Okay.
An opinion on buybacks here in the chat. Buybacks are the worst. They put the money in the bubble instead of increasing salaries and overall economy.
Well, this is something that can be fixed by there's two critiques there. The one I'd say is it's just bad tax policy in general. Basically, the reason everyone does buy box, I'll be back, is because dividends are taxed higher than share appreciation. You don't have to pay taxes until you sell it, and the rates are lower. So stocks have overwhelmingly gone towards buying back stock. As far as the investment component, I mean, that's debatable. Like a lot of these companies you don't want to make bad investments. I mean, a lot of people abuse it, but some of these companies make way too much to I don't know.
You're also helping some C-suite stock options.
That's true.
For sure. Seeing micro Bitcoin selling a little bit here, 67,125 last trade there. It was above 68,400 for a little bit here. Kind of back near its lows. Low of the New York session is 66,745. Got Dakota short the micro NASDAQ right now, just a one lot from 90.75. Taking a look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board. House count still long crude oil. It's the all-day trade over there in crude. Market's definitely slowed down here, but when the markets slow down, that's when you got to watch out. There's a headline, there's a tweet, there's something coming. We got 5 hours of trading left. He's not going to just stay here, I don't think.
Yeah.
You're going to say, Hogue?
It shouldn't.
You want to kill a rally? Tell it it's going to rally.
We buy it. That's what you just buy it. It'll kill the rally.
50, 18, 90 last trade there in gold. Those 50-25s, interesting spot there in gold. Hogue, you've been saying it since we had that 3-day sell-off that this market, gold market, has the potential to be in a very long balance range here. It could be months that we are talking about the same prices here in gold. Of course, rollover is going to change that for futures traders. But as far as direction goes, all of the direction is out of these markets, out of the metal markets. Silver, just bouncing off the lows of that sell-off. But look at the volume. Look at the volume trading in silver here. Yesterday traded 43,000 contracts. It's like, and each day it gets worse. There's a lot of
volume
dust
is
is
just
still
crushed.
settling. Yes, it has been. Equities pushing,
And we know
slowly
in
creeping
gold,
higher here.
as we were putting in those highs, when we came off those highs, we lost 25% of the open interest. Hence, illiquidity.
This says copper's juicy. Or silver roll may get weird. Ooh, yeah, the silver roll might get a little weird.
Speaking of copper, shout out to D, who changed the name and the time of her segment on Topstep TV. It's now Metal Markets with D, 5:30 Eastern Time. You can join Coach D there. Trading in the metals, she definitely trades copper. It's a mover. Copper does move. I mean, it's up 2.5% on the day. Make sure you join Coach Deanna for Metal Markets here on Topstep TV.
Love
Coach
the change. I get to watch it now. I get to watch it now. That's awesome.
Gringo Diablo. What a horrible trade. Hopefully you manage risk on that one. No, you're not talking about this one.
I mean, I don't see this as a horrible trade at all. The risk is managed. You're going counter trend, so you're taking it with reasonable size. And every once in a while, Dakota, we were talking about those zombie movies. Every once in a while, one of those shows or movies has a hero that says, "You know what? I'm not going to let the zombies take over." That's you right now. Stepping in front of this zombie rally and say, "You know what? This is where it stops."
I think they're talking about their own trade.
They're talking about their own trade. My bad.
Yeah. Just manage your risk, no matter what. That's the most important thing. If the risk is managed, no trade's a horrible trade. Right?
You're seeing that selling here. Dan Emmons cheering on the sellers. Step on that gas.
Yeah, the 6,900 is still holding strong. Added a little bit more positive gamma.
Would you back below 15s here, Jack? Would you think about another short, or something have to change here?
It's tough because this could just be sticky too with the expirations.
Yeah, I've been saying that.
I mean, this is probably a chart I'm going to look back on and be like, "Oh, what an easy trade," but living through it is a different story.
To me, it kind of feels like a time of day thing, right? Where I think price-wise, level-wise, I really love the shorts up here. But with the lower volume that we've seen in the last hour or so, it's going to take, some momentum some momentum to break out of this range in either direction. When is that more likely to happen? Probably around, those, we still got Fed minutes later in the day. You got expiration. So probably later in the day, it seems like a time of day trade. Or you just do what Dakota did, sell it, and it's working in your favor right now.
I will always say it. If risk is managed, there's no trade that's horrible.
No bad trade.
Yep, no bad trade if risk is managed.
I mean, how many times have you put on a quote unquote good trade and over leveraged and you were out before it actually went in your direction?
Hey, dude, there's some good trades that you take losses on, and that was a good trade.
It was a good trade, but I put on way too much size and I couldn't stomach the risk. And now, I'm changing my entire trading plan. It's like, nope, you take it with the right size.
Oh, I did that once horrifically in options, and the good news, it was definitely a learning experience because it completely changed the way I approach things like that.
Yeah.
The trade worked out.
Spectacularly so. It's getting too cute. That was like a 2022. Like I owned. It was Palantir once again, as many of these go into, and I was just kind of getting levered up with call options to kind of increase the exposure, but thinking it's a safe, like, hey man, it's not going to go down to half right now. I'll get all the upside. And if I just bought shares, like the rest of the shares, so that all went to zero, which was not great.
Let's see.
Chat is spicy today. Chat's spicy every day. We
Yeah, they
appreciate you
are.
all being here. If you haven't done so already,
Yeah.
hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you being here.
That's always spicy. They tried to give me the shadow box last night.
What?
Yeah.
They just want to see your skills.
Sitting down shadow boxing, I guess.
Yeah, I
Tonight,
guess so.
if we get to like 900 likes tonight, I might.
900 likes on slow markets. If we get to 1,000 before fast markets is over, Dakota will shadow box here for whoever was asking. I don't know why they were asking that, but
Hey, what are you doing, JJ? I'm
that's how you
putting my
drive a
price
show,
out
man.
there.
That's how you drive engagement. What do you mean? Can you guys talk about how to hold trades longer? I think the market conditions, I'll give my opinion on this. Market conditions have to facilitate holding onto a trade. If you are in a range-bound market where the market's chopping around, what are we trying to hold on to, right? Are we holding on to the idea that something is going to work, or are we holding on to something actually working, right? That's the question I ask myself. Every trade that I take, am I trading what the market is saying or what I'm looking for? And if I was long up here, I don't know that I could hold on to a trade. To me, it's see profit take. If I was long from where Dakota was long earlier, settlement where we have enough runway potentially if the market's going to go, then maybe you can make a different decision. But even then, right, you don't know for sure. But I think the market conditions have to say that, hey, there's potential for this move to keep going.
Yeah.
Anybody else
Best
want to?
way that I have found to hold on to trades longer is smaller size, right?
Yep.
It's like the less you care about the trade, the easier it is to not let your emotions get to it. Just like put the trade on. It's easy to do in a demo account, right? Practice account. You place a trade, you don't care what happens, and you're like, oh, I held that. I caught like this huge move because I didn't care what happened. Smaller size. It's like care less, but don't trade carelessly, or I can't remember what. Hogue, I know you said that pretty well.
Trade carefree, but not care less.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Trade carefree, but not care less.
Hogue, you say it all the time, right? You're a higher time frame trader, right? You see traders on Topstep TV. Sometimes we're on a 1 minute chart or 3 minute chart, but you look at the 30, right? TPO charts are built off a 30-minute. Is it easier for you to hold? Is it easier for you to hold trades in that your strategy is built around a higher time frame chart?
I believe so. I think if I'm in a trade off a 30-minute chart and I start looking at a 1 or a 5 minute chart, I'll freak myself out of that trade in no time. So a lot of it depends on your time frame that you're looking at to take the trade to begin with. And if the better you are at recognizing the context of the market, some markets aren't going to offer you a big move. Some markets are, and if you can, recognize that early, then you're in a better position to try and hold on to a trade like that. But it's never going to be easy. I mean, we don't know what the market's going to do. There have been plenty of days where I was like, well, I was looking for a range day and it turned into a trend day. But the earlier I can recognize that, the better off I can manage the risk on that. And the better off I'll be to try and get into the move to, a sustained move. right now, I still feel as though this is a sustained upside move because I'm looking at a 30-minute chart. There have probably been plenty of reversal patterns on a 1 or a 2 or a 5 or a, even a 15-minute chart. But right now, just with the NASDAQ holding above the IB high and higher highs, higher lows, to me, it still looks like a sustained move to the upside. Even the S&P, even though the current 30-minute bar is red, it's still a higher high and a higher low. So we're one-time framing higher. That hasn't changed yet. And if I'm focused on the NASDAQ, I'm watching that IB high. If we can't take out that IB high, then there's only one of two things that can happen. It's either going to range up here or continue up here. One of the two.
Yeah.
If it takes it out, then things may change. But still, we're
Talking
still
about range.
on a 30-minute chart. We're still looking at a move that is still underway to the upside.
Thank you
This
for that.
5-minute chart, if you want to see a definition of a barcode, that's a barcode on the 5-minute chart here in the NASDAQ.
There you go.
The last
Yeah, seriously.
There you go.
Yeah, that green, red, just lined up
So what does that
pretty well.
does that tell you that the market is trying to accept price at higher pricing because it's spending time up there?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that hug where it's like, okay, if we're gonna get pullback, sometimes I like that pullback to happen a little bit quicker, like we've seen here. We've seen some sellers just step in, but I mean, we're just flatlining up here, and so
Yeah.
I'm considering just getting out of this for minus $10. Just get out.
Not seeing what you're looking for, you could always get out of
We
the
do
trade,
2
maybe get
minutes
back into it once it
until,
confirms.
Until Euro close.
Could see a little spike of volume there
might
on the
get some
Euro
information.
close.
We get some information on this 30-minute changeover too.
All right, I'll get out for a cost of a Starbucks coffee. What are we looking at? $9.
Oh, God, that delta 20 minutes ago, we saw it pare back just a little bit from where it was at the highs. What are we at right now? Are buyers buying this
6,500
up?
positive in the 6,500 positive in the S&Ps, 4,400 positive in the NASDAQ. Pretty much where it was.
S&P pulled back just a little bit, right? It was 86,
A little
I
bit.
think the last time we checked. Yeah. Maybe some
Yeah.
profit taking up here, which makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
$9 for coffee.
Yeah, you pulled a Lucille Bluth there, Dakota. How much could a coffee cost? $9?
Starbucks.
Well, if you get the Costa latte, it will.
Drinking those steamers.
Location. All right. Bottle of water on an airplane is is pretty expensive too.
All right. We got a couple questions here I think we can answer in the chat. We do have the Euro close coming up in 45 seconds. Trading high 512 says, can I see the level 2 DOM, please? I want to see if I'm looking at the right one. Well, you can see, we just had it up on Dakota's charts. I don't have a DOM up here. I'll pull one up. But what you see on my charts, if you see more than one price, right? You see all these levels here where it's showing the volume. If you have that, then you are looking at level 2 data, right? That's showing you where the liquidity is in the market. Take your time if you're new to using it. Take your time to understand what you're seeing there. I wouldn't use any new tool and say, hey, I'm going to make money from this because it's a new tool. But there you go. If you got more than one price up and down where you can see liquidity, you are looking at the correct level 2 depth of market. We got London close coming up here in a second.
We missed that joke, Hope.
And
It cost a latte.
Gotta be quick, man. You gotta be quick.
Oh boy.
Jack. Oh boy.
That was good.
What else do we got here? We got some other questions. How should a scalper approach fundamental analysis?
What? Don't
Forget it exists. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm going to try to answer that question. But yeah, I think Jack just said it. You don't, right? If you're scalping, you're trading on a very small time frame. Does it really matter? I think the one thing I can say is that if the fundamentals are facilitating a specific market condition, right? Like people were talking about a shortage in silver and gold, right? So the fundamentals potentially in that market could mean that the market's going to rally. Maybe all of your scalps are to the long side. That's the only way I could see it. But outside of that,
agreed.
You're trading on a 2-second chart. Just trade your charts.
What
Yeah, I mean, like,
if you're I got a similar question. Like, what multiple should a scalper pay for a HVAC business in Cleveland?
Yeah. There you go. It just trade your charts. Trade your charts. I don't even consider myself a scalper, and I'm not taking much fundamental analysis into my trading. So yeah, if you're on a short time frame, it doesn't matter. Jack, that was harsh but epic. I mean, it's the truth.
True, it's so true. But yeah,
Well, it's probably
I like your
I think
answer though, Jay. Like today, if you're a
Yeah.
scalper today, and fundamentally, or it's even hard to say fundamentally, right? Because you could just say the trend today is going up. You want all your scalps to lean towards the long side. It's hard to do that fundamentally aspect.
No one news is coming out, and then that's pretty much it. Take your trades. Speaking of taking trades, we're going to let Hogue get out of here so he can prepare for the morning highlights for all the trades that we did take this morning. So Hogue, we're going to let you go. Anything you want to say before you head out of here?
No, just manage your risk. Like Dakota said, there's no bad trade, just bad risk management. Looking forward to seeing everybody for the morning highlight. As always, Dakota, pleasure to see you. Jack, Jay, pleasure to see everybody. We'll see you in a few.
See ya.
Catch you later,
Hogue.
Hogue.
I think it
Cody, you still short or
depends
you get out?
too on what you include in your definition of like a fundamental analysis. I guess you're right. You still want to know when certain things are happening so as to avoid them.
Yeah.
But to me, fundamental trading is all about having some model or relative value, something involving a value you think something has, which is kind of the antithesis of scalping.
Saying that, Jack, do you think any day trader can really benefit from pulling in fundamental analysis in their trades? Just because we're all trading on such a short time frame anyway.
I mean, what are we defining as fundamental analysis at that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe to take a part of something you're looking in, but like usually those things would take longer to play out, I would think.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Dakota, you still short? Did you get out there?
No, I'm flat. I'm flat plus 60.
Plus $60.
Yeah, I think the ultimate answer needs to be no, right? Fundamentals should have none to very, very little effect on day traders or scalpers. Like you said, let's just say you're 50-50, right? 50% of your trades are short, 50% of your trades are long, and you start scalping a stock, an individual stock, maybe the percentage changes, maybe a little more skewed towards your fundamental analysis over a period of a year. I don't.
Yeah.
I have a hard time thinking of it like that. Like maybe your 55% of your trades are in the bias of your fundamentals instead. But that's stretching it. That's reaching, grasping for straws.
Yeah.
I mean,
Speaking of reaching, go ahead, Jack.
I suppose there are rare events, right, where, and these are the trades that sort of get glorified, where people see some sort of dislocation that, others might not be aware of. I think that'll happen more in smaller companies, or like maybe an example is, election night trading or something like that, or the people like, the first Trump election, we were, near limit down or something in the night, and people were saying, well,
Yeah.
what are we doing? Just buy it. That's fundamental analysis, and it worked on a very short time frame. But I don't think day to day. I mean, like it would be a rare occurrence.
Yeah. I think the IUF futures says Jack, stick to your guns. I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. Speaking of continuing to stretch here, though, Dakota, crude oil making new highs of the day, 64.47. New high of the day there in crude. House count is still long too from 63.90, and that might be the all-day trade there in crude oil. Do we just hold that for the auto liquidator? That was an opening range trade, 1 minute opening range trade in crude that the guys took during the opening call this morning. Hogue is going to give us a recap of that in a few minutes here. We are seeing the equities kind of stall out a little bit. Silver looks like it's continuing to grind higher. I'm looking, silver's up 6% on the day, $78.06. A little bit off of its highs of the day. Gold right back at these 50.25s, 50.24.10 last trade there in gold. Taking a look at the tilt, 57% short in the S&P, 50-50 in the NASDAQ as well. Now we wait. Someone was saying in the chat, it's been pretty quiet as far as headlines go. Not really seeing any headlines out. We got a 20-year auction coming up. We have Bowman speaking. We got a White House press briefing later. We have the Fed minutes. President participating in signing time right after the close. Jack, anything we could expect from these Fed minutes? What would you be looking forward to maybe hearing from there? We know it's a recap of the last meeting, but anything interesting there we can look forward to?
I feel like they usually don't mess things up too much. It's something to be aware of. Once again, if it is a release, could move things a little bit, but the Fed tries to be pretty good at not surprising people. Like if they're going to do something, they slowly what do you call that? They kind of will it into existence over time. So I don't expect too much of a move off of that.
Gotcha. And those Fed minutes, Fed meeting minutes at 1 p.m. Central Time. 1 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you are tuned into Topstep TV. We will be bringing you any market moving news, if and when it happens and how the market responds to it. There is a ton of size up here in crude oil. I'm looking at the crude oil depth of market here. We talked about level 2 data before. There's a bunch of 100 lots here in crude, right above where the market is. There's 106 at 47 cents, another 108 at 64.50, another 100 above that at 64.55. So some liquidity on the book here in crude for us to potentially have to get through for this house account trade, 64.50, big fat round number level. Let's see if we continue to push here. Dakota, how do you go about the rest of your trading day? 2 hours here on fast markets. You traded during slow markets as well. Do you wait for another opportunity? Do you lock it up? What does it look like?
Based on this price action, to be honest, man, I think I'm just done. Like this is it. Like there's nothing to be had for me in this price action. Now it could change, right? We could get a market moving event, data coming in that could shake up and bring volatility, and then I would be interested. But then again, when I'm done for the day, I shut down the charts and I don't even look at it. Every once in a while, I'll check it on my phone, see what's going on. And I might be back to trade Power Hour. That's it.
Could get some movement there. Got some options,
movement,
expiration going on
anytime
for Power Hour. Anytime, really.
We could get any movement any time of day.
I'm loving this conversation with chat.
Okay. What are you saying?
Santiago's right. Like, I think you always need to take elements of both, because I think it is insane. Sometimes people will be like, I only look at price and nothing else and don't listen to the news. And they're right. That's a prime example. It's like, okay, buddy. Like,
yeah.
Like, they use the Iran example there, but like, imagine you're like sitting at your terminal, like the Sunday night after Lehman collapsed or something, and just like, I don't want to hear about it. There's we're below the 50-day moving average. We're buying this.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Yes. I think
My
those people are
my
like
purple line's
zealots.
above the blue line. I'm buying it. It's like
And
maybe you
I
should
don't.
know what the environment is.
They're not. They're not being truthful either, right? Like, I know it sounds cool to be like prices. I don't look at anything besides price, but that's insane for numerous reasons. Like, absolutely
Yes,
insane.
I agree with you, Jack. And I'm saying that as somebody who doesn't. I don't have headlines up like on a main screen, but I do have them up on the side. Right? If I'm trading by myself, I'm listening to see if any headlines come out. Do I make trading decisions based solely off of those headlines? No, but
Nope.
you have to be aware, right? You have to be aware.
Correct.
Crude oil continuing to push higher here. Took out those orders up there. 64.59 new high of the day in crude. Continuing to grind higher here. Not really having much of an issue. There's a question from Neil in the chat. Do I expect crude oil to turn around? I can't. I think, looking at crude oil and saying, oh, this should turn around is the trade setup that I've done a bunch of times. So I'm not knocking anyone for doing it. Oh, it's too high, so it has to turn around. I don't know why crude is continuing to bid here. So what I'm watching is the market's reaction to the liquidity, right? If we get up to an order that crude oil doesn't want to trade out, then maybe we could see a turn. But for right now, if I look at this chart and try to find a reason to trade it, shorting it would only be because I think it's gone too high. And Dakota, Jack, I don't know how many times you guys have done that and gotten run over, but I'm not looking to short crude here.
Yeah, man. This is how I got my black eye.
Mm-hmm. I have never traded a crude contract, and I don't imagine that I ever shall.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Okay.
any market though, right? You look at any market and say, oh, it's up too much. I should short this. And it shows you why you shouldn't. Just keeps grinding up there. What did you say to the guy that hit you though, Dakota? You told me he couldn't hit harder than that last punch, and then he did. He said it.
No, after he hit me, I said you punched like a actually nothing. I said good job.
Good job, man. Good job.
Good job, man.
Good job.
Good job.
She said ow.
Yeah.
Just, you don't feel it till after, honestly. Like you get hit and it's like, okay, that's gonna be swollen or bruised up, but it's jamming your toe on the couch hurts worse.
Doesn't look as bad, but hey.
We talk smack.
Here we go.
We're always talking smack, going back and forth and sparring, and then after all respect.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be, right? You're stepping into a ring with somebody that you're agreeing to have punch you in the face. So you have to have respect, right? Before you get in, after you get out, unless some things happen in the ring. But yeah, hey, we're going to shake hands, punch each other.
It gets a little heated. It gets a little heated there.
I'm sure.
Leave your egos at the door.
We are starting to get a few headlines here. Trump admin is worried Taiwan deal could derail Beijing visit. Taiwan arms sales is working through the internal process. That's from the Wall Street Journal. U.S. arms sale to Taiwan is in limbo amid pressure campaign from China. So there you go.
All right.
Anyone looking for some headlines? There they are. But make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV, and we will be bringing you any market-moving headlines. Not really seeing much in the equities there. 25,101 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Crude pulling back a little bit off of its high of the day. 64.66. High of the day there in crude. 64.51 last trade here. 57% short tilt in the S&P. 68% long tilt in crude. I love seeing that. Getting in with the trend, 64.05 average price there, so about 45 ticks in the money. 69.17.25 last trade here in the S&P. You've really slowed down here.
Yeah, Bitcoin's moving like a what do they call them, a boomer stock or something. Just still 67,177 right now. VIX is below 19. We're at 1882. Oh, I almost forgot. We haven't mentioned once today that the Supreme Court. So we got options monthly expiration on Friday, and also the Supreme Court is presumably releasing its tariff ruling.
Oh, that's right. Friday. Right?
So
Yes.
we were talking about that a little bit yesterday, Jack. We were saying, we've seen them mention that before, but is something different about this time with this announcement? Does it actually sound like they're closer to releasing that tariff opinion?
Yeah. So previously, it was just that they didn't say what they'd be releasing. They said they were releasing rulings, and people assumed like that's kind of the one they wanted. That's happened two or
Gotcha.
three times now. I believe that this time they did, and correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I believe they did say that they will be releasing that. So I'm hopeful. And it's probably going to be a complicated one.
Oh, it always
on
is.
Poly market right now, it's only a 25% probability that it'll just be like everything's cool. More than likely, like, say one thing about me, I ain't no lawyer, but from the lawyers that I follow or whatever on social media, it seems to be that it's not going to be a complete reversal. It won't be a complete uphold. It'll avoid the chaos of. That's the one thing that I think could really shake up markets is if they're like, yeah, these were wrong, and you have to pay them back.
What does that do? So
yeah, that would be insane. Yeah, they probably almost guarantee they don't want any of that level of chaos.
Yeah. Speaking of not looking at the fundamentals, right? I'm sure the Supreme Court knows how, even if they say they don't look at the markets, they know how that would affect markets. So I'm sure that is a consideration here. So we will see. Maybe Friday. Make sure you are here with us on Topstep TV. We'll talk about it as soon as we get that decision. I'm doing a scan here. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I'm just saying that this is it right here. We've seen this movie before, and we didn't do anything about it. We are grinding higher ever so slightly in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it seems like the NQ's doing completely different stuff. In the ES, nothing's changed in the last hour. We had the big rally. We got stopped at 6,900, and right now we're trading 6,902 in the spot market.
Someone saying gold moving here. Gold did just make the new high of the day, 50.3190. 50.2880 last trade there in gold, picking up just a little bit.
Okay. Maybe gold's on its way to go retest the highs, 5,100, possibly. Tonight be interesting.
Some traded 100s. It's been a couple days since we've been up there, but nice bid in gold today.
Yep. Bitcoin's
2.5% up.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of a pullback on the NASDAQ. A little bit of a pullback. We buy it.
Not I.
So yeah, I think if you're buying it, you're looking for a range trade. Like you said, Dakota, if you look at the last, the 5-minute chart, it's barcoding, right? So how much am I expecting to the upside? What I'm really interested to see is, maybe not right now, but as we see that volume start to pick up, those single prints Hogue was talking about, 25.82 at the high, 25.74 at the low. If we get a close below that, that's probably the only time I would look to short this for anything more than a scalp or a range trade. We'll see here. We're getting ready to test those single prints again.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a retest of those 25,050s, kind of where we were consolidating earlier. Right here, 25,000. I wouldn't mind a retest of that.
There we go.
Why does a trade always present itself with 5 minutes left? This always happens.
Oh yeah, top of the hour.
What's the trade, Jack? Is it the short? If we close below 15s, or are you looking along it?
I ain't looking along it.
Yeah. short below 15s potentially. That was Jack's level. That was initially a target, right? We did have a pretty nice rally for the first 45 minutes or so of fast markets. Now we're seeing a range. How do the markets play out? Well, you just have to stay tuned to figure that out. There was a question, how can someone start to, at what point should one start scaling their prop accounts? I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm going to tell you to trade one account. Trade one account. Trade one account. Do really well with that one account and focus there. I think there's a lot of focus on, hey, how can I trade 97 accounts at the same time, make, $14 in each, and then I'll be a millionaire by the end of the year. I think we should slow down and think about consistency over time. Once you have consistency over time, then yeah, do whatever you want. Scaling up, but I'm going to tell you to slow down.
I'll be the devil's advocate on that one, Jay.
Okay.
I've seen some traders do this pretty successfully if they want to talk about scaling. Is once you find consistency in one account, then honestly, the way I view it is if you're able to find consistency, take payouts in one account, and then you use those profits and you could scale that way, but not where you're just, hey, I'm not finding consistency, so my answer is to scale and buy more accounts. If you could find it in one account and then you could grow it from there.
Find consistency first and then scale it up.
Yeah.
Scale responsibly, trade responsibly, drink responsibly.
All things.
And hit that
in
like button
moderation.
responsibly. Yeah.
All things in moderation.
Hey, Game Boy Tommy, that was all one account. That was all one account. And here we go, seeing a little bit of selling here coming in. We got top of the hour coming up in just a little bit. We are trading through those single prints that Hogue was talking about. I think I'd need like a 5-minute candle, 3-minute candle close below 72s. We are starting to see a little bit of volume coming in here now. This could get interesting here.
Yeah, I could see those 50s coming to play.
I shorted before for a little bit.
What would your target be downside here, Jack, if you did get short?
I would trail it, but I'd be holding for a while here. I don't see too much blocking to the downside, and then you're also holding an option on something shaking up the markets geopolitically.
Yeah.
It feels like that's
you're gonna be back.
That's gonna happen.
You're back on air. You're gonna be back on air earlier if you want to put it on and update us on that trade. I don't hate it. Oh, hey, 69.11 the last trade here in the NASDAQ, 25.74 last trade in the, 25.74 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.11 last trade in the S&P. We are going to get out of here and get to a break. We are starting to see some selling here. And like you were saying, why does the trade always set up as we're going into a break?
Oh, jerk, Jack. Okay.
We're going to get out of here. These markets are starting to heat up. And if you missed any of the action from earlier, then stay tuned for the morning highlights with Hogue. After that, we got Antonio back for power players with JD and Dolby. Antonio has had a great couple of days in the market. He's not stopping anytime soon. After closing a winning day of 4.5K yesterday, Antonio is back on Topstep TV today. Stay tuned. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. We'll be back after a short break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, traders, it is time for the morning highlights. Hopefully, you've had an excellent morning. Certainly been some good opportunities, equities pushing to the upside, gold, crude, everything kind of pushing to the upside, at least initially this morning. Let's take a look at the opening range trade in crude oil. We're still in it. So, in the bigger picture, always starting with context, the market has been kind of in a range, of course. I mean, in multiple time frames, crude oil has been in a range. We tested to the low of the range yesterday. Overnight, we saw the buyers coming back in, and we were a little bit concerned about being long crude oil because the overnight range was pretty much the average true range on the daily chart was about $2. So we were a little bit concerned about continuation to the upside. However, we are seeing some continuation to the upside. What do range bound markets do? They trade from the low to the high to the low to the high. Anyways, we're still holding on to this trade. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart and see how this opened up for us. Again, we're looking at the 1-minute opening range. There it is. It's from 63.64 to 63.81. The first 1-minute bar that closes outside of that triggers the trade. It triggered us long 2 micros, 63.90. The stop a little bit below the opening range. You don't want to put it right below the opening range because sometimes the market will sweep those stops and then the market will continue in that direction. So we have since taken the risk off this trade. Currently, the stop level is at 63.94. Market is continuing to push to the upside. We've broken out above the initial balance high. The initial balance high, 64.42, has become a degree of support on the next 5-minute bar, and the market is still continuing to try and push to the upside. This may be one of those all-day trades. If we are going to see continuation to the upside, the only target that I see is up here above about $65. Now, there's a whole lot of possible supply here, possible supply here, but as far as a visual target is concerned, I see 65.05. Of course, we will get out short of that. I always put profit targets a little short of where I think it might go. And we're going to see here in gold how this little naked point of control brings eyes and brings price. It was initially very close to the high in gold. We did not take the opening range trade in gold today. Why? Well, it's been it hasn't been very fruitful. The market has been, getting us in and then taking out the other side relatively considerably and then finally finding its move for the day. So we're going to look at this on the 5-minute chart. So the market opened, it did closed one minute bar above the opening range. I think. No, actually it didn't. It looked above the opening range and then looked below the opening range, which kind of negates the trade. Okay, so we opted out of taking the opening range trade, and it was a good thing because it would have gotten us long and would have taken us out of our stop. So another good miss here in gold. It's been a very, very difficult trade to take successfully with that opening range breakout trade. So we were looking at that target in crude oil and look at the target that originally set us off, well, where the market targeted to and still is holding largely as a high on the 30-minute chart. Let's take a look. This is a naked point of control, point of chill, popular level from a previous day. This one happened to be on the 13th of February. It has not been revisited in regular trading hours. And when the market opened with a gap, we've got an island bottom here. When it opened with a gap, gapped to the range from yesterday's regular trading hours, gapped away from yesterday's regular trading hours. The market is doing what we might think. It's a reversal pattern, and the market is again doing what we might think. How does it target a naked point of control? Because after the big breakdown in gold in the metals, the market has really dried up as far as volume is concerned, and it is largely in short time frame control. Short time frame levels are often targeted and respected, and here is yet another example of that in the fact that the market targeted the naked point of control, point of chill, popular price level on a previous day that's never been revisited in regular trading hours, traded right to it, and the market has fallen range bound in that neighborhood. So the market is in short time frame control. Pay attention to those short time frame levels, folks. S&Ps. So the market is, again, going to the 30-minute chart for a little bit of context here. So the market traded to the weekly kickoff low yesterday, rejected below it. We saw buying coming in, and we added a whole bunch of open interest to the upside. We added a whole bunch of new longs to the market. The market opened spanning the high of value from yesterday. So during the opening call, we talked about, are we going to reject value or are we going to reaccept value and look for opportunities for longs at lower levels? The opening range ended up being the dead low of the regular trading hour session. That tells me, well, I probably need to be looking for longs. And the market traded up to well, let's just call it 69.20. Jack was talking about some messy options information above this level. So on the 5-minute chart, he started looking for shorts up here around 69.15. I think he actually took a short for 2 MES around 69.13. Ended up taking a small win on those, but the market has been struggling to hold above the initial balance high, which initially was a failed upside auction. We took a high above that. We've got nothing but shadows or wicks above that initial balance high in the S&Ps. The S&Ps are definitely not holding up as strong as the NASDAQ, which we're going to look at right now. We had 3 trades by Dakota in the NASDAQ, but again, we added some open interest yesterday off this long. We never did get to the weekly kickoff low. Sometimes what happens is as important as what doesn't happen. Market opened inside value, leaving the opening range at the dead ass low. I know it's a little bit obscured because of my little balloons here, but again, the market has been pushing to the upside. Of course, volume has slowed, and the market has kind of become magnetic in and around the initial balance high. This makes me nuts when this happens. I'd rather just have the market continue to directionally move higher or fail and continue to move back into the initial balance, but we don't get to choose that, of course. So the market has been struggling. Actually, the NASDAQ is telling a little bit of a different story. It has been rather successfully been holding price above the initial balance low. Initial balance high. We did take out those single prints that we discussed earlier. All we did was come down here, find some more buyers, and we're seeing some continuation to the upside. As far as the trades that were taken today, a couple of small winners for Dakota here. Initially, right after the opening bell, Dakota took a long one micro, 24,781, got out of those at 24,799 for a little bit of a win. Took another long, 1 micro, 24,817, got out of those at 24,840 for another nice little win. I think he finished the session up about $60. He was looking for shorts above the initial balance high here. He was up money, he was down money, he was up money, he was down money. It just ended up scratching that, and that was the activity for fast markets this morning. Markets are still look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is still heading towards new highs on the session. So the market is still exhibiting some buyers coming into this market, possibly some more continuation coming up. On that note, let's take a quick look at our quotable quote. Okay. Albert Einstein, pretty smart guy from what I understand, says every challenge you face has a hidden opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and better. Make sure you review every trade you take, the bad ones, the good ones. Every challenge you face, whether it's successful or unsuccessful, offers you the opportunity to learn something. Always wonderful opportunities to learn in trading. And one beautiful thing about trading is, for as long as your trading journey exists, you're going to have that opportunity to learn more and more and more. I've been in this game for 40 years, and I still learn something just about every day. If it's not about the markets, it's about myself. Self-knowledge is, of course, extremely important. There's your quotable quote for the day. We're looking forward to having Antonio back on Power Players alongside with JD and Dolby. Antonio has had a great couple of days in the markets, not stopping anytime soon. After closing out a winning day of 4,500 yesterday, Antonio is back on Topstep TV, looking to raise that P&L. Folks, this is Topstep TV. You're in the right place at the right time. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is that time of day. It's time for Power Players. I'm JD. You know Dolby Time, my other bookend over there. And the man in the middle, the man of the hour, joining us from the great state of Arizona, Mr. Antonio is back to trade it up with us. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Not much, man. How you guys feeling this morning? You all right?
Hanging in there.
Excellent.
It's been a
Hanging in there
crazy
indeed.
NASDAQ. Hopefully
Crazy
everyone out there is
NASDAQ.
hanging in there too.
Break it down
Opportunity
for us,
abound.
Dolby. Break the NASDAQ down for us real quick. What are you seeing in there?
Yeah, let's do some NASDAQ real quick. Well, Shubham in chat asked me the most important question, which is the chip still in the bag? And it is. We have still maintained this Dorito pattern since, I don't know, September, October, take your pick when you want to start. But that range has been between like 24,000, about 24,000s up to about 26,300s, give or take. And we could not get below the October 10th or weekly candlestick of that one, which was around 24,400s. And we are bouncing back up to the middle of this weekly Dorito pattern. The middle of it is 25,400s. We're at 25,000 evens right now. This market is still waiting for something, and I do not know what it is, but it has provided us an incredible amount of opportunity as day traders as this market kind of bats back and forth. Other than that, getting to smaller time frames, I'm seeing a 4-hour range breakout. We had a nice bit of resistance at support at 24,500s. We had resistance at 24,900, so about a 400-point range from 500s to 900s. We've broken out of that. So market looks very strong for the most part. And then I'd even say we've got a 30-minute range forming as well on the highs up here. So that's 25,000 evens, give or take, up to 25,100s. But do we potentially get a treetop high, which is super strong candles to the either up or downside, but then end up getting a consolidation? And maybe if it can't hold, let's say 25,000 evens, it's just going to sell all the way back down again. So that is what I am looking at.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for that breakdown. Much appreciated. Antonio, you were trading in the NASDAQ earlier today, too. Ooh. What were you seeing? You had a pretty good day. Oh, someone's in the market. Who just got filled? Who was it?
Is that you, Antonio? Antonio's in. Go time. Break it down. What do you got?
I'm just seeing a failure. The highs are failing to break around those 130s, 125s. So I'm seeing a failure there. I want something short here. So I just went in 2 short micros from 0.86 3/4. Just something short. Nothing really substantial. So low risk on it. It's a cheap trade. About $200 risk.
There you go. Just want to be in short. I know that feeling too. For the people in the back, Antonio short.
I like that it failed. I'm sorry. Go ahead, JD.
I was just gonna announce for the people in the back to get the positions up. Short 2 micro NASDAQ 25,086 in the orders. Called 25,087. 25,087. Please continue, Antonio. What were you saying?
I had a original take profit of about 150s from my long positions this morning. I caught basically the whole brunt of the long position from 24,783s all the way up to about 25,055, and then I hopped out of it. So I just missed this little push to the upside. I see them failing some. So I like a little bit of downside movement, but not much past the previous structure around 953, 955.
Very good, very good. You got a nice chunk of that move, though.
Yeah, that's a great trade. What was your hold time on that?
Very good trade.
That one, let's see. It looks about, see how many. Looks about like an hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, about an hour and a half.
Nice hold, especially during all that volatility too. Maybe when it's ripping.
Yeah, I was.
It's so tempting to take profits, and that's just incredible discipline.
Yeah, I was looking at it. And what I noticed on the little zombie grind to the downside, I was just thinking, I'm like, I don't feel like this sell move here. This first one is the real move for the day. And sure enough, sitting out of that paid.
Yeah. Chad, if you've never seen Antonio trade, he's the king of patience. Sit in trades for hours. Without batting an eye, cool as a cucumber. So you are currently short right now, 2 MNQ. What are you
Short,
seeing
yeah.
here to get you short?
Yeah, I saw the highs failing. I mean, I know that's a buy the dip moment, so that's why we have a low risk on it. If it goes through to stop loss, I'm willing to maybe risk another $200 on another attempt. After that, then I'll just lock it out.
Nice.
Makes
Nice,
sense.
nice.
Makes
Just
sense.
highs.
I'm just trying to grab that last 1K to even it out to about 4,500 again.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
But you can't just sling trades and, come in there trigger happy. These are actual setups that are being traded.
Exactly. Can't just put on trades hoping to make $1,000.
Yeah, that don't
That's
work like
not
that. You
how
lose
that
$1,000 every time.
Every time. Cannot be thinking
Every
about the
time.
money. JD, what are you seeing?
Hey, we're still in this crude oil trade from the opening range. We took the opening range breakout trade in crude right at around 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Crude is ticking up to new highs right now. Just printed a new high, 64.83. We are along from 63.90. I think I'm going to peel one off at 1R or 2R up here. 64.90. I'm going to put an offer in to cover one of these micro longs. Lock in some profits on the day, and then we'll hold. What's up?
Did you trade it all yesterday, Dobie? How'd you do?
Yes, did trade yesterday. Did okay on air. No, it wasn't great. It was pretty tough. I think we got slipped up on one of them. Maybe stopped up by like a couple ticks. Managed risk well though. I personally don't like losing more than about 250 in a given day
Yeah.
in the house account, and I think we ended up
Yesterday's
down like
price action was
70 or
wicked, but it was
180.
beautiful.
It was. You know, it is different, right? We say that trading, time is a level or time of day it can really change things, and so it can be tricky to be in chat, being a moderator, watching the NASDAQ rip, I don't know, 400 points, and then you come on, and then you were maybe expecting a continuation of that sort of price behavior, and then the whole thing just
And you
completely
get chopped
slows
down.
down. And now you're in it's like a totally different market state, totally different day. So it is what it is.
That
Oh, I
would be
remember what
this
happened
trade right
yesterday.
here.
Yeah.
That would be this trade right here.
Yep. The funny thing that happened yesterday was we were talking about the 10% rule that Hogue talks about, which is if you're within 10% of your take profit, just take it because you're giving up potentially all the profits. And while I was actually talking about it, it actually happened. I think we ended up getting break evened, and we were like 5 points away from our take profit for like $100. But it just goes to show you that, one trade goes a different way and it can completely change your day. And all it takes is like a tick or a point or two to go from a beautiful green trade to down 170 on the day. Like the margins are so narrow.
True that. I don't think I'm gonna add one right here though. At these 108s.
Here we go.
Get a better average.
I'm looking at this RTY. I was trading some RTY
What,
yesterday too. It's pretty fun.
What is the average entry now, Antonio?
093 half.
093. 25,
093. Now technically, yes, this is adding to a loser, but we're still trading this setup.
Still inside, that zone. You could add on to trades that are sort of going against you as long as you have that zone, your entry zone, and you know where your risk is. It's a thing sailing in two positions.
Don't move your stop if you're doing.
No, the stop's not getting moved, but the take profit might get moved because I do like this imbalance in price that we have between 938 and 888. There's a nice imbalance in price that looks very, very satisfying to just sit a take profit in the middle of. And that potentially will close out this day if we can get that entire play to run. If we can get that, I'll set the take profit here at let's see, 907.5.
907.
907.
And I'll remove this since we already took that whole play just for visual purposes, whoever's watching. And we'll set the short position up here on this one like this.
I mean, the shorts are cheap up here.
Yeah, real cheap, man. Real cheap.
Definition of a cheap trade. Chat is stressing out about your trade right now, but you have to understand.
I love
Chat,
it.
that this is.
I love it.
Honestly, I think it's good sometimes if people are freaking out about your trade because it means people in the market.
I would rather you freak out than me.
Yeah, right.
Very true.
Right.
Very true.
You freak out. Yeah,
You guys keep freaking out. I got this.
But it's a cheap trade. You know, it's easy to define risk. We're close to the highs. We're kind of through Euro close. We've already established initial balance high.
Yeah, you guys keep freaking out. I got this.
You know, it's getting some momentum. You know, scary trades are good trades, chat. Sometimes it's the certainty that gets you.
It's very true. Sometimes the more uncomfortable you are, the better off you are in that position.
Well, I mean, also there's confluences throughout this whole trade. I explained out. I mean, that was the first question that I got asked. What are you seeing? Why did you get into this trade? I explained everything basically pretty much out. Now, the reason that I just moved this take profit is because we have VWAP sitting down here at 930.79. Even more of a confluence to try and short down maybe at least 2 VWAP. But while they're shorting down to VWAP, it'll be curving down. And my take profit is not too far under the price of VWAP.
Oh, nice.
So, I mean, it's all just trying to put pieces of the puzzle together and watch what information is printed. That's why the risk is defined just barely above the highs, about $250. Okay, we're up 3.4 on the day.
Yeah, that's nothing. That is nothing. Also, Antonio, your hold time is probably longer than 99% of chat. If I had to guess, maybe 95.
Well, and that's all due to you know, planning your trade and trading your plan. I mean, Coach Jay is he's the advocate of that, the most severe advocate that I know of. Plan your trade and trade your plan.
Well, I love it. Hope this trade really works out for you. Man, within the range, I mean, you could probably get down to these 25,060s, break those. That's kind of the treetop. Yeah, the treetop high there. You can probably make it a little.
Love to see a nice 100-point banger right now. That would be great.
I love it. Yeah.
Let's get moving. Speaking of 10%, Bobby, I should have 10% at
oh no.
Crude contracts when we were talking about it. Yeah. Came within 10 ticks of my first target, and I didn't take it.
It's,
you know, away now.
Taking profits is hard. Taking profits is real hard.
Yeah, at this point, we're just going to sit on hands and see if they roll over.
You're a tree emoji on the screen now for the treetop high. Sidebuster, is that the hell you talking about? Treetop high. See, we got the trunk.
Sidebuster on one today.
No, he's doing good. He's doing good. And he got the leaves up top, which is the consolidation. Just looks like a tree to me. Got funny names for everything. Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
there you go.
I have a phrase for this type of trade, but I don't know if it's appropriate for all.
Put it in VMix. Put it in the VMix chat. We'll prove it.
I'll do it right. It's hilarious.
Dude, I love the names that traders come up for things. I think it's the best. But it has
this
to.
Type of, yeah, this type of trade right here is my favorite.
It has to make sense to you, right? We have to put things in terms that make sense to us. I don't really care about bull flags or bear flags. I talk about treetops, things like that. I want to be outside. Doritos, treetops, all the fun stuff.
Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do.
100%.
It makes sense.
100%.
I think it makes perfect sense.
So we got 86 is break even. Let me just put that on my screen here. Chat, do you have any funny names for any patterns you trade? Let us know.
Okay, I typed it in the VMix chat for you.
Oh, you
Doug.
did? Okay. No, I think that's fine, JD. I think that's
Yeah,
fine.
is it?
I don't see any. You see it, JD?
I saw it. We might have to run it by.
It's
Oh
pushing
my
to run it by somebody
goodness!
else.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that
pushing
bad.
it.
I don't think it's that bad. But we got momentum here.
Right on the cusp.
I mean,
There's a
but
gray area.
for the type of trade that we're looking at right now,
Yeah. I talked to legal. See if that connection of words is too much.
Yes,
No swear words though. I
no
thought that
swear
was in the
words.
rules. It's not a swear word.
No
There's
swear
in
words.
there. Those are all legit.
It was a good one
And
though.
it's just
I'm
so
writing it
clever.
down.
I guarantee you, Chad is gonna just adopt it immediately.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, it's gonna be stuck in my mind.
Then I got to trademark it, so we might not have to say it yet. I'm at the trademark it first.
There you go. Get some swag with that quote.
Yeah.
I've got the also I have Discord link for you, so I'll put that in the
Ooh, nice. Got your
Oh,
Discord
cool.
open.
Did you start streaming yet, Antonio? We were talking about this for a couple weeks
it's
ago.
just if I do stream, it's just me on there. So
yeah.
It's an empty room, so not really consistent. I'm waiting for the crowd to build up, to gain some consistency.
Mhm.
Touching, with the people, see what works, what doesn't work. But I mean, as far as the foundation,
sure.
it's set and it's ready to go for
nice.
whatever it's gonna work for. I don't really see too much takeoff and progress happening immediately. It's gonna take some time.
Streaming is a huge grind. Streaming is a huge grind. You got every day, you got to show up, put in the exact same hours, get consistency, and then one day you're up 10% viewership, 20% viewership, and it kind of just goes exponential. But the start takes forever. But
I mean,
I think we'll get some viewers, man.
You take the steps. That's all you can do. It wouldn't be ready to go if I didn't take the steps. And if it doesn't go, the steps were taken, but I wouldn't know if I didn't do it.
Yep. It's a great mindset. It's a great mindset. Well, we are stuck in the range here. JD, I'm happy you switched up the hoodies. We were playing like swag, rock, paper, scissors. Yesterday we're on the same page. Now we switched it up.
Yeah.
I'm very happy about that.
We're on the same wavelength. We probably. I imagine we put the new swag on the shelf in the same exact order. That's what I do. I just grab whatever's on top.
I should have been trading.
We were wearing the same exact thing yesterday. Say again, Antonio? You're switching up?
No, I should have been trading that Topstep TV combine, but it didn't let me copy trade it because it's a 50K.
Oh, gotcha. 25,907 last trade in the NQ. We haven't checked in on the tilt yet since we started here. What's going on? We got 59% short in the ES, 60% short in the NQ, and 52% long in Crude. Crude's basically flat. We're starting to tick up in crude oil again. I might consider 10%ing one of these contracts.
You got two? You got two. Oh, that's nice, though.
I got two on, yeah. Got a nice ripper. Long from 63.90. Last trade 64.73. Almost got a full buck into this. 100 ticks.
Wow, nice. Full dollar. Full dollar in crude. Yeah, the war drums are beating again. See what happens.
Speaking of which, check out if any headlines are coming through. Doesn't look like it right now. Nothing breaking. We have a White House press briefing coming up at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Maybe we'll pipe that in if there's anything relevant to these markets in there. But headline risk is on, so I think anything could probably move these markets right now.
Some good hold time on that trade there.
On this opening range trade? Yeah. That's the whole point of it. You're trying to catch
get the bottom or
the
get the top
range.
and sit down on it and don't touch nothing.
Exactly. You're trying to catch the low or the high of the day right on the opening range breakout. point of the trade. So, worked out today. Doesn't work every time. It's sort of a medium to low probability setup, but the risk to reward is there. You could
Yeah,
wipe out
that
virtually.
Oh, go ahead,
that
guys.
whole time is crazy for that one.
You could wipe out virtually 10 days of losses with a single winning trade if you play this one right.
That's true.
And you keep the risk on your side. Yeah.
What's interesting about the opening range trade is that it is technically easy to pull off, but I think it requires a lot of emotional fortitude to handle, because if you have the habit of over managing trades, you're probably not going to let the opening range trade, do its full beautiful thing, which is, a big run. So it is easy to pull off, but hard to manage because the patience is required. So you got the patience, give it a shot.
Yeah. JGZ baby in the chat saying Crude's already up 4%. At what point does the market care? 4% is a big stretch. I mean, how much more are we really looking to squeeze out of this trade right now, being up 4%?
Starting to
Can we switch
slide
back
with these
to
NQ shorts.
Antonio's chart, please? Whomever is in the back. I think it's Tim. There we go. Thank you so much, Tim. We got Antonio in the green here with a chat would say a ballsy short, but that's how the market operates. That's how the market. This is good stuff here. Funny thing is, we are not even close to Antonio's take profit, so we got a ways to go here. We might have to have you back during power hour. Just have you drop in and see what happens to your trade at this rate. I mean, this could take all day.
I'll be here.
Oh, there, hell yeah. Keep an eye on your email. I can make it happen. All right, cool. I think we have Mandy coming in for power hour, but if you're still in this trade, I'll have to have you drop in here.
No doubt.
I'm not seeing anything right now. I kind of want to get short the RTY. NASDAQ selling off. RTY is not selling off. Actually, I'm going to get a look at
If we can,
in the RTY.
if we can get a nice close below, I want to say 058, below that, and then get some pressure to the downside under it, and then maybe retest it. That'll give me some more conviction that we're going to roll over a little bit more. But I want to see what price does around that 058 area, because it's the last area that we got a little wiki action, little woodsy, indecision area, basically. And as a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark out this candle here, this sell candle, as a point of reference. If we can get down to this sell candle that is between 057 and it looks like 021, I want to see what price does there.
Very good. Very good.
We have an offer in an RTY at 2683.1. We're going to see if we can get short the high of the previous 30-minute candlestick. And it also put our stop of 2683.1.
Got it. 2683.10.
Nice. So you're looking for a range on range?
We're looking for a range in the RTY here. Also, we're doing a 2-point stop, so it's $100, and that would put our stop in a pretty good spot, which would be above sort of this double support that we had at 2684, and it also became resistance at 84.8. So I like where our stop is going to be if we can get filled on this too.
Nice.
Yeah, we were so close to nailing a good one yesterday. Just stop was a little bit too tight. Sometimes it's how it goes, though. Ooh, we almost stingy trades.
Last trade in the Russell, 2682.10. Got up to 2683. Missed this by a tick. Bro,
I am so tired of that happening. All right, maybe we can get back.
So the adjustment there would be whatever you're thinking. Say you're thinking sell, drop down a little bit, or if you're thinking buy, raise it up a little bit. Wherever you're thinking, like if you're thinking sell from here, drop it down a little bit so you don't just get ticked.
Yeah, right. Well, I also heard about
Just an
just
adjustment.
10%ing your entry.
Yeah,
What about
just an
10%?
adjustment.
Yeah.
And it could be, you could run it like for 25 trades and see how it works.
Interesting. 10%ing your
Shoot,
entry.
run it for 100 trades and get you a real percentage on it.
We were dialed in on
man.
that one, JD.
How about it?
We were dialed in on that one.
You had the right spot.
Yep.
Just missed
It's all
by a
good.
tick.
It's all good. It happens. It means other traders
You
had a
got a-
similar idea. It's okay.
Yep. Jumped in front of you. They front ran you. Who in the chat's trading the Russell? Who got in front of Dolby on that?
Yeah,
Raise your
chat.
hands.
It's the Capital One interns.
I don't imagine there's a whole lot of people in the chat right now trading the Russell on a live account. But I could be wrong.
It's a fun market to trade, though. I think it's similar to YM in that you can get away with an E-mini. It trades, $5 a tick. Price movement's fine. You could trade 2 E-minis if you wanted to. It's not going to break the bank. It's not going to be as insane as the NASDAQ. Probably not as slow as the ES. So there is a place for it.
JD, the house has been long too all morning. You haven't shaved any off?
Nope, not yet. Let's see, what time do we put this trade on? Right at around 8:03. Well, let's go down to a 1-minute chart here. I'll tell you exactly. So crude oil, regular trading hours is 8 o'clock. Yeah, right around 8:01, 8:02.
It's always Gus.
All morning we've been doing this. 3.5 hours so far.
Whole time is banging.
That's what you want out of these trades. Nice hold times.
RTYs, yeah. It depends on your strategy, right? Hold time can be a pretty good indicator if you're executing a strategy well. If you're like an opening range trader, you want to see high hold times. If you trade like Antonio, you want to see high hold times. If you're a scalper, probably not so much. If you're supposed to be having hold times, like you're a range trader from 15 to 30 minutes, then you want to have hold times that are comparable to that, so 15 into an hour. And if you're a range trader and you have short hold times and you're supposed to have long hold times, well, that's a way you can improve. All right, Cat, let's go. Just chill.
Here we go. Crude on the highs again. There was a 70 lot offered at 64.80. I think a lot of it traded out. We're going to be ticking up to new highs again. I'm working an offer at 64.90. That'll be a 2R to cover one of these. And maybe we'll save one for the auto liquidator at the end of the day.
This one's for you, Ben. Well, Antonio, you're looking pretty good right now. If we can get below these 75s, we might be off to the races and see if we can get down to those 60s.
Yeah,
RTY
I like the way it's shaping up.
Oh, TY, you son of a.
I like the way
Game of
it's shaping up.
ticks. Game of ticks. But RTY is rolling over here. So let's see if NASDAQ starts heading lower too. Missed by a tick. Would have been up about 4 points, which is $200. $200.
Put in a new high in crude
How many
oil.
weeks is this
New high in
now
crude by a
for
single tick.
winning trades?
How many
How many weeks is this now for winning trades?
For you?
That I've had.
Probably
like 4 or 5, maybe 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had a loser on there yet. I've been losing off air.
We should start tracking that a little more closely.
I mean, it's a hell of a trade. I mean, you always bring the goods, Antonio. Every time you're on, you got a trade on. Doing something interesting. Chat's learning about hold times. Bringing the education. It's awesome. It is awesome.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I take a little bit of a beating off air here and there, but I had to up my account size because now that you're putting hands and feet on this market, you're not just running up and seeing if the stove is hot. I need some more room to screw up. Because I know I'm gonna screw something
Very good
up.
point.
No, trading off air. I
I'm
think
just
is harder.
walking up to the stove now and just touching it to see if it's hot. That was the first year and a half, 2 years. Now it's like, okay, come here. Let me tell you something.
RTY still selling off here. We are very close to breaking the 15-minute range low, right around 2677. NASDAQ not
How many
following
points are we
quite
looking
yet.
for with this? We're looking for with this. What is 185 points? 185 points. That's not
I
much
already
for
did
the
it
NASDAQ.
once. I already did it once today. Did about 4 times
I'm
that.
just asking you to go back to a price you already went to.
Not that hard. NASDAQ, figure it out.
It's a big
Already
deal.
been there.
It's a big deal.
That's my chutes and ladders theory. If we did it before, we can do it again.
Do it again?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean, if
one
we
thing
can
I
bid
don't
up
want to do
400
is
points,
choke
we
this
can-
trade and
Oh.
reduce the risk too soon.
How do you
So I want to see some more of a breakdown before I even touch the stop loss, because that's not much of a risk to even be, worried about or fretting over. It's not much of a risk to begin with. So to compromise it and reduce it too soon or prematurely, I don't see that being productive at all. So I'm working on that, same as you, Dolby.
Nice. Yeah, I have a nasty habit of choking out trades, also called Lennying them, just moving the stop a little too soon.
Oh man, I use both hands. Like, come here.
No risk. I'm up 5 points. I'm not losing a single cent.
Come here.
No, it's a
Choke the
nasty
mess out of the
habit.
trade, and then it runs.
Yep. That's exactly right.
I'm like,
Every
all right,
time.
that was
Every
fun.
time. Every time. Well, especially for your trade style too. It's like, what was
Yeah,
it?
I hate to see those run.
Yeah. Well, it was like Hogue or Dakota was saying, like, let's say you even knew where the market was going to close for the day, you still wouldn't know how it got there. So for a trade like yours, it could touch 25,100 100 times before it breaks down again. So
Right.
we just don't know. You don't know how it's going to get there, which is aggravating. But
True
also,
that.
if we knew,
So
we'd
I
all be
mean,
millionaires.
that's why I like the idea of a naked chart. Naked chart. All I'm looking at is these candlesticks and the information that's being printed, and I'm making decisions based off of the information that's printed.
That's all you can do.
Market generated information.
RTY is about 4 ticks from breaking its range. About 4 ticks.
RTY one more time.
Oh my goodness, JD.
So you don't like playing the lower end? You don't like taking a long down here at the lower end of the range, do you?
I don't, only because we are kind of in a Dorito pattern in the RTY right now on the 4-hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I think after testing the range high, I don't have a lot of faith of it to bounce back up again. But maybe it can just sustain this pocket. Maybe it just sustains the pocket. But I also think that similar to NASDAQ, we're going to maybe form a little consolidation or range up here, and then eventually maybe get back to the middle somewhere. Somewhere in the middle, if I had to guess. We just bid up so strongly in the RTY. There just can't be a lot of volume. And I think if it sells off, it's the same pattern. Treetop high, bear flag, I think is also the term for it.
Ooh, here goes crude oil again. Tapping on the ceiling of new highs in crude.
Wow.
64.85 just printed again. We put in that high a few minutes ago. We're right back up there. About 5 ticks away from my first profit target. 64.90 2R on this trade. See if we can push it a few ticks.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna try to trade more RTY. I think it's a little bit more fun than just the micro NASDAQ all the time. Get to trade an E-mini, which is
Feels a little more structured sometimes, doesn't it? A little cleaner on the charts.
Oh yeah.
Respects
It's
levels
not as
differently.
whippy.
Yeah.
You don't get such vicious wicks outside of small time frame ranges. It's maybe like a couple ticks, similar to crude oil. Actually, that's where I started trading ranges. So I was like, how do I get 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 without taking on a ton of risk? Well, find a range. You got about a 50-50 shot. in general. And then if you can get 2 to 1, 3 to 1, you're pretty much golden. But crude oil doesn't
Yeah,
run stops on its ranges like NASDAQ does.
NASDAQ knows there's a lot of hands in the pot.
And the dome is thin, and you can just run it up and down. It's why, like, a couple months ago, when I was doing like 5 micro NASDAQ or 3 micro NASDAQ, it was setting entries like 20, 30 points outside of the range. It's like you're going to run them anyways, so might as well just kind of lean into it and anticipate that happening.
True that.
Looked like a little liquidity grab there in crude oil. Bolted up to 64.92. We got filled on our 90s. Locked in some profit.
Nice.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for, Antonio?
I want to see if we can print maybe 2 to 3 bearish candles on the NASDAQ on the 15-minute chart. If we can print 2 to 3 bearish candles, I like it. But if we just sit around and just range here, I'm going to still hang on to it because it's such a low-risk trade.
Nice.
But I'd like to see 2 to 3 bearish candles printed consecutively.
The NASDAQ is so good at identifying max pain points, right? Going right to them.
Oh yeah, they'll get right here in the in the carotid.
Yep.
Karate chop right to the throat.
We talk about that quite a bit, Hogan and I, during the opening call. Like it's just in the NASDAQ's nature to do whatever's going to screw the most amount of people. You know, it's like
NASDAQ loves a good judo chop.
25.091 last in the NQ. Say again, Antonio?
I said that's what I've learned. The NASDAQ will tell you, hold my beer real quick. Watch this.
50 points in a minute. Destroy everyone's stops. No remorse. Oh, RTY bouncing. JD might have had something in there with buying up those lows.
Let's take a look.
Would have been worth a couple points.
Yeah, that was a cheap long. Good cheap long.
See if it can sustain it.
Below,
close to failing.
Just below 77. Crude still
NASDAQ.
rallying.
RTY are not correlated right now. Not correlated.
100
right
lot.
now.
Got 100 lot offered at 65 even in the micro crude. That is our next target. See if that trades out. Oh, hey guys, quick update. Almost forgot. Coming up after this, you know what time it is. It's group coaching time. Gabe, Anne Marie, and Hoop will be here to answer your questions. There is a form pinned to the top of the chat right here, right now. If you got a question for Gabe, Anne Marie, Hoop, or the three of them collectively, grab that link, fill it out, click submit, and they will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. If you want Gabe to announce your name live on Topstep TV, fill out that form.
Yeah, Gabe's been trading super well.
Crude's still popping.
Wow.
120
really?
Offered at 66. 120 offered at 66. Didn't trade out yet. 64.99 is the I said 66. 65. 125 offered. 64.99 is the high right now. House count is still long a runner in micro crude. And we've locked in profits. Haven't adjusted stop. Let's see where it takes us.
I gotta say, this NASDAQ has been annoyingly resilient today. Annoyingly resilient. But also, JD, do you think someone knows something with this crude?
Say again?
Think someone knows something with crude here?
I mean, it's a... Does the conspiracy theorist in me say yes? Want to say yes? I think somebody knows something about crude oil here. Absolutely. Could I prove that in a court of law? Absolutely not. You know, but it does seem to have a tendency to make moves before announcements happen, trapping people on either side of the market, and then a headline drops. It just does that perfectly sometimes. they'll drop headlines right at the top or bottom of the hour in crude oil markets. It's like they're timed. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Weird.
Right. How peculiar.
Right.
Let's see. Oh man, I wish I took with that range trade on the other side. Ranges are going to range until they don't.
This is true.
That's how that works.
Cheap trades. Cheap
That's
trades.
how that works.
No adjustment on the risk. No adjustment on the risk, right, Antonio? Keeping
No.
stop where it is, except the risk.
Yeah.
All right.
That'll give us another crack at it. Probably at a better price.
Good. Some of those 65s traded out in crude. 20 of them. 21 of them. Still 109 offered at 65 even in the micro. Take a look at the mini and see what's offered there. Not as much in the mini as in the micro. 65 offered at 65.
Well, another segment going flying by here.
Oh my God, are we at time already?
Yeah.
Did fly by. Wow. All right, guys. Antonio, keep us posted on this trade. Just jump in the chat. Tell us where you're at on it.
No doubt. No doubt.
And, we'll keep an eye out for it. But thank you for joining us. We'll catch you back next Wednesday. Same time, same place. Always a pleasure. Thank you, sir. Dolby time. I will see you in a little bit. Also, we are going to step aside. Group coaching coming up next. Gabe, Anne Marie, and Hoop are going to be here to answer your questions. Once again, that group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat. Go ahead, click on the link, fill it out, click submit, and get your question answered live on Topstep TV. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Group coaching coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are awaiting the arrival of Coach Hoop, but in the meantime, I'm joined by Anne Marie. You and I are going to crack open the charts here and talk a little bit about the average true range and a little bit else, whatever other questions we do have submitted today. But Anne Marie, welcome. How are you?
I am well. It's always fun to be with you, Gabe. Always fun.
Agreed.
So I'm looking forward to our time together.
Sweet. So you were telling me in the green room that you had a big conversation in one of your calls, I believe your coaching calls on Discord. And
Yes.
that's been about ATR and maybe some of the ways that people have used it, or what was kind of the basis of that conversation. And I'm happy to kind of get into that with you.
Yeah, so it first began with a trader saying, "Hey, listen, I'm a little bit stressed out. I had all these XFAs and I was really up on them, and now I'm down and now I'm nervous. And this morning I took a trade and I took a tight stop, and then I took another trade and I had a tighter stop, and both of them stopped me out. And, what do I do?" And so this is a fairly common thing. We think that, hey, our trading is not going well, so what I'm going to do is size down and then lower my risk. Well, the problem is that the market really doesn't care what your risk parameters are. The market moves the way it moves. And so the question was, well, what do I do? And I began to discuss how to use an ATR that normally we can use, and how to use an ATR the way different people use them. And so I'll go with the exact example because it was very interesting. And we took a look at the MNQ, and they said, hey, I took a trade in the MNQ and XYZ happened and I got stopped out. And when I went in for the next trade, I also got stopped out again. And so the thought process then is, well, is the setup good in the first place? And their setup was good. They had the right entry point. The execution was not solid because risk was not considered. So for someone that trades for a long time, let's take D, for instance, who'll sit in trades for hours and hours, she will look at an average daily range, and here an intraday trader might look at an average true range. So here is the ATR in yellow at the bottom, and I have an input of 14, and 2.5 times the ATR is the standard protocol for any time frame or strategy that you use. So if you use a 500 tick, you read it there, it says 5, 2.5 ATR is, I'll say 13 to make it round, as opposed to 1250. So 12.5 points is your stop if you're trading an ATR using that ATR. But if you're in the middle of a range, say you're looking at the 30-minute, and the price action has been running in the same, oh, these are tweezer tops. Look at that, friends. I haven't seen tweezer tops in a hot minute. So if you're in the middle of a bigger range, say on a 30-minute chart, let's say you've got this box, but you decide you're going to step inside of that range and try to make some money using a much tighter time frame, you're going to cook your goose. And so here's why. Because the big time frame is telling you the actual motion, and if you aren't catching that directional frame in the right place, you're going to have a problem. So a lot of people maybe don't use the tick. I'll go to a 5-minute chart. we'll look at that together. So the 5-minute, this is much better. The ATR on the 5-minute is 26 points. 26 points. 2.5 ATR is, I don't know, 65 points. So if you took this trade, long or short, and you wanted to stay in the trade long enough for the rhythm to hit you, you'd be looking at a 65-point stop from anywhere you're sitting. So let's just count it out, see if it's real. Let's say you decide, let's use the midline, right where all the motion is. And let's say you decide you're going to go long at 25,088, and your stop, let's say you do it over here, you go long, your stop's got to be 65 points, so 25,000 or so, 25,020 or so, is going to give you your stop level, which you will hold if you use 2.5, right? 1 MNQ, 2.5 ATR, it stays right there, you move up, and you can literally go 1-to-1 because it gives you the same ATR from the spot that you decided you're going to take the short. Here's the problem with that. If the ATR is 2.5 and you're getting involved in the middle of the range, it could easily gap down and you stop out 65 points down. Or you get it right. And so what a lot of people sat there, and I could hear them intuitively going, that's ridiculous. Who would take a trade like that? I'm just telling you what the stats are saying. I'm not saying anything crazy. So if you say to yourself, well, okay, I hear what you're saying about the ATR. I see what you're saying that if I take the trade there and it wiggles around, I've got the stop set wide enough that I can take a 1-to-1 profit. If I see that I'm sideways, it's going to give me 1-to-1 on the risk, and I'll be fine. Then the question is, if I do it over and over and over again, am I going to be net positive, or am I going to use, hey, I'm just going to use 1 ATR. Let's say I use 1 ATR instead of 2.5. Well, 1 ATR is going to stop you out. So either you use the ATR, you find out what the big frame is, you use the ATR and downgrade how much exposure you have, or you try to say, how can I squeeze it? If I know the chart has the potential to move 65 points away from me, and I want to be long, I'm okay with maybe losing 30 points. Maybe from my point, I can just slip down and say, all right, let me see if I can get this long. I know I've got trend. Let me see if I can get this long 30 points lower. You go to the left, you look for old resistance with some wicks, and you position there and use your ATR. Use maybe 1.5 ATR because you've already come down a lot lower than you would, and then you'd have your basic 2-to-1 if the chart was doing the right thing. Notice again, if we do it over here, right here at this space, that would be, hey, I'm going to buy it at 25,089. That's where I really want to buy it. I know I've got 65 points of risk on these particular candlesticks. Can I get it 30 points below? Can I put my order in at 25,050, 25,040, and it won't come back for you, right? But you can see it building that edge. And if you build the edge, you can go, all right, well, at least I can see that that's my stop. So I can take it and I can run it for one measure, 2.5 ATR to the top, and I'm still sitting in the nice place. It's a really nice mathematical way to try and squeeze your risk as tight as you can, but using statistical data that's coming to you every moment of the day. So I'm going to guess that that presents a giant pushback with a lot of folks. But it's really because most of us don't understand real risk with real dollars that can float away dramatically. So push back on me, Gabe, and tell me what you think about that. Whoa.
Well, first of all, there's a doorbell. Shout out to Hoop.
Hello. How long were you
Hey,
waiting
Rick.
there, dude? I was
Hey.
just yammering around.
I could listen to you talk markets all day long, Anne-Marie, so keep going.
Yeah, in terms of pushback, Anne-Marie, I was blessed with some gremlins, and I missed the majority of what you were saying regarding ATR. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch the stream once it finishes today to get a better understanding of what you were talking through. But chat, you have any questions for Anne-Marie? Shubham says, great info. Anybody have any pushback or feedback for Anne-Marie on this potential topic? When it comes to ATR, I mean, to be honest with you, Anne-Marie, my purpose for ATR has always just been to measure volatility to get a sense of how much breathing room I want to give the market for my position. So it's not really necessarily for me determining where my stop is going specifically from where I'm entering. It's more so what additional buffer on top of my invalidation point am I actually going to give this, give this position. So it's like if I enter and the ATR, for instance, to your example before I cut out was like 12.5 points, for instance, on a 100 tick chart or a 500 tick chart, whatever that might be. That's not where my stop is going from the distance from my entry. That's actually the additional buffer that I'm giving it on top of where my invalidation would typically be. So if I had like a supply zone or a demand zone and I need price to push through that supply or through that demand zone to invalidate the trade, I'm tacking on the additional ATR measurement beyond the zone, whatever that furthest point is of that zone. So I use it a little bit differently.
That's a fair way. That's a pretty fair way to use it.
Yeah, and it's relevant to the time frame.
Yeah, for sure. Hoop, do you use it at all?
I do, and it's funny. That's what kind of got me. I'm short some micro crude, and the daily ATR there is about $2. We're at $3 right now. I smell a rat. I've traded this market a long time. I don't trade it a lot. And it does this mode where it just keeps pushing to see if it can keep fishing and squeezing to a certain point. We're extended. Could we get further extended? Sure. But at least I can manage, to me, a little bit of the risk. But Gabe, I use it the same way you do too, is when that ATR gets, you look at the ATR now versus back in, in the summer, when you got almost a $4 range. I agree. You can really tell when volatility is there. But right now, I just used it as like, how much more range extension is there? And that's kind of what got me into this. Plus, there's some congestion up here around $65.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time I'm early on a trade either. Yeah. I mean, so at least I can manage the risk in here. That's what got me. And then the other one I got is I'm long 2 micro ES, and that last pullback, I got in.
I like it.
And it's so hard to get in there. And I like Antonio's theory too in the prior segment, but I just know getting in like these pullbacks, I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to take the risk in here. I'm long from 12 3/4. I've got my stop in here below, and I just know I've watched them go without me too much, so I'm willing to stick with my trade location right now. So that's
Awesome.
what I'm seeing.
All right, perfect. So we got Hoop. He is short crude from the highs of session here, and we are long ES as well, micro ES from 69.12. Where's your stop on that ES trade, by the way?
I have it at 04.5.
Okay.
A little
Giving
bit
a little bit
below
of
some
room.
liquidity in here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. And once again,
gotcha.
I've got a decent day, so I'm willing to widen out a little bit here. So.
Okay. Well, that's a good, second perspective and purpose. In addition to just volatility measure, I like that you're using it as more of an expected move, or like on average, here's the expected daily move. So if we've already moved well beyond the typical daily range, you can get a sense for maybe is this a good confluence for my position? Maybe I'm trying to enter near highs of day, and we moved that $2 a day already. Um, that this might be an exhaustion or point of exhaustion, or potentially like maybe a reversion. Anne Marie and D focus a lot on reversion trades, right? Mean reversion trades. So looking for that extension, looking for that exhaustion, and then pulling back into the range of the day. But we'll see how those trades cook up there, Hoop. But shout out to you for coming in, pulling the trigger, and getting a couple trades on for us to talk about. We do got silver, by the way, is rolling over quite a bit here. 78.37 roughly was the high, and we are down. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially 25 minutes straight of selling, trading back near the lows of the 5-minute range. 77.51 was the last trade just a second ago. Crude's trading 65.03s per barrel right now. House account is still long 2 micro crude from 63.90. We got the gold as well following suit with silver, trading back around 50.13.4 per ounce right now, near the 5-minute lows of this range from the last few hours. Equities all kind of painting the same picture. We got S&P's trading 69.12 half, NASDAQ trading 25.065s, and then Dow's also rolling over just a little bit, 49.850. It's kind of weird though, is gold. So gold made a new low here. Silver's made a new low. But if you look at the most recent high that was made on gold, for instance, in the last 5-minute time frame, the last 5-minute high, we made a lower high in gold versus a higher high in silver. So a little bit of a kind of divergence there in the recent kind of 25 minutes versus each other there. But anyway, guys, we do have a couple questions I know we want to get to. Happy to get through. We got Shanks a million. We are kind of talking a little bit about this already, but using expected moves, both from the options market and calculating using ATR and volume. I don't really hear anyone talk about these expected moves. Why? Marie, do you have any comments for Shanks?
I think that the notion of expected move sort of throws people off into a spiral a little, because we don't really train our minds to think in probabilities. And it's whenever I look at a trade, all I think about are expected moves. And that's because I focus on the probabilities of range, the probabilities of motion, the probabilities of what my option chains are doing, all those sorts of things. And so I don't know why other people don't spend more time doing it, but I do know it's very, very important to spend time doing it. And what I normally show that as is my inventory boxes. And I will draw them out, and then I will clone them and say, here's the likely space that it's going to move to. That's an expected move. So I don't use the term expected, because what I realize is most people interpret the word expected as, oh, it's going there. that's not what expected move means at all. An expected move, the term expected move is a probabilistic term that means over 1,000 times visiting this sort of range in this kind of price behavior, this is what we normally see. And that's normally pretty hard for people to stomach, I would imagine. I don't know what other word to use. That's my thought anyway.
I hate getting, I just know, Anne-Marie, you and I talk about this a lot, like zones, areas. I don't know. I've always, in 30 years of trading, if I get too predictive, what happens when the market tells me we're not going there? I like to look at zones and how we react around them, but trying to completely map out a day before it's happened, I think I'll always compare it, I'm a golfer. So when I used to compete, you see caddies, they walk the course, they write all the stats down. If I'm going to hit this club off this hole, because this is going to happen, you map it all out. And then when you get on the course and things start to fall apart, if the map starts to not quite work out how you predicted, is, how do you react inside the moment? So I always try and keep it a little more vague, like especially on TPs and stuff like that, take profits. I just think being so predictive before you get in a day can be, I think that's what you're kind of saying, Anne-Marie, like you have this whole thing, they expected this and they expected that. Then you get in there. What if the market says, I'm not doing
Exactly. And so I think, what was it that MP used to say? Strong ideas weakly held, or something like that. You know that term?
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard for someone to go, hey, here's the expected move, and then go, okay, I'm going to take a look at this, and then I'm going to be fluid. So it's not, being fluid is very hard for people. We tend to be very static in our approaches.
Mm-hmm.
We respond the same way to things. That's how people know our personalities. Otherwise, we say, ooh, that person's quirky. You don't really know how they're going to react to one thing or another. And so we want to have order, and so that's why we don't talk about it. But it is very powerful, because once you get the overlay of statistics and you realize, well, I only have a 50-50 shot of what's going to happen here, but if I see it begin to happen, I have a good idea of where it's going, as opposed to going, it's definitely going here, I'm just going to double down until it gets to where it's going. That's what people have a tendency to do when they go, hey, the expected move is 45 points. Okay, well, I'm just going to buy a call up there 45 points later. Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
That's where the intuition comes into play a little bit too as a trader.
Yes, for sure.
Dalton talks about that a lot. I sat in one of his webinars, and everybody wanted the secret sauce and what profile was going to give them and all that. And he goes, you guys got to understand that you have to use intuition as the same thing we talk about, exactness. Those things, a lot of that, especially Gabe, you say it, JD says it, when you have screen time, the more you keep watching, whether it's the dome or charts or whatever, those things are invaluable, So once again, your gut doesn't lie to you a lot. Whether you accept what it's telling you is a whole different story.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Isn't it, you can have all kinds of conversations on that one. That's really true.
On that one.
Knowing, intuition is great, and it does require a lot of screen time to get it, but I think you still got to know what to do with that information.
Yes.
Yep.
Intuition can hurt you.
Mhm.
Intuition can also benefit you. I think it just depends on how you treat it. The awareness that you have about, hey, is this a pattern I'm seeing, or is this like an emotional feeling?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a distinct difference as well between
Yeah.
intuition of pattern versus intuition of what I'm actually feeling, which tends to either be fear or greed, right? So you got to be able to kind of pinpoint what is what in the moment, which takes some time
Mm-hmm.
and practice getting a hold of. I think I've been guilty of listening to my emotions more than saying, "Oh, like I've seen this before. Like I know what to do with this information." And
Yeah,
that,
we all
in my
have.
opinion, is
Yeah.
pattern,
Yeah,
right?
you're not
So,
alone,
I
man.
mean, our brains are really great, super beautifully designed for pattern recognition. Yeah, the screen time is huge for sure. You got to build up the bank, build up the memory bank of different circumstances and conditions and pattern. Really cool. Once it starts to click, you kind of can see that
Yeah.
behavior repeated. It becomes a little easier to just let the market do what it's going to do, not feel like you need to be in control of the outcome.
And therein lies the rub, because we all want to have control.
That's why we're all
Of course,
here. Mhm.
of course,
We all want control.
yeah. As what JGZ said in chat, I need to be more surgical. I like that approach. Finding a way to be more surgical. Um, and by surgical, I don't even really think it means being more precise, like in a game of being perfect, because I think that's impossible in trading. So it's like in surgery, you do obviously want to be very precise. But I think I'd be a little bit more focused on being precise with my decision making than trying to like nail the perfect entry,
Exactly. And
if
there's
that makes any
nuance
sense.
there for sure.
Mhm.
There's definite nuance there.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the markets are up to. I know Hoops long from 69.12s still kind of hanging right around your entry there, Hoop. Didn't really see much follow
Yep.
through beneath those 69.07s. So for now, that's a good sign. We got the NASDAQ trading 25.67s, Dow's trading 49.838s. Silver is continuing to look like it wants to push lower here, 77.19 last trade here in silver. Crude coming off the highs a little bit. We got about a 35-cent, 40-cent tape bomb right now in crude. Is there a
lot
headline
of
coming out?
supply sitting up there. A lot of supply.
See,
Fundamentally,
not
a lot of
seeing,
crude out there still.
yeah, not seeing anything across the wire here for headlines. House is still technically long. Those 63.90s during the opening range breakout trade.
I think he did peel one.
Did we peel one?
I think he did. JD, you peeled one up there, I think, didn't you? I think he peeled one up at 90 or something like that.
All right, we need to get that updated then up top. Okay, so we did take one off at 64.90. So if somebody can please update the board up top, we are only long one MCL. Thank you. Well, glad we took that one off because now we're seeing a little bit of a pullback here.
Metal settled.
Hoop, when it comes to targets or expectations, we talk about having realistic expectations, especially in this case scenario when you're fighting the trend of the day. What are you really looking for in terms of downside here in crude?
So I would always said it. I'm a scalper. So I look, overall move from where let me pull my crude chart up a little bit and just kind of So I would start, we kind of hit this resistance area, and my feeling is I would just look from this bottom to here. Got the wrong tool there. Hold on. I'm going to look for a fib level. Is basically what I'm going to do. So I'm going to look for a retracement. Crude, off that move, I would look. I'm going to look for maybe a pullback into the 30s. I'll take a scalp of 50 ticks. And this is the beauty of micros, which a good part of my career I didn't have. So I can peel a couple off if the move continues to go. That's kind of the way I'm going to look at it right now. You've got 45 minutes till NYMEX settlement. Usually a lot of times on a big up move like this, you will get some type of pullback before the NYMEX close. It's just, it's a pattern that it can have. So that's kind of where my brain's just thinking a little bit right now. Like we bounced off that little pullback right there. And we'll see if we get, if this is just a little bit of a pullback or we get some rollover going into the NYMEX close. So I'm kind of targeted right now. My first level would be right around, I've got some resting orders in there around 33, 32.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
So
JD
that's
says,
kinda-
wouldn't be a trading day without someone getting screwed. The way he spells screwed has me cracking up.
Oh, if only that were not true.
Well, we do have a little bit of news to get to here. Microsoft is planning to invest $50 billion to expand artificial intelligence in poorer developing countries. Let's take a look.
Yes. The company made the announcement Wednesday, earlier today, at a global AI summit in India. A recent report found AI use in wealthier countries is about twice that of developing regions. Executives warn the growing AI divide could mirror past gaps like unequal access to electricity. Microsoft leaders say the investment will focus on infrastructure like data centers and internet access. Tech giant says it is aiming to make the investments by 2030. $50 billion pledge to bring AI to more countries from Microsoft. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. Hoop, did you get stopped out there? We just got a little bit more of a push here in the equities. About 69.05s here in the S&P's trading out. I know your stop was kind of right around here. A little bit of a flush coming through now. I think you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, 04.5. I'm out.
Okay. Got it. All right. So we're out of the MES trade here. Getting a little bit of a push down here in the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow equities. Gold also kind of taking a little bit of a dip underneath 50.03, 50.02.8 per ounce last trade here in gold. We got
picking up steam.
Crude, by the way, recovered that little tape bomb. Just made a 5-minute high of about 65.02 roughly. But yeah, we're seeing 6,900 trading out right now in the S&P's 25.013s and trading lower here in the NASDAQ 49.767s here in the Dow. Anybody short right now?
I would get short a retest up there. Yep.
6,900 is a big fat round number.
For sure. 25,000 as well. I'm very tempted to try to get long a little bit near the bottom of this 5-minute range here.
This move is happening on a lot of low volume.
Truth Social headline.
Shocker.
Let's see. The U.S. may need Diego Garcia if Iran does not make a deal. It was about a minute ago. Shout out to Antonio from last segment as well. Had the right idea on that short there from the highs of day.
Yep.
Looks like White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Many arguments one could make for a strike on Iran would be wise to make a deal with Trump. Diplomacy is Trump's first option for Iran. Trump said UK should not give away Diego Garcia. Suppose we are going to continue to see some headlines here across the next 15 minutes.
Why not? So, Anne Marie, how much crude premium do you think is built in that market right now? From where I always say there's always that, when there's X factors of geopolitical out there, there's always, I always used to say there's like $1, $1.50, $2 of premium built in there just in case, news comes out. Because we saw it yesterday. We had that massive, $2 break on maybe a deal. Then there's not a deal. Do you think, because the supply, and we're probably going to find out tomorrow, there's going to be another increase in inventory. But I just, once again, like you said, $65 is the technical number. And I just think there's like $1, $1.50 of premium built in for news. Let's put it that way. You believe in that?
I have never pondered that seriously. However, if we do something like look at what the difference is in, if we just add the straddle, it'll tell us, I think, what's built in. And I think it's way more than $1. I think it's probably $2.50, $3 easily if we take a look at the straddle. And so things could go great and we could see it fade, but the bad news is that they're just coiling into this whatever. And I would not be, listen, if the call wall is up at 70, the vol at 70 is not really, the implied volatility of the 70 strike is not really moving very much. So it's sort of stagnant. But if that vol begins to rise, it begins to uptick, we know there's a shot that it could move. And we could get up tomorrow and it could be $70 and then move all the way back down as soon as cooler heads prevail. It's just something that happens. But I would say there's probably, the only way I would measure that is by the straddle. And the straddle's, the straddle's got $3 in it minimum.
Yeah.
Oh, and for people who are wondering what in the world a straddle is, it's a call at 65 and a put at 65. A straddle is one strike looking at both the call and the put and then adding up how much it would cost to buy it. Plus, today is of expiration. So
that's right.
Also very interesting. If it moves to backwardation and we slip to negative gamma, which looks to be, if we get under 68.50, we'll slip from positive to negative gamma. And then that could give us a little bit of an unwind. But there's nothing showing up that says, hey, things are going to crash, things are looking XYZ. It just doesn't look like that yet, even though the chains are building negative just forward in time. If you look at how much new puts are getting bought 2, 3, 4 weeks out, that number is starting to rise specifically.
Yeah, and you're in that seasonal time too, right? I mean, seasonally, as you get into driving season, we're sitting here in February and March where, big guys start to have to hedge their position, right? So,
Yes, for sure.
especially with our Bob, as Dee would allude to. Yeah,
I did not know
Gabe,
what
you look
RBOB
laser
meant
focused
until
there. You're
he
back,
told us.
right?
I am.
Yeah.
I am indeed back. All right, let's see where the equities are. Right around your stop location, Hoop. If we
Yep.
build a decent base here, is this maybe a location you'd be willing to try again?
This volume has died off a lot.
Yeah.
I'd wait to see if we keep acting here around 69. If we get, I don't know, if we get through 69 with any movement, I'm the way the market has acted, especially this week early. Everything starts to look one direction, and can lose momentum pretty quick. So I'm gonna just had a decent day. I'm gonna sit here. I'm in my crude trade. I'm gonna see how we act into the close. I would rather, if I were going to get in, instead of just seeing how we act at 69, I would maybe, if I was going to take a long go to the power hour, would be more like 68, 85. We could get a little deeper here if we get through the evens. So that's kind of where I'm looking at it right now, Gabe. And
all right.
NQ and ES are completely, they move so differently sometimes. So
yeah, indeed. We also, by the way, have the FOMC meeting minutes, I believe, is supposed to come out at 2. JD, remind me again, is that tentative or is that still a go? I know that was scheduled for today at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. That would, of course, be in about a little less than 10 minutes here.
It is
I remember
on all of my calendars. All the
cool.
calendars still show FOMC minutes release at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock p.m. Central.
Gotcha.
Again, this is not a Fed announcement. It's just the minutes from the last Fed meeting.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. Just a detailed little record or summary of the in-depth insights, the conditions, and what influenced their vote. We'll get that here coming up in just a few. Shout out to JD for keeping an eye on the ditch for me. See if there's any other comments coming across the wire here. We got White House Press Secretary Leavitt, a little bit of progress on U.S.-Iran talks made. Believes it's in Cuba. Little side note, believes it's in Cuba's interest to make changes soon. Kind of a wide range of comments. Also on the DHS shutdown. No recent Trump-Democrat talks. Nothing really from Trump since that initial Truth Social post about 8 minutes ago. Getting a little bit of a continued sell-off here. We got 68.95 in the S&Ps, 24.985 here in the NASDAQ, 49 in the Dow. Metals kind of holding big right now, 50.05 here.
Oop, take us home, my man.
Gremlins are out today.
Take us home, baby. I heard him going into the. I'm like,
internet gremlins.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of where we're at, obviously there's some news kind of floating around here in the last half hour, Anne Marie. So make sure your stops in. Once again, sometimes I looked like I was too close at first in the stops, and once again, we all feel better when the market goes deeper than where your stop is. It just looks like there's more room if we gain some momentum down here. So I'm not chasing
especially
here.
with the VIX expiring.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing we're looking at here the rest of the day, we haven't done any of this on big volume. I'd be wary of the news right now. Once again, if you've had a good trading day, those risk settings are there for a reason. use them because you can, I've turned late in the day, turned into a good day into a trouble day real quick. So stay patient. And looks like we're got a couple minutes here, Anne Marie. Are you looking at anything late here, Anne Marie, in the markets, or are you?
You know,
Pretty locked for the day.
I felt like it was a hands-off day simply because of Vixpiration and us being so close to being in backwardation in Vixpiration. And so I was concerned about whether we'd be able to hold the move up. I wanted to see a bigger unwind from the overnight volume, and it didn't really show. And so once my premise didn't start working out as the day opened, I thought, yeah, I don't have a good read on the market. So I'm just sitting back and watching it. I drew my measured moves. So this range, using a 5,000 tick, all I did was accumulate volume for literally since 10 o'clock this morning. We've been sitting in the same range. We just broke that just a little bit ago. And if it holds, then, easily we get to 68.90 on this move, but the VWAP is sitting right in the way. So everything's clear as mud. That's my
Welcome to
assessment.
trading.
Clear as mud. Cleared mud.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing to trade.
Well, and I'm kind of with you.
Do you have a meeting today? Do you have a meeting today with the group or your folks or any of the people?
I do my
on
Discord session.
that
Yep.
can go?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I
Tell
will do
folks
my
about that
Discord.
so they can pop in.
Yeah.
What time is
I
it?
always do Discord. My session is basically 4 o'clock AZ time, 6 o'clock Eastern. I go over fundamentals. I go through a lot of other markets like the grains or the meats. Once again, just try and mix it up a little bit different. I always love doing Discord, and can answer some questions. The markets open up, so. But it looks like we're ready to go into the next session. So,
Always fun
I think we're
spending
going in
time
with
with
trade
you.
with Topstep. Yep. And
Yep.
it looks like it's going to be Hogue, JD, and James S. I'm really interested to meet James. Hogue speaks very highly of him and is an ex-trader. So let's get rolling into that. And Anne-Marie, it's always great time, sharing time with you. So
Same.
Let's get ready to go, and let's go into trade with Topstep. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You know John Hogan over there on the right. In the middle, we've got James. James is a special guest today. He's joining us to trade with Topstep. What's up, James? James is an old pal of Mr. Hoagland's from one-on-one coaching. Is that correct? Hoag? Tell us everything.
Yes.
Who's James?
Yeah, we go way back to even before COVID.
Oh, back to year zero. Gotcha.
Yeah. Sometimes seems
Prehistoric
that
times.
way, but yeah. It's great to see you, James.
Awesome.
You've been watching. You've been bell to bell on Topstep TV. You and I have worked together. Very excited to have you on. I think we're going to have a lot of fun, learn a little bit about you, and see if we can't get any good trades on here. We're kind of hanging around value low here in the equities. We just had the FOMC minute, the FOMC meeting minutes, pretty much a non-event. We had a little bit of news before that from the president and the press secretary, so we've come off the highs a little bit here. JD, we're still long crude and looking for opportunities here in the equities. I kind of like value low here for a risk limiter for a potential long, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Awesome.
James, I mean, it's your first time on. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You've got quite a history and a very interesting history at that. Tell us about yourself.
All right. Well, still loading up the charts here. Okay. Yeah, so I graduated from the Berklee College of Music a long time ago. I was going to do music in New York. All my friends, we were in a popular band in the 90s, and then we were gonna, we split up the band. We all went to college, and I was gonna move back to New York. We were gonna then 9/11 happened. So that was really, really scary, very jarring. And then I realized that the cost of living in LA is a lot cheaper than the cost of living in New York, while the income for a working musician is about the same. So I moved to LA instead.
Really?
Yeah, and then but this was this was back in the late 90s. So I don't know how different it is now. But that's how I kind of came into the world, was just after 9/11, trying to figure it out. But then I went to LA, and I was taking work, doing good as a working musician. I've always liked cars, and I ended up race cars instead. And what it was working on race cars during the day and doing music at night. It was fun. It was a very fast-paced life, but something had to give at some point. But it was good. We ended up building the world's fastest and quickest Subarus for Subaru of America, and actually some of the cars that I worked on have been in movies like Fast and the Furious movies and things like that. So that was a lot of fun, and that was my day job. And then I was working music. I had a bunch of bands and stuff, and then moved back to Maryland, 2010. So I was in LA from 2000 to 2010, and then my mom got, and then that was a big thing, and I ended up staying in Maryland for a little while until about 2015, where I started a startup, and it was basically filling in a gap that I saw when I was, and then that was about 2011. I ran that until about 2020, when COVID started. When COVID started, that kind of pulled funding for our startup, and the startup went, and figuring it all out. Pandemic, once again, just figuring it out. And then I decided to get into trading. Now, I was introduced to trading in the 2008 housing market crash. So, but that was more looking over the shoulder of if he was learning how to trade. So I didn't really get very into trading. He was trading the Dow. And I got exposed to the candlestick patterns and basic candlestick, what they mean and all that kind of stuff. But then once COVID happened, gold started going crazy, oil went crazy. And I was just, what was I doing at the time? I was test driving cars for Volkswagen at the time. And then there was pandemic, stay-at-home orders, and so I just sat around and click on the news, watch the news, whatever. And in mainstream news, they were talking about gold going crazy and oil going crazy. So I was like, wait a second, I could trade this. So then I started using my stimulus money to trade. And then I started doing that. I got into a bunch of micro gold contracts and made it, and then lost pretty fast. I think.
James, James, your connection is a little bit rough. Can you cancel out any other platforms or a lot of the things that you're running on your computer? That may help us.
If you're running multiple front ends, close one out. That would help.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
Thank you
We
so
want to
much.
hear. We want to hear your.
While we're going through this
fascinating story.
Yeah, we do want to hear. While we're while
no
James
problem.
is fixing up on his connection, I'll run through a couple of strategic talking points from those FOMC minutes that were released a few minutes ago. As far as policy, the pause in policy, FOMC held federal fund rates steady at 3.5 to 3.75%, pausing after 3 consecutive quarter point cuts, signaling a moment of tactical assessment rather than directional change. These are quotes directly from that report. I've got a link to the report. I actually put it in the chat for you guys if you want. Mixed views on the future of rate moves. While the majority supported a hold, there were 2 dissenters in favor of a 25 basis point cut, reflecting internal debate about the timing and extent of further easing. And inflation still seems to be elevated. In the opinion of some, committee participants generally noted that inflation had eased from its 2022 highs, but remained above the 2% longer run objective, especially in core goods, tempering enthusiasm for aggressive easing. Just a couple of bullet points from that FOMC minutes release. It was sort of a non-event when you're looking at the markets. We didn't get a whole lot of reaction from equity futures. We've got crude oil. Oh, you looking at crude? Tapping on the ceiling, new highs again. 65.19 high. This thing just keeps ticking higher. How many ticks do you want to squeeze out of this trade? How many ticks is this trade
65.60
worth?
is weekly kickoff high. If we get up there, that's it.
Let me pull up that crude chart real quick. We got into this trade at 8:01 a.m. Central Time. You want to talk hold times? We're talking hold times right now. We've been in this trade for over 5 hours. Just a couple of micros. But man, we're up. Yeah. We locked in almost $100 realized. We're up $125 unrealized. Nice little micro trade. We're above $200. We're above $150. That's good enough for a notch on the belt towards a payout, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, I like it. As long as we traded to that naked point of control, 65.05. That topped us off for a little while. We did see a pretty decent pullback, and we moved our stop up to just under the initial balance high. Well placed stop. We pulled back. Now we're heading back towards highs again. And if we can actually get all the way up to 65.60, that's the weekly kickoff high, I can see taking a profit there. We've got to be careful. We're coming into the close here. Crude oil does have that tendency to kind of rip in the opposite direction coming into the close. But I think our stop is very well placed, and we just put in a new session highs right now. So so far so good. If we get up to that 65.60, that'll be enough for me. put the offer in at 65.50. I always like to go a little bit short of where I think the market might actually go.
Very good. Thank you, Hogue. Appreciate it. On the humor front, checking in on the chat, KRV Trader says, name the president of America. Well, here in the United States, we call him the president of the United States. But you go ahead and say whatever you want. The chat is yours. I'm just here to watch. All right, James, how are we looking over there? Let's continue the story.
I closed off a few things. Is this any better?
Sounded good?
Seems much better. Seems much better.
Cool. All right. So anyway.
So how did you find Topstep?
Yep.
Well, that's what I was just about to get to, where once COVID was happening and the pandemic was happening, the economy went crazy, the markets went crazy, and I was funneling all of my stimulus money pretty much into trading and Topstep. So with that roller coaster of a ride with my gold contracts, when I was just throwing contracts around, I decided I wanted to learn from the best of the best. I found Topstep through various Google searches and stuff, looking for a way to make money online where I don't have to show up at an office, because it was the stay-at-home orders. And I found Topstep, and then I saw that there was an performance coaching, and that's when, John, I signed up for the personal performance coaching, and that was, I'm sure when, 2020, 2021. It was early on in the pandemic,
Sure.
and I was a coach. I mean, I was being coached by you up until you started Topstep TV. So
yeah, that's right.
So we had like a number of years of performance coaching under our belt here.
Mm-hmm. The glory days, right,
And,
Hogue? Back when we were doing Coach's Playbook episodes and Limit Up podcasts and funded trader interviews.
Yep.
There was so much. We created so much content those years. That's all we did. We just sat around making content for the website. Those are good. Those are good years too, weren't they? Thanks for being a part of it, James. That was awesome. What's up, Hogue? You were about to say something.
I was just going to say, James was, very inquisitive, worked very hard, learned about the market profile, learned the auction process, learned about journaling and all of those things. And, it does take time to assimilate all that information. And it seems like it's worked out, pretty well for you, James. I mean, you're here, you're in an XFA, you're still at it. So that's a good thing. And you're married, you've got a daughter, you got the world by the short hairs here, it sounds like.
It's a lot of stuff. Raising a 4-year-old is a lot of stuff. I didn't know what to expect. I'm also an older parent. Like, whenever we see any of the other parents at the parent events for the preschool, my wife and I are like 10 years older than all the other parents. but I believe it offers a different perspective than I would have had if I was having a kid 15 years and like that. So it's great. I'm really appreciating everything, but boy, is it a lot of chasing, which I'd be well prepared for with trying to learn how to trade, right?
Yeah. Well, at least you've got the opportunity to be at home and to trade from home and to be at home, with your daughter. And did you trade today at all, James?
I took some trades in the combines. I didn't touch the live account. I have been doing I haven't been doing badly, but like, it's been rough. I don't think it's this week, and actually the last maybe 2 weeks or so. It's been pretty volatile, and the things that I typically look out for, I watch order flow, and I look at a footprint, and I watch bookmap, and I watch patterns within the order flow, and they just don't follow through. So it's been tricky. So to manage my accounts here, I've been kind of staying off of the live account and just trading. I opened up a trading combine with a 30% off coupon that was recently offered.
Very nice.
And so I'm just doing that. I'm building up a new combine right now.
So that's smart. If you're not seeing the market, if what you're looking for isn't happening, you're not just trying to force something. You're not out there looking for trades. You're recognizing prior to even getting involved, like, okay, these things that I'm looking at aren't lining up in the way that I'm used to seeing them. So I'm just going to back off. I'll, work in a trading combine or work in a practice account until things start to line up. I applaud you for doing that. I mean, most people are just going to say, well, I got a trade, so I'm going to just do it anyway. That's a maturity thing, maybe, and a discipline. Have you chosen to do that before, like looking at the things you're looking at and saying things are just not lining up, and I'm going to try not to get involved today. I mean, if we go looking for trades, James, we can find a trade, right? But if things aren't lining up, you're not seeing the things you want to see, it's smart to just, sit back, sit on your hands, take your hand off the mouse, practice, journal, do something. What taught you that discipline? I'm very proud of you for that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. What taught me that discipline is putting my hand on the hot stove enough times. I think Dakota and Jay were talking about that recently, where what taught them the market was pain and making the same mistakes enough that eventually your head, maybe you don't want it this time. And to actually sort of put a more of a
We're losing you again, James.
Oh,
Starting to break up just a little bit again. Let's hang on a
Okay.
second.
I'm sorry about that. This one.
Let's check in. Let's do a quick market check-in. Hogue, we're creeping up to new highs. We're tapping on the ceiling new highs in crude oil again. 65.29 new high in crude. We're about to make another new high. We've got about $140 in open equity on this single micro contract from this opening range breakout trade. Let's go around the horn here. Last trade in the ES 6,900 even. Last trade in the NASDAQ 24,988. Let's call it 988. Man, Dolby Time called that short in the Russell 26.66.10 last trade. Dolby wanted to get short at 26.83.10. That would have been the trade of the day, I think. The Dow last trade 49.733. Gold just fell out of bed. Look at this move in gold, pulling it up. We're moving right now. Gold is rocking and rolling. 49.96 last trade. Put it in a high of 50.32.30 back at 10:45 a.m. Central Time, and now gold is making a move. I don't see any news. Oh, you see anything coming out?
No.
There
No,
are
nothing
reasons
new.
for this. Crude oil just turned around too. Crude oil just dumped 15.
Yeah,
15
because we
ticks?
said
Almost 20 ticks.
because we said it.
As we were talking about it, it fell out of bed. Let's go back to that crude chart.
We said
How many more ticks do you think you would squeeze out of this crude trade? I know I asked you this question already, Hogue. Is this one for the auto liquidator, or should we just take our profits and walk away from this trade?
If we're going to trail the stop, the only place I see to trail it is down around is at 64.50.
And we're already at 42. Move it up a couple tickies, just a couple tickies. I'll put it at 56. How about that?
Yeah, that's good.
55. Puppy paws. 64.55. 64
So,
puppy
I mean, what we just
paws.
saw.
Stop. What's that?
I think what we just saw there, JD, was, I mean, that was the close. That was the 130 close in crude. So,
Still got a
if we're
couple
going to see the
seconds. We got about
pullback,
30
it's
seconds.
probably going to happen now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got
Time
30
of day
seconds
is a
left. So,
level. Time of day is a level in
yes,
crude
it
oil.
is.
Screwed.
Yes, it is.
Apostrophe CRUDE. Screwed. Refresh my news feed. See if we got anything out.
Don't see anything
Look
right
at
now.
these. Look at these crude settlement prices in just a few minutes too. A couple of headlines that came out along with the Fed minutes. Several participants commented that further rate cuts would likely be appropriate if inflation were to decline in line with their expectations. I didn't get a chance to look at the CME FedWatch tool. It's a pretty good indicator of where the they update the dot plot pretty regularly. Pretty good indicator of where the Fed is leaning. Percentage-wise, whether or not we'll get a cut during the next FOMC meeting, during the next Fed meeting.
Right. So, James, hopefully you're solid here again. Are you seeing anything that would get you into a trade right here? What are you trading mostly, anyways?
Mostly trading ES and NQ. I used to trade NQ by reading the ES, and then now I just trade ES while reading ES. But I still read both.
Sure.
And I sort of view it as like, downward pressure, sell pressure, or buying pressure. Not exactly a one-to-one relationship between the two, but when one of them goes down, the other one goes down. Yeah. Now, hopefully my connection now, I shut off all the trader charts, so I don't really have much. I don't really have half of my charts up right now, but I have the Topstep X chart, and I'm pretty much in the candlesticks. I did have levels noted for the ES. So right now we're at 92. We should be cleaning up a couple loose single TPOs right around now from earlier in the day. And NQ probably still has a couple more single TPOs to clean up, does it? Not sure. But
Ghetto, you gotta watch that mute button. You gotta watch the wire on that mute button, Hogue.
I do. It did. It just the S&P just closed out a few of those single prints. There's a little bit of price bar overlap in the NASDAQ from 24,958 down to 937. Well, we just kind of closed out some of those single prints down to that 24,958 level. We keep dragging value down.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for a place to look for a long, and I could be dead wrong on that, but what do you think, James?
Personally, I think that we are in the middle of a pullback on a bigger down move. If you look at the daily, which now I'm just going off memory. If you look at the daily, yesterday and today have both been green days, but they've been really leaky. Also, there's a balance area between let's see here, 67.75 and 7,020. That's a really, really wide range, but you could break that up into smaller balance areas. And today we came up to the bottom of our balance area and rejected that. So I think that this may actually just be a pullback for a deeper down move, like maybe into the rest of the week. More red days is what I'm thinking.
Okay. Are you watching weekly kickoff levels? We tested down to the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps yesterday, which was 67.96. looked a couple of tickies below that, but when the buyers came in, we added some pretty good open interest on that push to the upside, and not bad volume. Does that enter into your decision making process as to your next hypothesis?
One of the big things I've been paying attention to is strength of retail. And you can look at it because Monday was a holiday. Look at all of the volume from Monday as retail only. That's how I was.
Sure.
And we were kind of lining up with that in yesterday's range. Hang on. If I move this chart, making me break up. Is it feed?
No, it should be all right. I mean, you're still breaking
Yeah,
up
okay.
a little bit, but not as bad as you were before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If
All
you have
right.
any useless
Well,
tabs open, kill them now.
all of the useless tabs have been killed at this point. So, yeah, so the Monday, we are above Monday's retail. And right now, what I'm seeing is this 6,900 as sort of the line in the sand for the upper or lower balance area. And we've been in balance. Yeah, we've been in balance a long time. That balance area has been holding since December.
Yeah.
So if we can't get back into it, then I think we've got lots of room to the downside. One thing that I was keeping an eye out for today was just cleaning up the single TPO, because if it wants to go higher, it would have to clean that up, or else it would be going up on weak structure, I think. So I think that either way, it's coming down to clean up single TPOs in both the NES before it runs up. And if it does run up, maybe it'll do that into the close. I don't have Delta because I closed that screen.
Oh, yeah.
But I would look at that to see if maybe there's some Delta that needs to unravel before the close or something like that.
Right now, regular trading hours S&P's Delta negative 600.
Oh wow, it's negative.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, 600 is
pretty
decent.
We're
getting some movement in the
Pretty
equities
decent
right now.
positive delta.
68, just kissed 68.85 half in the S&P, which is yesterday's high. We're still trading outside of range, but it looked like we were testing it in the ES. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ breaking down to yesterday's high. 24,922, almost kissed it to the tick. Bounce off a little bit, but we got some selling pressure entering these markets right now. Last trade, look at the Russell and the Dow. Russell is on a move lower, 2660.30. Dolby time, I see you in the chat, man. Your call at 2683. That was the call. Dow is making new lows, about to make new lows. 49,650 last trade in the Dow. We saw gold making moves. Gold has rebounded just a little bit. 5,420 last trade in the gold, and crude oil 64.90 last trade. We're sitting right on top of our first profit target, 64.90. Those 2R on this opening range breakout trade. We're there right here, right now. We're on it. New lows in Bitcoin. Let's take a look at micro Bitcoin. I'll pull that up real quick. New lows in Bitcoin last in the MBT. 65,950 on its way lower. This is some decent selling pressure in Bitcoin right now. 65,950 last.
Given up value for today. Heading down.
In what?
Almost back
What are you
into the
looking at,
opening
Hope?
range in the S&Ps. We're almost back
Okay.
into the opening
Yes.
range, the 1 minute opening range, which was the dead low. So, if we get a look below that, I mean, it could be opportunity there. I've been trying to kind of talk for some longs, but the market has not given me anything decent to look for. So we haven't taken a trade here, but I'm still looking. James, what do you think? Are you seeing anywhere that you would look for an opportunity to get short or long? I know you're a
Well,
little bit behind the 8 ball here, but
a little bit, but that's okay. I'm sort of watching how the market is being fed on with the order flow, and they seem to NQ that on both sides right now. It's being upside, and there is a little bit of resting liquidity up on ES around 91, 68.91. That said, I do think that we've got more room to the downside to somewhere in the says. Hold on. Or, yeah, around 75, 77, 75, and then the 68.50s if it wants to break the daily low. But a lot of what I trade though is watching order flow and watching how the current price is being led. It's same thing as watching the dome with level 2 data, where you can see orders get pulled and
sure,
resting orders waiting to get picked up. Now, the reason why I don't put too much weight on the dome is because stuff gets pulled and there are some games that get played there. That's why I use the footprint, because then those are the actual trades that
shows you everything.
Traded. Yeah. So, well, right now, both the ES and NQ have broken below their overnight VWAP. Yeah, I would.
Yes.
I would stay short. I would think short. So yeah, I look at the longer time frame to get a general bias, and then I look at the shorter time frames for things like 3-bar reversals and things like that. And then I look at the order flow to see how the actual price is being fed and how being what and where the next wave is going to come from. Now, if you remember when we were doing the personal performance coaching, I have a bunch of weird rules that I picked up on with back testing, and one of them is watching the 5th minute after the start of a 30-minute bar. This one's relatively new. So at, say, 11:35, watch for that and see if there are long or short impulses. And when there are long or short impulses, then at the 06 or the 36 or the 07 or the 37, we'll come out and push it in that same direction fairly hard. So that's one of the things that I watch out for, and I have the indicator on my other platform, which I closed, so I can't actually demonstrate that right now. Another one of the things was I was noticing that 42 right now, West Coast, it's 11:43 right now. This last push down came at 11:42, and 9, 10, and 11:42s. There's often a surge of liquidity. And I'm not, it doesn't necessarily say that it's always long or short, but it's always at 42. Strangely.
James is using West Coast time. He's out in California, so
yeah. We do everything wrong.
That's
be the West Coast.
Yes. Yes. It's interesting because we always say, time is an indicator, but I've never noticed at 42 after something happens.
Yeah.
We're always looking at like on the hour and the half hour for liquidity to come in at that time. I never noticed that at the 42s.
Yeah. Pay
Where'd you
attention.
find that?
It's not always that dependable. The 42s one isn't as dependable, but and also I can't explain that one. I can explain the 05, 06, 07s, and that's just simply a new bar starting, new people wanting to add, and all that stuff. But I have noticed that if there is interest at 05 in a particular direction, if it's a strong enough interest, then in 06 and 07 you'll get follow through. Well, those have been pretty successful for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
We talk about
Really weird.
we talk about that. No, I mean it's not weird. We talk about that sometimes as a broker in the pit. I'd have a customer and they'd give me an order before the open, and they'd say, we got 5,000 we want to sell. We want them done throughout the day. So we would break that 5,000 up into, half hour segments or 15-minute segments, and then we'd just watch the clock and we would execute on the half hour, the 40, 15, the 30, and the 45. If it was a bigger order, we'd split it up that way because the customer was basically looking for an average price throughout the day. So the best way we could try and achieve that was by splitting up the orders and executing them at specific times of the day. And that's where that comes in. I never heard of the 42. And, sometimes if there is an executor, whatever you want to call it, and it's a particularly large order, they're not going to just pepper in 1,000 lot. They're going to pepper in 100, 100, 100, 100. And we used to have a saying in the S&P pit: if you have 1,000 to sell the last 100 really bad because it makes you look really good on the first 900. So that may be where your 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes after the half hour or the hour comes in, because they're going to sell most of the package there, and then they're going to try and sell the last part of the package really bad. We used to call it sell the last 100 ugly. So there that may be a part of what you're seeing in that, because you could use those orders to make you look good. I got the first 900 off before anybody noticed.
I was going to say, Hogue, while we're on the topic, how long would it take the locals in the pit to recognize that you were working an order all day long at the top and the bottom of the hour? Would it be immediately? Would it take them a couple times before they
look for it every day. They looked for it every day. Every day.
Read the tape, guys. This is a lesson on reading the tape. Keep your eye on the ladder. You can see these orders coming in and out.
100%.
It's the same.
Exactly.
If they knew if they knew I had 100 to sell on the half hour, they would come into that half hour short 50 and then try and lowball me for 50 contracts. Sell you 50, done.
So what I wonder is what you're describing is how things were back in the pit. How would that have changed now that everything's electronic? Could it be programmed to always trigger at 42? Because 42 is out.
Question. Yes, it can be.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
And
can
so that's
be.
what I wonder.
There are very few people who are still getting paid to take the execution risk. A lot of it has moved on to computers. One of my floor customers is one of the only guys who still has a customer who calls him and says, sell me 5,000 S&Ps. And, Paulie still goes into the office, still sits at his computer, says, okay, I got to sell 5,000, March S&Ps throughout the day. All right, I'll call you with the average fill. And he'd hang up the phone and he would just start executing on Globex, on the machine. He was very good at it on the trading floor. He's still, I'm sure, very good at that execution, off the floor using the screen. But the reason that traders do that, if you fat finger 50,000 when you're trying to sell 5,000, or you fat finger 5,000 when you're trying to sell 500, that puts you at a lot of risk. So when you hand that execution risk off to somebody else, You don't have to worry about it. They do. And, Paulie gets paid by commission by the contract, just like the old days. And he's still doing it. And he says, I'm going to do this until he either retires or he gets smart and starts using a computer, one of the two. But he's had such a relationship with this guy for 30 years. I mean, this guy started as a onesie twosie trader. The guy's made billions executing through my friend Paul.
Really?
Yes.
Let's get him on TV.
And I think I know who it is. Do you remember Breck shampoo? Now we're going back into the 70s with that. Dick Breck made a fortune selling shampoo. I think he actually came up with the way to double sales is lather, rinse, repeat. That's how he made millions selling shampoo. And he decided he wanted to learn how to trade S&Ps. And my friend Paulie was the phone clerk that was picking up the phone all the time. And Paulie taught him about markets, about how to trade. And the guy's still trading and he's made billions.
Lather,
that's
rinse,
why
repeat.
he's so loyal to Paulie.
Sometimes all you need is a good catchphrase, huh? That's awesome.
Yeah.
The origins.
Yep. Lather, rinse, repeat. Double your sales.
Lather. Perfect. How do we double up on this crude trade, Hogue? It's going flat. I kind of want to just get out of it before this thing rolls out of bed on us. We just take this profit.
What else? What are we trying to squeeze out of this thing? It's like trying to
we're going to risk it all
out of an orange that's already
risk it all for $6. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm working on an offer to get out of this trade.
Right. Yeah.
64.94, working one. See if we can get hit on this. 64.92 last trade. What was the offer when I joined it? Let us out. What am I doing? Trying to squeeze ticks out of this. I'm just getting
likes to run away from you, JD.
Yes, it was dumb. Up $195 on 2 micros for that micro crude opening range breakout trade. We are flat. Got out of the last one at what? 91. 91. We are flat.
Good trade.
Up 195.
Good trade.
Decent trade.
That was some pretty good
squeeze an extra
expansion on
buck
that.
or two. It was very good, yeah.
We were already at the ATR when we opened, and the market just continued to push higher. I was surprised. My ultimate target for that trade would have been right where we got out. We got that naked POC at 65.05. You got out of the first one at 90, which was a great out. Just got out at 95 or 94. It's a great out. It's a great trade. It's a great job.
That's the point of taking those opening range breakout trades. You want to catch the high or the low for the day and be on the right side of it. We did that today. Could have held it for the auto liquidator, but honestly, how far can this thing stretch? I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now, and this thing is stretched pretty far. Stretched pretty thin.
Yeah, it pretty much played out. I mean, I know for all intents and purposes, it's kind of closed for the day.
We caught 90. Yeah. We caught 90%, more than 90% of that move for the day during regular trading hours. And that is all that we're looking to do. That's more than we're looking to do. 90% of the range.
We made a buck a contract on that, didn't we?
Sure did. 2 micro,
that works
195
for me.
After commissions. Yeah.
That works for me.
Good return without even really having a look at it. Just mentioning it once in a while. We never lended it. We never touched it. We assume the risk and we let it ride. Sometimes that's all you got to do. Set it, forget it, walk away. Was that another catchphrase? Set it and forget it. What was that from again?
Set it and forget it. Yes. Ron Popeil.
Ron Popeil. Assume the risk. Set it, forget it. Catch you later.
Set it and forget it.
All right, guys, we got 2 minutes left. No news coming across the wire. We got Power Hour coming up in just a little bit. We're a little less than an hour away from MOC numbers. Lost my train of thought for a second. MOC's
Well.
coming up in just a little bit. What's up, Hogue?
James, it's been a
Yeah.
lot of fun having you on. I know we had a couple of gremlins going on. We're going to work on those gremlins so we can communicate a little bit easier for the next time you come on. If you want to come on, it's always great to see you in chat. You guys know James in chat. You should. He's been pretty much bell to bell from the beginning, and it's been a great pleasure knowing James for the years. We've been through a lot together, and hopefully we'll be through a lot more moving forward.
Oh yeah.
James, what is your chat handle in the YouTube chat? So everybody knows.
Oh, it's just James Sager. It's, it's nothing very creative. Yeah.
Simple
I didn't know
enough.
if you wanted me to dox you.
Yeah, you never know. You never know when someone's trying to fake you out. Or what do they call? I'm trying to. Never mind. I'll leave it at that.
James Sager.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for having me on, guys. This is awesome.
Well, that was great.
On again. If I could, have my full charts, I could give you a lot more of a read on the markets. Yeah,
for sure,
this has been awesome. Yeah.
We will start working on that, most definitely. Thank you, James. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for telling us your story. Hogue, always a pleasure. Man, you put in some time today too, Hogue. Go get some rest. We will see you in the morning. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Power Hour starting up. Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time are here to close out the day. MOC numbers coming out in just a little bit. We got another hour of Tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. All right, let's go get it.
Hey, James. JD.
Welcome, all my friends, to the show that never ends. Come inside. We got Dolby Time and Mandy. It's Power Hour. We're selling off. Mandy, welcome. How you doing today?
Hello. Doing pretty good. It's been a busy day as a mom, I'll tell you that much. But was able to get a little bit of this turnaround. I wasn't able to trade much this morning. Where was that drop? I think it was 25,073s, like right in here. Was looking. I mean, heck, if only I had a runner, man, right? But I snagged
Every
part
time.
of that. 640. Hopefully getting this combine pass. It has just been a mental block for me today. I still have my other XFA, but very curious why I can't seem to finish this combine out. So that's my goal for the end of the week, and very curious to see what Power Hour is going to do. Are you just going to retrace all of this or try to retest market open?
Excellent. We also have a very freshly shaven Dolby Time with us.
Super
Dolby.
fresh. I do.
What's up? Did you wax
Doing
your
great.
face?
It's breezy. It's breezy these days. No, did not wax. I don't have the pain tolerance for that. We just went electric into traditional razor, a little bit of coconut oil on afterwards. Make sure the skin is nice and hydrated. That is my skincare routine, chat. Highly recommend it. Went outside for lunch, got a little bit of sun. What else? That's about it. Gotta take care of the face. It's important. Especially if it's on camera, the TV all the time. Moisturize. That's the key word, chat. That is the key word.
All right.
I don't
Let's
have a good
dive-
transition into the markets from there.
Yeah, let's dive into the markets, shall we?
Ooh.
This is one of those days that makes you question what the true underlying is.
Yeah.
Are the spot markets just there to move around to hedge options, or the other way around? Today, we off the bell just rallied right up into this huge positive gamma level at 6,900 in the SPX. Stuck around it for as long as buyers were ramming themselves into the wall, and now we have sold off. Right now, it's looking, I would caution, you guys can do whatever you want to do, but I would caution just blind dip buying, as it could still be pretty slippery below here. But we'll start with Mandy here. You'll be trading the NQ, I would guess?
Yeah, NQ, MNQ. I have my MNQ charts up right now. Probably looking to just enter probably no more than 3 micros. I mean, we've been moving a lot in the last couple hours. Micros have been sufficient enough for me. So
No, definitely.
Yeah.
Dolby.
Yes.
What are you going to be trading today? You got the keys of the house account.
Think some RTY. I think we're going to trade some RTY today. We're going to mix it up a little bit. I know NASDAQ is kind of stealing the show, but I'm feeling RTY. I feel like we're starting to get a read on it a little bit. We were off by a tick on a great short at the 11:15 segment, and then yesterday we were off by like a couple ticks, so I think we're close to getting the RTY dialed in. So we're going to see if we can trade 1 E-mini of RTY. That is right, your local real estate guy, the good old Rusty.
short.
There we go.
Sorry.
Love it.
You're like, right on cue, Mandy. No hesitation.
Mandy, since you are short, I'm going to presume that your above below number is going to be below here, or else that's some high dimensional chess. So where do you think we're closing today?
You know what would be awesome? Yeah, let's go below open. What was that at? Like, well, oh, that's a lot. That's 200 points away. Let's go. Yeah, we could do that. Let's go like below 24,804.
24,804 above
Reason
below.
I got short. People are wondering because buyers stepped in. Look at my EMA and my moving average. Moving average is on top, yellow. That is a selling pressure line for me. I like to call this my pressure play. The EMA, we came and held below it on this green candle. We didn't close above my moving average, which was at the time around like 1820, 918, 920. And hence we come up and touch the pressure lines looking for a rotation down. Doesn't happen all the time, but this is a good probability setup, high probability setup that we should be able to snag some of this move back. You guys been watching me try to scale in and out of positions. I'm going to kind of do that today. Yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. We're in profit right now.
Nice. Momentum is on your side.
Place to be.
Yes, I am definitely a momentum trader. The only hesitation we have here is this 100 tick VWAP. I'd just love to stay below this for a little while. Right now I have that set at 24,895. We are also close to the 900. Nice round number. Psychological level. So really, really curious to see how much of this we can go. Sorry, this is moving pretty fast, you guys. I am going to sell one. Scale out. So I guess I hit buy. So we're in 2 contracts. I'm gonna reduce my risk down to this last pivot point here. We're back to break even. Let's go like 912s. And we might just come tag this.
Already got something.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. We got the VIX close to 20 again, 1988 at the moment. Bitcoin, 66,230 spot market. Mag 7's held up pretty well. Nvidia's up 1.3%, Amazon 1.7%. There was some news that basically Berkshire Hathaway finished selling some of their Amazon. Might have been keeping it down.
Ooh.
Also, as far as
partially
there
on
we are.
Amazon.
This looks good. This is feeling a little heavier. Maybe. Or Wiki. Let's just say Wiki. We're not getting that follow through yet. It's these 900s.
I'm seeing the gamma exposure is like blood red in this area. So if we start selling off, you'll be in the catbird seat. Let me know in the chat if you know what that means. I've just heard it.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Catbird? Isn't it like a yoga pose or something, Jack? What are we talking about?
Did you just say catbird?
Isn't that an idiom? Like you're in the catbird seat?
What's a catbird?
I don't know. Something. All right, we're still selling off here.
Jack gives like old soul vibes, like.
Oh, definitely.
Like old timey.
Yeah. Like that's the best I can put to it. I know a lot, but a lot of idioms, but haven't heard that one yet.
Jack's a fan of the English language. Very colorful.
Oh, yeah.
Good word choice. Do you have an English background or history background, Jack?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I read a lot of history books.
All right. That's cool.
When it comes to the English language, I'll just brag for a second. I scored perfect on the English section of the ACT.
Ooh, well done.
Not writing, though. I suck at writing. I'm a very technical writer, not creative, so.
Giving me flashbacks, not the good ones. Not a huge fan of standardized testing. Huge fan of these markets, though, and Mandy's trade. Look at this thing go. Reading those moving averages like crazy. Crazy good.
Yeah.
The noodles are untwined.
They are. Look at this. On my
How far
5
away they
minute.
are.
Those are so separated.
So is that what you want, a good deviation in the noodles?
For direction, yeah, but it's like if we hold above this support, what was this 922? You guys could probably beat me to it. 922 is yesterday's high. if we get a 5-minute candle close above that, then I usually target those noodle spaghetti lines. Those are just really good spots. But yeah, it gives us a good downtrend direction. I'm still liking this trade. I have
It
it
looks
set to
really
break
good.
even. I have us targeting whatever our Topstep daily level yellow is. Yesterday's value area high. That's kind of our next. We kind of have a support here at 52, 852s. That is a little gray line I put in multiple 15-minute touch points on a candle touch or wick touch over multiple weeks. So I think I'm going to scale out another one about here. Let's see. So we're getting some hesitation.
Yeah, we're at the bottom here, double bottom. We're going to have, at 2:30, we're going to have Antonio drop back in again to recap his
Ooh.
trade.
This
It's going to
trade.
be very
Yes.
exciting. If there was someone who's the most opposite of how you trade on Topstep TV, Mandy, I think Antonio would be a very good candidate.
Yes.
I feel like the sum of all of your hold times in a week might be in one of his trades in a day.
Yep. That
And
is
maybe more.
fantastic. Yes.
Antonio
I love that
deserves
there's so
this.
many approaches.
Oh yeah.
There was. I try not to individually shame people in chat, but there were some names in there that around these highs today were really giving it.
Really
That,
chirping.
I believe there was buy SPX 0-date calls now. They'll 10x is one I remember. But they
It's funny. Where'd
strangely
they go?
that's what's weird because they were here in force in the morning, and then I don't see them around anymore. So maybe just quietly contemplating.
Very interesting. The internet never forgets, chat. Internet never forgets.
All right. What are we going to do here?
Apparently
Bounce
Trump
or
is on
keep going?
stage right now. I don't know if we have access to.
He's
get out
Is he just?
of my lap. Second.
What's he doing?
Sorry.
He's talking at a Black History Month reception, so yeah. I don't think there'll be a ton of news from that. The markets will probably be moving. It is VIX expiration. VIXpiration, as they call it today.
Well, I'm at trailing profit stop on this last contract.
Nice.
We're in the profit. Risk-free trade here. Let's see if we can get down into these 840s. Buyers are trying to do something, but sellers are keeping us down. Like you said, Jack, though, I mean, like, should I just let this runner run? We might just flush if we go, right?
How many did you have on total? You had 2?
I had 3, and I scaled down to 2. That's the scalper in me. Don't hang out too long in them.
I would, yeah. I mean, I think just trailing it's a fine idea. You know, we only got 45 minutes left in the day.
Yeah.
Really want to get short R2I. This would be selling the lows though. Short in the hole, as we like to say on Topstep TV. It looks very heavy.
Here we go. Great trade.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This thing is just getting cooked right now.
Yeah, it is. It had less of a chop. I mean, it had a chop, but it was, I feel like, less choppy at the top than NQ.
R2I is getting crushed. It's NASDAQ's probably getting crushed too right now. We're down like
we're trailing
8
this.
points. 8 points. Since we were talking about it. Yeah, the X is going crazy with Iran right now. It is all
That's
over
a pretty
the
close up below.
Yeah, you're getting way closer. 804s. I mean,
Yeah, don't
how's
get in
that
the way of
for?
this. So the U.S. is withdrawing all forces from Syria. They say withdrawal not related to the deployment of forces or potential strikes on Iran.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's good.
Okay.
That was the first
Well,
thing to pop into my head.
somebody was asking about my EMAs. It's just, I only use one EMA. It's set on my MA EMA cross set to 5. And I just do moving averages for my other spaghettis, these other lines. So 14, 21, and 35 period. And I actually need to take that off of these ones. Make them on here.
So somebody was asking why, like what expires today. It's VIX futures and VIX options through the CBOE. And that's because I guess I have never, I've traded some products related to that, but not those specifically. But they expire 30 days before the next month's option expiration. So in 2 days, we have the February stock monthly options expiration, and the VIX is today.
And more selling. We haven't gotten tagged out yet on my trade.
Nice. We're looking to get short RTY at 26.57. If possible.
We're doing what now?
Trying to get short the RTY. Trying to get short the RTY if we can. If we can. We'll see. See if we can get short on a pullback. We're getting a little bit of a bounce in this previous consolidation we had right before we broke out to the upside. So the midpoint of that is about 26.52. So I think this might just be a temporary bounce. I'm going to see if we can catch it on the rebound and get it sell off again.
We got tagged out.
Okay.
But up another 100 and something.
Nice.
Almost
Nice,
100.
nice.
Somewhere around there.
It's a good scalp. Pays for a trade.
Yeah. Happy with execution.
That's always a good feeling. That's always a good feeling. And you're executing right.
Got nothing to stop the move down until about 68.55 in the futures.
Ooh, VWAP George says, hey, nice Discord, Mandy. Is the Discord open for business?
It is. I launched it way late last night. Man, it takes a lot of work. I mean, Dolby, you were talking about setting up Topstep's Discord. So not for the faint of heart, I will tell you, but
no.
I'm excited. It's good. I actually texted my thoughts through that trade earlier today. There at the 7 on the shorts at that 25.75 range. And that was a nice read. So we are going over a little bit more of these moving averages and how I use them, support resistance and scalping. If you guys are looking for a little more in-depth, feel free to join. I can drop my link tree in there and I'll have that in there for you guys. But yeah, it's fun, but mostly it's easy. Catch me here on Topstep. I'll be here on Fast Markets. Well, every Wednesday, Power Hour.
Of course.
Is our time here, Dolby and I. And then we have Fast Markets on Thursday, Friday this week. So this should be a blast.
I agree. RTY, our relationship is still developing. We did not get filled on the pullback. Unfortunately, Mandy, you're flat, but NASDAQ here is still rolling over. So is the RTY. This market's getting smoked right now. We're officially down 0.01% in the RTY. At one point in time, we were trading at 26.92. We are now trading 26.53. That is 40 points. There's a lot of points for RTY.
How much more does that to sell?
Hmm?
How much more does that to sell off, Dolby, before you don't want the fill where you're at?
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, probably like 26.41. That was the low of the day today.
Wow.
That was like the open. That's actually, sorry, that's initial balance low. That's the best way to put it. 26.41. But as long as we're stair stepping down, I still think it's pretty good. But I think that would be a pretty good target. Didn't also someone say in chat that we would never hit initial balance low in the NASDAQ today? I do believe that was mentioned.
They're gone as well.
See you next week.
VIX is above 20. Bitcoin. I have a day chart up here near the lows of the day. 66,192 in the spot. Only 3 of the elite 8 are in the positive still. We're dialing back a little bit.
Wow.
Oh, man. I got Carvana earning after the bell, and I'm on air. So
is that a mover?
Oh, are you on at the buzzer?
Can't be today. I'll let you know exactly what happens with that, but
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna hold this position now. But that's okay.
What is the trade? Is it like some sort of spread or something, or are you just gonna outright?
Just like short, like basically I was short and then I kind of covered it, and because there's a really rapid sell off on that short report, and then basically sold a call and a put 390, I think it was, and at very high volatility. But
yeah,
this is the thing; it's a little bit below there now. So as I've said, I'm actually like long a little bit of delta on Carvana, which is not where I'd love to be. I could take it off now for a small winner.
Decisions.
Luna's over here jumping on me. Sorry.
Just Pats always know when we're on air. I got Gus over here, but at least he's sleeping, which is nice. Ooh, who's in the market?
Not me.
Not me. Someone must have their chart shared. Who was the last person who had their chart shared? Was it James? Maybe it was James. Hey, Mandy, while we're waiting here, since none of us are in trades, can you do me a favor? We're getting a lot of requests in chat for your EMAs, and I want to shortcut this. On the left hand of your bar, there is a T. Can you... Oh, you just got logged out? Now you're back in. You were logged out.
Somehow I got logged out. Let me see if I can get back in.
Let me know if you can get back.
Okay, I'm back in.
Cool.
There's
go to anchored text.
Where am I going? This sounds so
T,
stupid.
far left-hand side.
This is Topstep support hour.
I see it. Here we go.
It's going to make things so much faster in a second. Yep, go to anchored text. Click on your chart. In the lower left-hand corner, probably, or wherever you want to keep it.
Yeah.
And now you can just put in your EMAs and blow them up nice and big, and then that way, chat, you will have them at your disposal.
Yeah, because I guess it is pretty small up there on
It's
the
impossible
indicator
to read.
tab.
Yeah, make it like 20-point font.
5 EMA. And then
A little bit of a bounce here in RTY.
triple. 14.
What's an
Yeah,
NASDAQ?
so our 5-minute candles were consolidating a little bit. So this is another interesting spot as we approach these 900s. Do we want to bounce here in the last 34 minutes or so? ACH, that's what we always say here on Topstep TV. Anything can happen. I mean, you come in, see the morning run up, And now we're talking initial balance. So close. So
Just to close the loop here.
Close it up.
To make sure my intent's clear on Carvana is I still hate it. I don't want to end up long it. But sometimes when you sell volatility, you end up in those positions. And if I get
Ooh.
it, I will work tirelessly to get out of it via some call option contraption. But no, I am by no means like long and strong that.
Genius in the lab. Genius in the lab. I don't know if I like shorts anymore. NASDAQ looks
I
kind of
know.
strong here.
all right.
Funny how that works.
Is that big enough for you guys right there?
Oh, Manny, that is beautiful. Chat, can you read that? Can you read that? That is perfect. That is perfect. So kind of like two areas here in R2I I'm interested in. One is where we're at right now, which is the midpoint of the range that we had before we broke out. Kind of interested to see if buyers come in and support here. NASDAQ's also getting some support as well. And I also have this 15-minute chart on the right-hand side. And we've made a series of higher lows. And we just touched it the fourth time. So I do wonder if buyers are going to come in. If they can't hold it, then it's just going to be Pain City. But if there is any justification to get long, it'd be right around here.
So I love that thought process. If we can maintain these 80s, there's a possibility here looking at NQ. If we uncross on this moving average EMA, if we uncross on the candle close, I'm looking for another dip into shorts, but right now we're crossed. So no shorts for me. Then you would argue, okay, well then our longs in play, and it's like, we could just chop around here. So I'm not going to be entering longs for a few minutes for sure.
Okay.
We need to get up into these. Oh gosh, probably break 900s again. This 900s psychological level. We have support here. These low 70s to 80s. We're starting to chop around. We bounced off of a 15-minute multiple touch point on 855 to the wick here. Yeah, see it uncrossed for a second. We got down to 74s.
Still looking for me is I kind of agree with Mandy, like waiting a little bit for the longs just because it still looks pretty gnarly below here, at least in the SPX.
With a 30-minute chart.
Someone's
That's
in.
not me.
Not me either.
Or they got out of that initial one.
Ooh, it's true.
Oh, you know what you can do, Dolby? If you click on your video thing.
I'm not in a trade. I think it's an old screen share. I got nothing.
I think I know the culprit.
So do I.
But people on YouTube can't hear that, just us. So you're going to sound crazy.
Oh, funny. I'm angling for custom order entry sounds. From the
Like it just says your name, like Matt Damon.
Yeah, something like that. Well, that's Dakota's. Sure. For sure. Was Antonio nice? No, it'd be fun to have everyone have like, their own custom sound. It'd be great.
Do I enter?
Did it cross over? Ooh, we think we're switching here? Ooh, for a short?
Uncross. Oh, but we got to bounce here. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just like hop right into it. This, like I said, this is just an interesting zone right now. All right, buyers stepping in.
Yep, we're gonna see if we can get long on a pullback. Stingy.
Yeah, I like that. A little move of up, and then get a little pullback. See if we can get up. Are you talking on NQ?
RTY.
2652.9.
I'm gonna see. It's cruising now.
Oh,
it's pretty comfortable. Not a lot of volume.
You guys, my Discord link expired.
Oh, you have to make a new one.
I know. I'll make it. I'll put it on the link tree. Or if you just
Okay, chat.
DM me on Instagram, I'll send you the link. It
Oh, there you
should
go.
be on there too.
Oh, increase your engagement on Insta.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yep.
We only have so much time here, right? And I have a lot of things to talk about on Topstep TV. It's great. You get to see a idea of what I'm doing here. And it's great to see the variety of trading strategies and
Speaking of
levels that people
variety,
use.
we're about to
Yeah,
bring
especially-
in Antonio whenever the production team is ready.
Oh,
We're gonna
my
have
face
Antonio
is
cover
clicking.
his trade from this morning. I was holding my breath because we actually got within, I think, 5 or 10 points of his stop.
Wow.
But we will see. The producers will let us know.
Dolby, you kind of ruined the magic of the doorbell.
No, it's just hype. Just hyping. Doorbell's still going to be good.
He's looking on the ring
gonna be good.
right now.
It's almost
yeah.
if you
Doorbell has
know who's coming in ahead of time,
Well, yeah, I scheduled it, Jack.
which would defeat the doorbell.
Uh-huh.
Okay, just checking.
I love this place.
Same. It wasn't until I was actively watching Topstep TV that I got profitable. There's just so many good nuggets here.
It is free. It is free.
It's free. Absolutely.
That's true. What else are you going to do? Watch CNBC? No way. No way.
This is way more entertaining.
Too many
Way more
commercials.
entertaining.
Too many commercials.
All right. We respected this 14 period moving average. Came and mixed it down below it.
Who is it?
Who's gonna get
is it? I don't know.
Oh my God, it's Antonio.
Hey.
Antonio, what a
Hey.
surprise. Nice to see you.
What's going on, guys?
Antonio, Mandy, Antonio. I think this is the first time y'all have been on together.
Together, yes. I've seen Antonio. He kills it. He does great. And today, wow.
Let's talk about today. I know you're in a trade right now, Antonio. Looks like you flipped sides here, but can you cover your 11-15 segment trade that we got to see kind of the beginning of? It was a hell of a whole time.
Yeah, basically with that trade, like I was saying during the entry of the trade, we had basically some liquidity set up around here, around this
What's the price?
25, 121 area.
Yeah, nice.
Then we had liquidity swiped to the top side around the 25, 130, 135 area. Then we begin to fail. So once we begin to fail, between those two liquidities, the liquidity being set and liquidity being swiped, we had a change in state of delivery down to about 25,060. So that's the first indication that we may be going short. We test it and we don't break those highs. We just give a rejection wick. Then we give a third one. So I guess, Dolby, that would be a triple top. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I do now.
So we do that there, and we fail again to break those highs at the 135. My initial target from the buys that morning, because we took buys at 24,783s, I believe. So the initial target for those buys was about 25,150. We didn't get that. We had 3 failures, and chat was stressing. So I let chat stress while I traded. You guys can stress. I'll do the trading.
Oh, they're not here anymore. Those guys are long gone. They're long gone.
So we had 3 failures, and basically I did mark out this indecision candle here between the 25,058 and 25,021. I marked that indecision candle out because that was one of the largest indecision candles to the downside that they just ignored and disrespected. So that just means that that's somewhere within price that I'm looking to return to. And if we're going to continue to roll over to the downside, I need to see closure under that, followed by some pressure as we got. So banger of a trade, to be honest. You don't catch those every day, but when you trade setups, you are basically always preempting a trade.
Love it.
Excellent stuff.
Absolutely love it. Haters in shambles. Excellent hold time. I was worried for you, man, on that third triple top there. Were you even watching the chart at that point in time?
Actually, I was, because you asked for the stop location. So I'm like, all right, crap. If it hits the stop, then we might not be able to talk about this trade later on.
That's true.
So
That
yeah,
is true.
we just stuck with our guns. It was low risk to begin with anyway. We were looking for about 1100 on the target. We smoked and blew through the target. So now that we're getting a little bit of bounce here, you guys were hearing the order field. That was definitely me.
Oh,
That's who it was.
That was definitely me getting into these long positions here. I locked out of the personal combine because we reached the target about, what is it, 4.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
And we're in this Topstep TV combine now.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
So we locked out of the personal. We got the daily on the personal, and we locked out. And we just switched over to recap that and maybe catch something on this to progress this forward. Because this is strictly for Topstep TV, this combine right here.
Ooh,
Let's go.
love it. RTY bouncing like crazy here. Buyers are back in the house.
Yeah, they are.
Buyers are back in the house. Mandy, what are you seeing?
My
How
only
the noodles doing?
hesitation is on this 15-minute. I want I mean, we're getting so close to MOC at that point. A 15-minute candle close above 926, we would be coming up on this moving average, a yellow moving average. And right now we're just tagging it and having a hard time going over it. So this could just be like a touch back to pressure and continuation for a sell-off. But longs would look really good to me at 926. I'm looking at avoiding a lot of head fakes. That's why I wait for these like candle confirmations and compare my 5-minute to my 15-minute chart, moving average and EMA. This read really nicely if you stayed with just the 5-minute. I mean, we'd already be up another 10 points. You might want to come tag pressure again here at 947. It's just how we're at the 15 makes me a little bit hesitant. But I mean, end of day on especially, midweek, we could bounce right back up into these 25,000, no problem.
Yeah, I'm actually going to add one here.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, hell yeah. We're trading up in Power Hour right now. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And I would actually say longs would be awesome here if we can stay above 922s.
Yeah.
In about 40 seconds. We have that yesterday area is high. So that'd be a 5-minute candle close off of it.
Yeah, I reduced the risk to about $1.75, so we're gonna see how that plays out. And that's just under a passing day for the 50K. So we may not be in this one long.
We'll see. All right, we got some not dueling trades. We're on the same side here. We got Antonio long 5 MNQ 24,882. House is flat across the board, but a positive P&L for the day, which is nice. Up 215. Props to the crude oil trade from the opening range trade this morning, an opening call. Absolute banger. Crude oil is feeling the heat with Iran possibly going hot. See how that plays out. Jack, how the options doing?
I know, that's what I was actually literally just about to ask.
Mind meld.
It's this, like, could be volatile around here. Still resistance up at same place as before. I don't think we're going to get up there, but, 6,900. I would just expect some wheeling and dealing here. If you caught that long, congrats. So we'll just root for Antonio's trade. I was going to say I'm just seeing this now. I wish we could share it. Like 21 hours ago, Scottie Pippen posted some technical analysis on Bitcoin.
Get
so
out
he
of
got
here.
a wedge drawn. It did not appear to work out at the moment, but maybe another person to try and get on the show, Philby.
Scottie Pippen. Okay. I will do my best. I will do my best. I wonder what his appearance fee is. Is that
Learning
like
how to trade.
Yeah, well, it's weird because like normally when you got like random people getting into stocks, like the high is in, but Bitcoin sold off like 60,000
Yeah.
points or something. So what's Scotty doing now?
I
What's
don't
that
know
mean?
if you're familiar with the backstory, but Scottie
I'm not.
Pippen has been a very vocal Bitcoin maximalist for a good while.
Is he posting technical analysis that's bullish because he has Bitcoin and he's bullish Bitcoin?
Any port in a storm, Dolby. Any port in a storm.
What is that saying, Jack? What's it? Andy, you're right. Old soul. Any port in a storm. You still like live in a lighthouse or something?
If you like Bitcoin or hate Bitcoin, if you follow like anything on Twitter, like finance related, you'll see no matter what happens, you will just see like the most bullish things pulled out every day. A good test if someone's worth like paying attention to or listening is if they have ever said something bearish about the instrument you're following them for.
I looked it up. So the phrase comes from sailing. In a dangerous storm at sea, a ship cannot be picky about where to take shelter. Any harbor that offers safety is better than staying out in the storm, even if that port is hostile or inconvenient.
Wow.
Love it.
We are currently printing an imbalance in price on the 5-minute chart to the upside.
The 5-minute was a great entry.
Yeah, just crushing this trade. You actually sold the top and have bought the lows of the move today.
Well, I bought down at 783s this morning, cashed that. Then I sold at the top, cashed that. Now I'm buying this.
Oh, wow.
Wow. 3 times.
That's crazy. How many times have you pulled that off?
NQ got spanked today, but it was due. It's been spanking me a little bit.
Okay. It's true. That is true. We only see Antonio placing winning trades on Topstep TV. We don't get to see what happens behind the screen. I'm with you. Though.
Well,
I think trading
the
on
one
air is
from this
easier.
morning, the 783s buys, that one, how many points was that? That one was 271 points, and then we caught short 185 points. And then if we take this one, let's see, we're looking at another 54 points. No, 109 points. So 271 on the buy this morning, 185, 186 on the sell, and then on this buy, it'll be 109.
Wow. All micros.
Add it up.
Wow. Yeah.
Can't count that high.
We're at VWAP right now.
Yep, looking at RTY here. Still looking for... Not sure what I'm looking for actually right now. NASDAQ looks so much stronger than RTY. This is...
And if you want to be honest about it, I think switching to the 150K size is what really gave the mental refreshing to get back to spanking the market.
Okay.
Because I was trading the 50Ks, but I only preach trading the smaller size to turn yourself into a pro. You don't have much room to screw up.
Ooh, I like that. Mandy, what are your thoughts?
Amen. It's pretty good.
Right. That was easy. There we go.
But yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Like getting that refresh, like, can definitely be good for the brain. I think it also comes down, we've talked about this before, like personality types. You just find your personality and figure out what best fits that. For some people, the 150K might be a little too much, but
depends.
Right. Yeah.
That's true.
I think I told you I always picked like the smallest account. I think I've told the story before, but for a brief moment in time, Topstep had a 10K account. I think it was like $99. The daily loss limit, I think, was like 300 with like
swinging the micros, Dolby. You remember swinging the micros?
That was pre-micros.
That's what that was.
Pre-micro.
Yeah, when you think about it,
you can only trade E-minis.
When you think about it, for me, it was like reverse. I'm number one, cheap. So 50K, yeah, let's do it.
Yep.
But for
We're
other
being paid
traders
less.
who weren't traders to begin with, they're going for the larger size account because that's more money.
Mm.
I didn't
Look at
need
this
more
run.
money until I started putting hands and feet on the market instead of just walking up to the stove and touching it, seeing if it was hot. Back then, I'm throwing around small size and, you know, seeing what works and what doesn't. Now I'm actually trading setups and getting in the market and digging in, sitting in, holding things, putting hands and feet on the market. So I need a little bit more room to do what I do. And you need more room to screw up because you know you're going to screw something up. And what you do when you screw up, you blow in an account. So as far as being as good of trader as I am, as Mandy is, as the coaches are, at 150 size, it gives you so much room to do what you need to do.
You gotta have the discipline to wield it. It is a double-edged sword.
And yeah, can give you some room to breathe, that's for sure. 985s looks so nice for a target. I was gonna get back in on a pullback to these 950s, but no luck on my end. Great entry, Antonio.
Yeah, they're just crushing it right now.
And
Right on,
Dolby,
right on.
Yo,
kudos
what
to
up?
you for pulling that short offer in the RTY.
Yep.
Somebody just said they're fading me.
This is not the day to fade Antonio. Not financial advice either way, but Antonio's in the zone right now. The flow state. Super clean reads. So yeah, I'm totally fine pulling it. You know, it is what it is.
We're going to go risk
Antonio.
off.
Okay. Oh, nice. Break even.
Risk off for about
yeah.
$180 profit.
Nice job. Well done. We do have MOC coming up. Antonio, do you normally trade Power Hour? Are you familiar with the MOC?
Well, the fact that the market is open all day, I tend to trade all day. I have nothing better to do.
Okay.
But like I said, getting back into that 150K account size, it allows me to get back to my patience that I was at last year. You know, taking the proper setups. Even when I go down on a red day, maybe 1K, 1.5K. It's nothing mentally because it's not a 50K account.
Right.
I can recover from 1.5K in a $150,000, you know, combine. But in a $50,000 combine, I can't mentally recover from that. Every trade you take has to be the best one next.
I'm with you on
Well,
that.
we got under a minute, Dolby. We got 50 seconds until we get a little liquidity injection.
I'm going to vote it's going to be to the upside.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
We already know mine. It's the downside with above below.
That's right. Antonio, we do play a game during Power Hour called Above Below, where we asked Mandy where she thought the NASDAQ was going to be closed at by 3 p.m. Central. We asked her about 45 minutes ago.
Hard.
She said 24,804. It was looking pretty good up until those 860s just bounced
5
100
seconds.
points. 5 seconds MOC, liquidity coming in.
Give us the MOC.
Let's smack this target real quick.
This is a chill MOC. Do they even give us the number?
What's your target at? Antonio?
Target's at 25,000 even.
Oh, even. There you go.
It is out.
Must have been super small.
I like they went down first. Create the bottom of the candle first. Let's go up now.
Ooh, like that. This was tepid. Under a billy. It's nothing.
Not much. And that makes, I mean,
run it.
Let's see.
How close are you? Pretty close to getting this filled. Sorry, the screen's kind of fuzzy.
Yeah,
about what, 30 points? About 30 points, I think. See if you can get it. I might just not take any trades. We've seen this from both sides here.
I'll do it, Dolby, if we get to a certain line, but Antonio will be out
Okay.
first.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see Antonio get this 30 points here. Amanda, you are currently flat.
I am.
Okay.
The 981 is kind of a interesting level for me. I hope we can get above that and hold on a 5 minute. I mean, we're 3 minutes and 15 seconds away from that. That would tell us that we could maybe make those 25,000s, but we are kind of rejecting that general area right now, the 80s. Actually, at this time of day, yeah, 3.
We'll see how this pans out. Read off these MOCs right now. S&P MOC imbalance, buy side 820, NASDAQ buy side 292 million. That is super small. Dow 30 plus 360, Mag 7 plus 134. That is very, very tepid. Very tepid. Chat is asking you to 10% the trade.
It is VIX
Ooh.
expiration. It could get a little weird in these last few minutes.
Well, see what
Chat
happens.
asked me not to short earlier too.
So much chat.
Speaking of getting slightly weird, we got Power Hour content.
Ooh.
Antonio, you can shout out if it gets close, but James is going to come in and hit us with that real quick before we close.
Let's do it.
That's right. Earlier this morning, we told you guys to take to the X, take to social media in general, and tag us with your trader wins, trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. Here's what you brought today, starting with Annie Futures. Another day, another Top Step payout. Only dreamt of this years ago, and now my 4th payout on this XFA. Loving the feeling of regular payouts like this. Annie, you've done the work, you've put it in, and now you're reaping the rewards. There's no better feeling than getting those payout emails, and you got one with that new black theme. Wow, look at that. Our emails are getting better looking by the day. Congrats to you, Annie. Next from JK, over 200 points on MNQ trading, feeling better about index trading, forced trading due to limited metals trading at prop firms, but I love Topstep. That's right, sometimes it's called forced training. JK is taking the hits and rolling with them and making money, staying in the green, putting in the work, and feeling better about your trading day by day. That's what we're here for. Never trade alone with Topstep TV. Coming up next from Wepth. It's hard to say. Weps. $15,000 today on Topstep. You can see they've done that across 5 XFA accounts. They got them all there for you in the screenshot. Congratulations, Weps. We look forward to seeing you on X, on our big boards. I want to follow your progress, and we can't wait to see you, hopefully one day, get called up to a live account. Moving on from G Trades Futures, $37,000 in 30 days. 5 separate toss-up accounts, all in the green. Today is payout day, and the feeling never gets old. Consistency is better than luck. Who else is securing a payout this week? And he encourages you all to celebrate below. Take a look at those trading calendars. Lots of green with minimal red. That's how it's done, G Trades. Nicely done. And last, but certainly not least, from Harry Kinney, another $1,000 payout requested through Topstep. That's $2,000 within 7 days. Following the consistency path, becoming a better trader every day. Financial independence is coming this year. Thank you, Topstep TV. Thank you, Michael Patak. Keep jabbing away. Harry, I couldn't have said it better myself. Keep jabbing away. Keep paying yourself. And always, always, always trade for tomorrow. Those are your hashtag Power Hour and Fast Market submissions. Back to you guys.
Thank you, James. Antonio, what do we got? We still got this on?
Yeah, we're still on. Still on.
Conviction.
I'll let
Love
you
to see it.
score if we get below 78s again. Just for a little scalpy into the close.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this bangs target, that'll be 565 points today.
Gosh. Wow.
You were doing the math during that bit. I know you were. Let's go. Yes, I was muted. Good catch. I will throw my $5 into the mute bin.
Let's make chat happy. We'll grab some points right here. Drop this down, see how many points we get for that, and close this joint.
There you go.
Hey.
Bam. There you go, chat.
Excellent.
That will buy you at least
Are
2
you
more
not
days of
entertained?
chat not talking smack. At least 2 more days. I think about 500 points a day keeps chat at bay.
But
High
if we
standards.
take it back to our original target of
Very high
25,000, let's see if we hit.
Great trading. Great trading. Well, we got 3 minutes left here, Jack. How are those options looking? Anything crazy going on?
Yeah. Lots of crazy stuff happening right now. Man, we can't go through this 6,900 SPX, I don't think. So if we get a little higher.
I feel like got to 25. I'm going to enter. I just need a little push down here, and I'm short.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. 2.5 minutes into the day. Mandy sees opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Scalper's dream. I'm in one. Let's see if I can enter in one more.
Into sell off into close here.
I don't know. Those buyers are really trying. Yeah, these buyers are going to try for this 25,000.
See if they can get it.
Yeah, here they come. I like.
Exciting. Go ahead, Mandy.
I got into it a little, like a couple ticks fast. That's why I want to get into a second one here in just a second. I want it below this 100 tick wick, below 75s would be nice. We are just maintaining 75 right now. A little flush
Chat,
below that.
Ooh.
Flush it
Okay.
for her.
Come on.
Yeah.
Reject those 25s. Come fast moves, come failed moves, come fast moves. Rejected 25K. Let's see if we can sell off. Chat, if you want to get ahead of tomorrow's story of Carvana, the ticker is CVNA.
Yeah, I would prefer not to see it crushed on earnings.
There we go. We're looking for big bids.
Yeah, I'm in
Less
two.
than entertaining.
Ooh, okay.
Let's go.
25. Looking for a test of EMA. Just a little something down to 60s.
Looking for 60s? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, let's like take one off there and see what we happen on auto lick, you know?
Ooh, there we go. This one's for you, Risk Team.
Looking good. All those VIX
Look at
options
this.
expire in 30 seconds.
Wow.
I'm out of one.
Go. Nice.
We're going down
960
to
printed.
let's just go like break even. Just a few dollars. Just add
Make it
some
squirrely.
pocket change.
52s, 50s print. This thing's selling off, Mandy. 50-point rejection off of 25K. Great cover by
We're gonna drill
Antonio.
this.
Mandy hops in, takes the short. Incredible
Putting
trading.
hands and
solid
feet on
ability.
the market.
Let's go.
Happy VIX expiration, everybody. It's over. We did
Wow,
it.
that was pretty.
Antonio, great trading today. Mandy, great trading as well. We'll
Thank
see
you.
more of you guys soon. Dolby,
I didn't do anything.
great stuff as well. You
was
look
fun,
great with the
appreciate
face
it.
cut.
Does it look good?
All
Take
right.
it.
Well, this has been Topstep TV. We're going to throw it over to James to take us home. Hope you had fun. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take it away, James.
Thank you very much, Jack. And special thank you to Dolby, Mandy, and Antonio for the surprise drop in this power hour. And thank you to you at home, everybody out there watching. We couldn't do this without you. So we appreciate you hanging with us bell to bell. And speaking of, just because that last bell rang doesn't mean the show has to stop. Up next at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Ball, they're going to get you feeling ready for that 5 p.m. reopen as they recap everything that went down in the markets today. If you missed any of the trading action, be sure to tune in to At the Buzzer with Coach Jay at 3:15 p.m. next. Then later tonight, be sure to come back for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That goes down at 7:30 p.m. tonight right here on our YouTube channel, Slow Markets Coach Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Then tomorrow morning, be sure to be here for Aaron Trade's London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And don't forget, after that, Deanna is on, but at her new time. Metal Markets now begins at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. New time, new name, same A+ trading from Deanna. Metal Markets, 5:30 a.m. Central Time. So if you are in the States, wake up early and check out Deanna right before we're back tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time for another day of bell-to-bell coverage. If something goes down in the markets and if news happens without your knowledge, you can be sure that we'll be here covering it for you live. Until then, you guys know what I'm about to say. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.